Okay, hello. Hey, leo hii internet. John Wamalwa. Asante. John, confirm kama zinafanya ama hazifanyi. Confirm for me please. Naona network yangu inani let down. But kama inafanya itakuwa ni poa. Linda tafadhali confirm for me kama inafanya. Alafu tuweze kusonga mbele. Wait, John na Linda. Asante Linda. Asante Kirui. So guys, poleni sana kwa kuwa late. Ingefaa tuanze kitu saa 10 na sasa ni saa 1:15, so poleni sana, lakini tutaendelea tu. So leo ni Kiambaa politics na pia story ya Karo. Pia Karo amejitoa ama ametolewa, it depends with your Kiswahili teacher. Karo amejitoa ama ametolewa, so boy child is safe. Okay. So guys, nimeweka link hapo kwa comment section. Okay, click your link, itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa, alafu tutaweza kushiriki kwa show pamoja. So karibuni sana guys. Heli Kirui, Linda Lee firstborn wa Magi, John Wamalwa. Linda Lee firstborn wa Magi. Sasa wa Magi, wewe unakaa mtu kutoka Central, so ingia kwa show tuambie hiyo win ya UDA inakuwa kwaje? What's the message? So Magi, tafadhali link ndio hiyo iko hapo kwa comment section. Ukiclick itakuleta mpaka hapa. So guys, karibuni sana. Tunapongojea panelists, yeyote anaweza kaingia tafadhali, so tuweze kusonga mbele kwa pamoja, ama mbele pamoja, tuweze kusonga mbele kwa pamoja. So naweka link kwa mara ya pili. Wale kujoin, tafadhali feel most welcomed. Kwa wale ambao ndio mnajoin sasa, nimesema kwamba topic yetu ya leo ni Kiambaa politics, Jubilee, UDA, sister parties. Alafu story ya pili itakuwa ni your opinion about kutoweka kwake Caroline Kangogo. So karibuni guys, karibuni sana. So karibuni. Hii let down walai. Kutuna kadot kamoja. Hey, Alberto niaje?
Mambo safi kabisa. Sijui leo tuna discuss mada gani? Leo tuna discuss mada gani?
Sema Alberto, sema.
Mambo poa.
Leo ni Kiambaa politics.
Ni mambo ya Kiambaa.
Kwake afisa wa polisi Caroline Kangogo.
Okay.
Kabisa.
Sasa mambo ya Kiambaa.
Bursoi ni aje? Hello. Hello. Leo hii sitaweza kuendelea. Bursoi ni aje? Hello. Mursoi, are you there? Hello. Rogers. Hello. Okay, guys. Rogers, are you there? Okay, guys, maybe. Wait, Rogers, ni aje? Rogers, ni aje?
Hey, salama
Okay,
sana.
George. Unanisikia?
Hello.
Yes, unanisikia?
Yes, nakupata. Hello.
Hello, George.
Good evening.
Sorry. Sorry, guys. Forum. Mwenye ako na net strong aingie. Mimi hizi zangu zote zimekataa. So I can't proceed.
Clinton wewe ndio tupati, Rogers tunampata.
Yes, hello, George.
Yes, sir. Habari ya jioni.
We.
Hello.
Nakupata,
Network yangu ama yenyu, so siko sure.
Network yako juu
But,
kama wakati Rogers alikuwa na
Niaje.
acha nitafute moderator mwenye kuna net ama we call it a day. George,
Alipata,
you're back.
unanipata? Yes, I'm back
Alberto
after a
yuko
long time.
hapa.
Are you getting me?
Nakupata.
I proceed?
Mr. Clinton, check on
Okay.
your network. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
mnasikiza Alberto
Let
sahihi
me
eh?
say.
No,
Very good, very good. Sasa
network ya Clinton
I
ndio
think
iko na shida.
Yeah.
Juu hizi zote
eh?
nasikia. Network ya Alberto,
Okay.
ya Rogers
Hebu Clinton
naisikia, ya Clinton ndio hatupati. Yes.
Clinton inagika hivi kidogo.
Yes.
Ni kama
Hello guys, mtu
itabidi
mwenye
ajaze
ako na
bado.
strong net anaweza ingia. Mimi zangu zote zikipita hivi inachukua as in devices zangu Hello David. Ama Bamburi Ward ni aje?
Niko poa bro, niko na furaha leo bana, unajua tena mambo imeenda poa tu.
Mimi kwangu mambo yako poa bana. Najaribu kuconnect network zangu zote bana, basi nakuja inapita nayo.
Itabidi uende Supreme Court.
So sina amani.
Itabidi uende Supreme Court ama ni Jubilee ndo wamezima server yako?
Hapana bana, nilitoka Runda nikakuja Kibera. Sasa Kibera nimepewa nyumba karibu na barabara na basi napita after every 3 minutes. Sasa ikipita hivi net yangu ina login kwa ya bus. Ikirudi kwangu basi ingine inachukua tena, so siko comfortable. Meanwhile tunaweza endelea na hii data bundles maybe kwa dakika chache. So niambie bwana, umeona UDA imefanya mambo? Sijui kina Mutembei watalala wapi.
Sijui leo nilale na viatu ama.
Mi hata socks sitatoa bana. It has been a long journey, you know. Sana
Anyway, Kariri Njama itabidi tu ahamie UDA 2022 tuende kwa nomination na John Wanjiku. amshinde kwa hiyo nomination, tumpatie tu ticket ya UDA na yeye achaguliwe, because okay, according to this election Njama was a strong candidate. In fact nadhani hiyo chama ndo kidogo imemtupa nje, lakini was a strong candidate. Remember, he's a two-time loser, and in the last election he was rigged out by the first cousin of the president, the former MP Koinange. Remember, is related to the president, so probably kila mtu anajua, maybe wengine amjui, lakini mimi najua he was rigged out, akakosa hiyo nomination ya Jubilee ndo akapewa Koinange, lakini kwa bahati mbaya Koinange akatuacha. So yeye hata angekuwa ametoka mapema kwa Jubilee, sasa hii ingekuwa yeye ndo MP kwa Kiambaa. I know the ground ni yake, the ground ilikuwa inampenda, and the good thing with the Mount Kenya region, hawapigii mtu because maybe anasupportiwa na watu wakubwa, wanapigia mtu because they expect service delivery. So to me, Njama still has a chance to be an MP. Awache huyu jamaa malize hii miezi less than 12 months imebakia, alafu twende kwa uchaguzi. Namwombea tu. Yeye mwenyewe alisema, nakumbuka akiwa kwa Inoro alisema if he is going to be beaten, he will come again in the election of 2022 under the UDA ticket. So tunamwombea, but nataka kuambia leo wengine, najua Muguga wamerig because tulikuwa tumewashinda na hizo 27, wakaenda wakageuza wakasema ndo wametushinda 27, but sisi tumekubali, we have accepted defeat, na ikaenda vizuri. So hao wengine pia wakubali. You know, UDA sisi hatutaki vita. I think as our chief hustler ametuambia leo, people should accept defeat in any election, or in an election you should expect a win or a defeat. So when you're defeated, just accept result and move on. Politics is not everything.
Okay, hold
but
it there, Bamburi.
2022, that's a good sign.
Okay, achia hapo Bamburi. Rogers.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Rogers,
Okay.
wewe wasemaje bana?
Mi kuhusiana na hii politics naona okay, people should choose whom they want. It's high time that we've discovered that si eti tunafuata chama sahi. Sahi hatufai kufuata chama. Unapata kuna wase wengine kwa ground wamekuja wakanunua, wameingia kwa chama. Yet we have some aspirants wenye wako capable ya kufanya development na community. Right now tutaangalia eti mtu wako chama fulani ama chama fulani. Otherwise mimi nilikuanga ODM nikaona huyu jamaa na watu wameona anapiga job. Tupe mtu mwanachapa job. Kama mtu hayuko ndani, tuachane na yeye. Ukiona mtu anaenda down na hakuna job anafanya, then and after one amekuja na chama kingine, then we just uplift him because of the chama. No.
Are you done, Bana Rogers?
Siniona venye umetulia kidogo. Sasa mimi kitu kenye nasema,
hapana, nilikuwa nakunywa maji bana.
Muhimu. Sasa mimi kenye naona, acha tuache sika common wananchi, tuone mtu mwenye tunachagua, mtu mwenye anatusuit. Alafu nikiangalia tena, okay, kuna venye wanasema sijui it was rigged and what have you. Sasa si time ya sasa by the way zimebaki some few months. Sasa tutakuwa tunatumia do hapa hivi kwa hizi by-election. We are forgetting about the venye nchi sasa iko. Tunaelewa the situation of the country right now. Sasa hatuna funds. Unapata kuna wase wengine pia wenye for instance hii corona venye imeaffect wase, business zinarudi chini. But kama unasikia hizo by-election do zenye zinatumika huko, hizo ni za quest hizi time zote. Hata hiyo kitu acha wakae bila hata kiti. Waone venye government inaingilia, government rule for 12 months. Ni hivyo brother, sasa tunalia.
Yenyewe ni ukweli tunalia. Sasa Rogers,
Yeah.
Karo Kangogo bana, Karo amepatikana.
Mazee.
Ama amejitoa ama ametolewa, so hapo waweza ukasema nini?
Sasa hata kusema eti amepatikana, sijui ametolewa ama hajatolewa ama amejitoa. Mimi kitu sija understand ni ile situation yenye alipatikana yenye yako. We have the pictures with us, we can see them. Huyo ni as in kama unaona ile position ya ile mtu mwenye amejilipua na bunduki. Kuna venye sasa ni hata kama amekaa, kuna venye angeshtuka. Ile mshtuko, kuna venye hata kuna kitu kingine kingetendeka huko chini, ama angebaki na ile bunduki. Kama mtu amejilipua hivi na bunduki, you cannot remain with the gun at your hand. That's one thing. Na lazima blood inge splash. Mimi sitaki kuingilia juu maybe court itaingilia. Hiyo si kitu ya kuingilia sahi, but mimi naweza sema ni they should just do a follow up. Waone nini imetendeka.
Kuna watu wanasema kwamba if you are declared wanted na uko armed, wanaokutafuta pia wako armed, so mmoja wenu lazima lazima akose uhai na kutafuta ni na bunduki, we pia unayo. The first person to spot the other.
Okay. Unajua hiyo nayo inakaanga hivyo. Yeye ni sharpshooter and what have you. But sasa hii kitu mbaya ni ile it is now raising some issues. Unajua kuna cultural beliefs. Kuna ile ya mtu akijua mwenyewe, for instance tuseme tradition of Luos or kama yule tuseme hata Western and some other tribes. Kuna ile ya mtu akijua penye amejulia hiyo nyumba inabomolewa, si ndio? Sasa tuseme sasa huyu uko penye yako. Tuseme sasa ni yeye amejimada ama aliuliwa, tuseme tu hivyo. Kuna chance yenye wanasema kama yeye alijiua, waanze kubomoa mabitu huko na upate si yeye amejiua huko. Unaona? Na tukiangalia tena maybe tuseme sasa huyu dem sasa tuseme sasa alikuwa ameuliwa na akaletwa huko. Si unasikia wazazi wanasema sijui hawakusikia venye alilipuliwa. Hakuna mwenye alisikia kama huyu dem alikuwa anajishoot kwa nini. Hiyo gani yenye ilitumika ilikuwa na silencer. We don't know anything about that. Hao wenye wanafuatilia hii kitu wametuambia iko aje. Sasa kitu yenye mimi naona tutegee tu tusikie response yao wase.
Okay, so I am seeing Kenyans feel much for the lady. Lakini wale aliowaua bana. So wale pia walikuwa binadamu tu.
Unaona? The fact that okay, me I admit kama hiyo nayo ni kitu yenye confirmed that alikuwa ameoa wase. The main problem is hata yeye ako na rights. Unaona? Pia yeye as a human being ako na rights zake mwenyewe. So kama wanasema eti sijui sasa kuna wenye aliua huko. Kwanza by the way hiyo kitu hatuja confirm, it is a DCI haija confirm truly that hii ndio ilitendeka, unaona? Hawaja confirm wakuja watuambie aje it is true yeye ndiye aliuawa. Hiyo ni kitu kenye ilikuwa inaongelewa. Uliona maloya kama Cliff Ombeta alisema aje, let's just take this thing tumpe time, atajileta mwenyewe kuje tuongelee hii story, unaona? Sasa hebu nikuulize brother Clinton, kuna venye walisema nini, walisema wana search this lady, unaona? Walikuwa wanamtafuta. Then unajua kama unatafuta msee na unajua this person is armed, the first place yenye unakuwa unalinda sana ni hapo penye kwao iko, si ndio? Sasa zenye udem alikuwa anakuja hapo kwao ama kama alikuwa anaishi hapo, au watu wenye walikuwa analinda hapo walikuwa wapi? Hadi akaingia kwa compound akaenda kujulia kwa bavu. Where were these people? Okay, there is also another picture online yenye ninaona inatembea kila mahali, as in unaona huyu dem penye alikuwa anakuja hivi kuna pale penye amepigwa picha. Who is this person who was taking these photos? That one also should be followed tujue.
Okay. So yeye pia ana haki. Asante sana bwana Rogers. Kanyagia hapo. Karo microphone, Karo.
Unanipata?
Yes.
Habari yenu?
Salama Karo.
Kwangu ninafurahi sana kwa sababu ya UDA. Mimi nilikuwa ndani kabisa, hata nimefurahi sana kwa hiyo jamaa juu ya kushida na ametuwakilisha kama Mauti Kenya ako ndani. Sasa hata naona mwezi wa nane, yani mwaka huu ujao, naona hata hakuna haja ya kuchagua rais. Naonekana sasa tumepita. Sasa venye alifanya, lakini Jubilee waache kusukuma hao wengine wakubali matokeo, kwa sababu hakuna venye naona mimi, hakuna venye itarudiwa, haiwezi rudiwa. Mi naona kwa sasa hii venye wanaanza kusema eti walikula pesa. Yes, lazima tukule pesa ya hii mambo ya campaign na tuendelee na uchaguzi, lakini wajue ya kwamba venye sasa imeonekana sasa ni kumoto. kwa sababu tunaenda mbele, hakuna kurudi nyuma tena. Tumeanza kutangaza msimamo sasa, tuko kimoja. Na tena hawa watu wa UDA wameonyeshana hakuna ukabila, hakuna nani wala nani. Sasa mwenye alikuwa amechagua UDA na mwenye alikuwa wa Jubilee, sasa tuko pamoja. Nafurahi sana kwa sababu wameonyeshana sasa ya kwamba tuko pamoja sisi wote. Hiyo ndio imenifurahisha. Na naona uchaguzi mimi si kulala, by the way. Niko huku bahari na Saudi. Sijalala, nimeona mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Lakini venye kura ilianza kuachana na mia, nikaanza kuhofia. Nikaanza uoga sasa. Lakini mahali sasa nimekuja kulala kuamkia, nikakuta news. Nafurahi sana. By the way, Wakanyangia hapa wamefanya poa.
So we ulikuwa supporter sugu wa UDA?
Yeah. Kabisa.
Okay. Alafu kuna huyu Kangogo amepatikana.
Nani huyo?
Hapo unaweza ukasemaje?
Nani huyo?
Caroline Kangogo. Huyo afisa wa polisi. Yeah.
Huyo sijajua story yake sana. Mimi naona tu inaendelea lakini sijajua venye kunaenda. Enyewe sijafuata, siwezi ongea kuhusu yeye. Sijafuata yeye. Mimi naona ana trade tu.
Okay, so Carol, swali la mwisho kwako ni Jubilee anaitwa Kariri Njama anaelekea kortini. Hajakubali matokeo. Hapo unaweza ukasemaje? Wewe kama mfuasi sugu wa UDA.
Mimi naona ya kwamba akubali, hiyo ndio matokeo, ndio watu wa Kiambaa ndio wenyewe waliamua. Hiyo sisi yani ni kupenda kwa yani hapa ni Mungu alisimama. Akubali tu matokeo kwa hiyo akilete shida.
Samahani Karo. Wycliffe, mute your microphone please. Tafadhali Wycliffe, mute. Sina mouse kwa mkono so I can do nothing.
Mimi naona karibu.
Wycliffe, mute your microphone please.
Hatuwezi elewana mic ikiwa juu. Lazima
Okay, let me replace him with another person.
Ndio nasema
Wiki, mute your microphone from the background alafu uje tena. Yes, proceed Carol.
Naona Kariri Jama akubali hii matokeo kwa sababu ni watu wenyewe wameamua. Na chenye watu wameamua saa hii hata tutakuwa tunashida tukifanya kitu, na hiyo ilikuwa uchaguzi kidogo sana. Eti tunafanya mambo inarudiwa. Akubali tu kwa sababu saa hii Kenya mahali inaelekea, hata sijui kama itaitwa Kenya tena, inaenda kubadilishwa kabisa. Sijui tutaiweka jina gani. Hiyo sasa imekuja na full force. Imeonyeshana ya kwamba mbele sasa hata kama hatujachaguana bado iko sawa. Kwa hivyo Kariri Jama akubali ya kwamba hakuna venye itarudiwa. Hata akisema kura zimeibiwa, hakuna venye kura watakuwa wanasema hivyo. Hata uchaguzi kubwa wakirudia hii, hata uchaguzi kubwa na ya MCA na nani tutakuwa tunafanya hivyo, tunarudia. Kwa hivyo akubali matokeo. Hivyo ndivyo iko. Na hata saa hii venye naona wanapigana, naona saa hii hata wanaleta shida tu bado. 7 hours ago naona wanaleta bado shida. Akubali matokeo. Ni wenyewe wamejiamulia. Mimi naweza simama tu na kusema hivyo.
Okay, asante sana Carol kwa maoni yako. Asante kwa kuwa nasi. Tunarudi kwako kwa muda usiokuwa mrefu. Clinton, tuma link. Daniel Kimani, siwezi nikatuma link. Nimetuma mara kama 5 kwa comment section nilipokuwa na kompyuta. Kwa simu siwezi tuma link. So comments ndio ziko 62. Scroll hizo comments, ukifika huko juu utakutana na link. Tafadhali kwa kipole tu kama yule pastor wa William. Scroll to links, comments kwa kipole utakutana na link. The disputed results were recounted again, so Kariri Njama should accept and move on. Maoni yake Simon Waithaka. Alafu Karo ameondoka. Okay. Jubilee has turned to BODM. No problem. Community ancestor. Tuambie.
Yes, nimeingia kwa nyumba, niko kwa nyumba sasa.
Karibu.
Asante. By the way, Mr. Clinton, nimeona topic ya leo na nimefurahi sana for the first time kuwa the mountain imepasuka katikati. Yeah, in fact since maybe since enzi za mwanzilishi baba wa taifa ambaye ni Jomo Kenyatta, maybe ndio ilikuwa ndio hatuwezi tukajua kama ilikuwa imepasuka ama iko namna gani, but all along the mountain imekuwa tu contact even 202. In fact uliona kuwa hata kama ilikuwa imepasuka but walifanya kudefine wakapatia Kibaki.
Hey, excuse me, ancestor kiasi tu solo na DC and capture. Mute your microphones tafadhali. DC na solo mute tafadhali. Hello. Capture Moi na solo tafadhali mute. Okay, proceed ancestor.
Yes, so in fact mimi nimefurahi kuona kuwa ile margin ambayo tumepata kuona kati ya Wanjiku na Kariri Njama, in fact is very very small, whereby inaonyeshana kuwa come 2022 August, wakati tunaenda for general elections, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na Jubilee ambayo tunasema kuwa haina nguvu, lakini mumeona kuwa bado Jubilee kwa mountain iko na nguvu. So whoever mwenye Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta atapatia uungaji mkono, hakuna upper hand ya kufanya nini, ya kukimbisha his or her opponent. Alafu pande ya Kariri Njama, mimi ile kitu ningependa kumwambia, kama hakika ameangalia akaona kuwa kuna vile hiyo uchaguzi haikuendeshwa kwa njia mzuri, he has his right ya kufanya nini, ya kwenda kudispute hiyo outcome of elections kwa any legal entity for justice prevail. Sioni kama kuna ubaya hapo. Alafu nikimalizia sasa pande ya kifo ya mama Caroline Kangogo. In fact Chris kumekuja mnamjua vizuri, is one of bloggers ambao wako juu kama wanafuata the likes of Mtembei. In fact kuna wakati alikuwa amezungumzia mambo ya Karo, mimi nikatweet nikasema kuwa huyu mama hatima yake, kwa sababu she's heavily sought na police, itakuwa ni kuchukua uhai wake, na hakika imetendeka, even though there are some question marks ambazo ziko na hizo zinakuja namna gani. Wakati yule kijana mwenye alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa deputy president, mnakumbuka Jesus Saga, ile ya kuleta wajamaa pale kwa ofisi ya deputy president, itakuwa walikuwa na walikuwa nataka wapatie sabuni ya ku bring firearms into the country. Sasa yule boy wakati alipatikana akiwa ameuliwa kwa mtaa yake, niliona DCI akisema kuwa kama huyu jamaa kama yule bana alitipiga risasi pale juu, ungekuwa na splash ya damu, Ushaona sasa? So hata Carol mwenyewe it is the same thing, because Carol wanasema kuwa alijipiga risasi hapa kwa Jean, so which means the opening hapa juu, because unajua risasi ikiingia, wakati hii cartridge inapoenda kutoka, wanga ina make a very big hole, so tungeona madamu kwa ile nyumba, but yani kwa ile bathroom, but hakuna chochote ambacho tuliona. Sasa hiyo kuna question mark hapo. Alafu kitu kingine, ile boma ilikuwa imezingirwa na maaskari from the word go, wakati huyu madam alifanya mauaji pale Nakuru na pale Thika. So hawa maaskari, where were they at that particular hour, mpaka huyu mama akafanya nini, aka access kwa hiyo boma na akaenda kutekeleza mambo ya suicidal actions kwa bafu ya wazazi wake. So hizo ndio vitu ambazo tunatarajia gava wakati itakapomaliza uchunguzi wake ipate kutuambia. But ile mimi kitu nasema kuwa kesi ya mama already sasa hivi isakal kwa Kiarabu tunasema is now closed, because sasa mwili haitaenda kusimamishwa kwa nini, kwa court of law kujibu mashtaka ya mauaji. So kwa zile familia ya Carol, familia ya wale mabana wawili ambao Carol alipata kuchukua uhai wao, mimi natuma risala za lambilambi ile jamaa wale jamii zao ambao wameachwa, Mungu apate kuwapa nguvu kwa huu wakati mgumu wa majonzi. Asante Mr. Clinton.
Thank you community ancestor. Kabla nikuulize swali, kuna
Yes.
jamaa anajiita hapo kwa comment section, I am blessed. Blessed, hii kitu umetype mara mbili. Please Clinton, since when to apply Kenya kitambulisho is 20k Kenya 20,000 Kenyan shillings. Sasa mimi sielewi unamaanisha nini bana. Ni mimi nimesema hivyo ama unauliza swali ama inakuwa kwaje? So explain a little bit. Maybe ulienda kuapply kitambulisho ukaombwa 20k. Hata Kevin Simiyu anashangaa unajaribu kusema nini. So explain a little bit tuweze kukuelewa. Thank you. So community ancestor, wewe ni mtu wa community, unaelewa vitu mob. Ukisema Mount Kenya votes wamegawana 50% imeenda kwa William. Rais pia amebaki na 50%, of which yule mwenye rais atasema tosha atapata 50% Mount Kenyan votes. Unajaribu kutumia the just concluded by-election to arrive at your conclusion?
Sijui kama Clinton unanipata, cause my volume imetatizika kiasi.
Uko sawa,
someone who was calling me ya nikamkata.
Uko sawa, tunakupata ama nakupata, sijui wengine wakoje, lakini mimi nakupata.
Basi kama unanipata, hata hao madugu zangu na wale wote ambao wananiview wananipata. So mimi ile kitu ninasema kuwa ukweli wa maneno kuhusu the mountain in fact mimi sijapata kutumia statistics za hii concluded by-elections. Unajua President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, just I'll come back.
Okay, thank you community. Bamburi umeongea. Kabla tuende kwa Wekesa, kuna huyu DC then Mr. President. DC, unmute your microphone, DC. Okay, let me replace you with another person who is waiting. So Mr. President, say something. Hello, Mr. President.
Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me?
kabisa.
Volume sijui ni nini iko chini sana but nawasikiza vizuri. Okay, first issue first. Tunaongelea mambo ya UDA na ushindi wa UDA. Bila mnajua mimi ni supporter wa UDA. Mi naona Coastal Nation iko sawa na tumefungua njia sasa, kila mmoja aingie UDA juu UDA ndio inaunda serikali 2022. Kiangalia mtu kama Kawanjiko hata alikuwa hajui kuongea from the first time, amekochiwa na within a very short time 1 month amekuwa sawa na kiti amechukua. Kariri Jama ni politician wa zamani sana, amekuwa kwa politic, amekuwa akikuwa namba 2, hata saa hii amekuwa namba 2. Kwa nini? Because amekosa ile strategy na kuuza agenda zake. That's the only key factor kwa politics. Unaweza kuuza sera zako na watu wanakuelewa. Once wamekuelewa watakupea vote. Jubilee imeanza ile style ya ODM. Ya kwanza unaona Jubilee ilikuwa inapiga Kariri Njama, inapiga Kawanjiko, propaganda nyingi na whatever, but Kawanjiko alifocus na kuuza agenda zake. That's why most of the Kiambans wameamua kupea huyu kijana mdogo juu walikuwa wanasikiza na wanaelewa ni nini anawaeleza. Wewe ukaenda kwa politics uanze kusema mtu fulani anafanya, sema mimi nitafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. That was a very good reason. Na if Tanga the hostile nation wataenda hivyo, I'm telling you the whole country itakuwa na MP, MCA from that UDA. So hiyo ni reason nzuri sana. Watu wa Jubilee wamepewa, watu wa ODM wamepewa, watu wa nini wamepewa, wanasa. Ukiingia kwa politics, uza sera zako, wacha kupigana na opponent wako, uza agenda zako, watu wataelewa na watakupea kula. I think from that mi still na baki pale Coastal Nation ndio itachukua 2022. Tushafungua njia sasa.
But Mr. President,
mambo ya Caroline Kangogo, kulingana na ile I have been following hiyo nini yake, events zake until wakati amedaishwa amekufa. Kuna huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa hapo mbele ameongelea hiyo kitu ya self shoot. Walisema alijipiga hapa. Hiyo ni uongo, kitu ya kwanza. Hata style zenye picha zimetokezea, ile ni kuuawa. Hakuna mwenye anaweza akajiua. Still amekaa ameshika gun, alijifunika kwa uso na amejiua. Then miguu alikuwa ameshikanisha hivi, hata hakurukaruka wakati alijiua. So that shows that mwenye alikuwa na nini, mwenye walimuua alafu wakakuja wakamweka hapo so that wavunje evidence. But mimi ningeulizwa, Karo hangeuawa. Karo angeshikwa vizuri, akuja elezee shida zake, what caused all this. But as you know, serikali yetu ya Kenya inakuwaga iko na mambo ya conspiracy. Tunaona sasa badala wangemshika wamlete ajieleze, walimuua na wakakuja wakasema kwamba ameuawa. If mliangalia hizo picha,
excuse me,
kwa laymanship attitude, unaona kabisa huyo mwanamke amefanya kuuawa na akakuja akawekwa hapo. Hakuna vile unaweza ukajishoot huku tingiza hivi kichwa, ulijifunika. Unaona sasa?
Samahani Mr. President.
Cartridge haikutokea huku juu. Hakuna damu zenye ziko hapo. Damu ziko hapa tu peke yake. Na amejifunika hivi.
Samahani Mr.
Government yetu ikifanya investigation ituambie ni nani walimuua. But yeye hakujiua. Hiyo ni kitu kila mtu amejua, hakujiua, aliuawa.
Okay, thank you.
Na akakuja akawekwa kwao. That's my comment.
Thank you Mr. President. Dennis, weka link ya kujoin. Nash, weka link. Nash tena weka link. Guys, link wanaweka kila siku, lakini leo niliweka mara kama 5 hivi show ikianza. lakini kwa sahii natumia simu, siwezi nikaweka link kwa kutumia simu. So tafadhali just take your time, scroll hapo kwa comment section. Kama simu yako ni ile inachuja comments, enda hapo juu, click all comments, alafu utapata tu link imejileta hapo. Tafadhali tafuta link kwa comment section, kwa kipole tu utaipata. Tafadhali. Ningekuwa na kompyuta ningewaekea link, lakini kwa bahati mbaya haijawezekana. So kwa kutumia simu ni ngori kiasi, but nilijaribu nikaweka hiyo link wakati kulikuwa na network. So iko kwa comment section. So Nash na Dennis, just bear with me please. So Mr. President, asante kwa maoni yako. Rogers, ulikuwa umenena nasi solo ama Zolo? Microphone. Solo, unmute your microphone bana. Okay. Wekesa. It seems everybody's asleep on screen. Bamburi Ward.
Yeah, thank you Clinton.
Ongezea on what you were saying that time. Yeah.
Mimi ndio kuongelea story ya huyo msichana Caroline Kangogo. Okay, kwa wale wenzangu wote wako kwa show, me I'm a professional investigator. And I've done investigation for the last 5 years. So nimeona hizo theory watu wanaweka kwamba mtu maybe ameuawa ama mtu amejiua ama mtu amefanya nini. The first thing you guys you need to know, the 2010 constitution that we have in this country protects the criminals. I'm saying it protects the criminals. Why? Even though before the 2010 we also used to believe that everybody is presumed innocent until proven by a court of law. But sometimes back, a person who was maybe a suspect of murder, maybe rape, alikuwa akipelekwa kotini, he was not given a bond. But nowadays, hata yule kijana mwenye ameua sijui watoto 13 of them, according to the 2010 constitution, yeye pia anafaa kupewa bond na anafaa kupewa a lawyer by the government of Kenya if he cannot afford a lawyer. Akuwa amekubali, that is like the huyo kijana anasema ameua, ndio anasema ameua, but it is his rights to be given a counsel by the government to defend him. So all in all, akuwa msichana ameuawa ama amekuwa amejiua, the issue still stands. Yeye ndo aliua yule askari mmoja na kwa yule mtu mwingine kule Nairobi, Ndwiga. So I think anyone who kills another, even the constitution gives the police also to kill that person, because one of the key functions for the National Police Service is to protect life and property. Is protect life. Clinton, kama mtu anakuua saa hii na maybe mimi nikuwe askari leo, mtu nikiona mtu amekushikilia panga nataka kukukata, the law allows me, maybe if I am a private firearm holder, nikiona mtu anakukata na panga hivyo, naruhusiwa huyo mtu nimpige risasi ama nimuue. So the police are given that power in the protection of life and property, or in the protection of life specific, wanaruhusiwa kufanya nini? Kukuua. So hapa sioni tunafaa maybe kudefend ama nini. that's why ukiangalia currently all these cases zenye umesikia maybe mtu fulani amekuwa akifanya maybe robberies with violence nini anapelekwa kotini, anapewa bond, anatoka. Like the other day you are talking of the 5 men when wali disappear sijui wapi. So such things is because of the constitution, the 2010 constitution yenye mpaka even the capital offenses in Kenya you are given a bond to get out. So vitu kama hizo ndo zina lead to this. Simanishi all those people wenye maybe wanauawa like our girl amehusika, but kuna watu wengine wanajulikana wazi vitu wamefanya, so ukiwapeleka kotini wanaachiliwa na court. The same like the one of the Akasha brothers, they were drug barons, walikuwa wanareleasewa na court za Kenya wakati walienda US wakafungwa. So such things, sita agitate or I'm not agitating for criminals to be killed, but sometimes to balance the immorality in the community or in the society, such things should happen. Aya, theories zenye zinatolewa kutoka how the body was lying. To an investigator like me, I can't disclose it here. I'm not authorized, they will say that. But I think we have expert wenye alitumwa pale, niliona amevaa hizo jacket za white, the crime scene expert. I think they owe an explanation to Kenyans and to the family. More so the family, they owe an explanation. So I think itakuwa vibaya Clinton if tutaiongelea hii story hapa, hiyo enye sipo for real. It's not good. Yeah. In fact, the matter is still under investigation, and nadhani leo the investigators were there. So let them conclude. Then we can come and talk it another day. Siko sawa?
Okay, thank you.
Lakini ground imeshift Niliwaambia paka huku kwetu coast. We are ready for UDA.
But sasa wewe unajiita Bamburi Ward MC aspirants, si hata aspirant. Kwani unataka wards ka ngapi bana?
Maybe ni writing error. In fact, I'm a candidate na nitasimama na UDA.
Sasa si useme jina yako juu maybe girlfriend wangu ni mpiga kura wa Bamburi.
Sawa, tutafikia hapo, tutaibiana tu. Maybe wewe utakuwa ukifungua hivi unaona tu, hata uone picha yangu napata tu niko hiyo portrait.
Hata mke wa Ochieng Nyaboro, unajua ni wengi. Unaweza kuta kuna wengine wanapiga kura huko.
In fact uko na Ochieng wengi Mombasa. Yeah, Bamburi ward.
Yeah.
It is in Kisauni constituency, Mombasa County.
Kuna Bamburi constituency?
No, Kisauni constituency.
Oh.
Yes. My MP is the next.
Sisi hata hatujui Kisauni ni wapi, lakini tunajua ODM itachukua.
My MP is the next governor of Mombasa.
Anaitwa nani?
Ali Menza Mbogo.
Bana, hiyo ni ndoto. Ni wa ODM?
Hapana.
Mtu niko sure naye atakuwa gavana ni Aisha Jumwa. Huyo ni gavana bila kupingwa. Atachukua tu mic amtusi Ruto wiki moja wiki mbili. ODM direct nomination.
It's our neighboring county. But in Mombasa, we are not going to vote in party lines. We are going for a person. That's why you have seen those losers like Suleiman Shabal have gone to ODM. We have the point man of UDA, not even point man given by the people of Mombasa. He has appointed himself point man, Sarai. Who is saying he's going to vie governorship through UDA ticket. But sisi kwa ground, hata kama nitasimama na UDA, but governor wangu kama hata kuwa mwenye nasema, hata kienda independent, I will vote for him and I'll campaign for him.
But watu wa Mombasa, make sure Sarai amepata kiti. That brain should not be rotting outside. Mrudishe Senate ama afanywe governor ama MP. Tunamtaka bana. Hiyo brain hamwezi kuwa mnatangatanga nayo hapo nje eti mara kuja Karen, toka Karen enda sijui Soi. Hiyo ujinga mtaacha.
Clinton.
Bamburi ward achana na mimi.
Solo.
Ngoja kidogo. Ngoja nikuulize kitu. If there's
Yes.
any leader even where you come from in your county who has never been elected and he has come to, now he's seeking a political seat in 2022, but he's telling you want to be a senator, the same time he's promising you to bring change to that area, that leader is a con man. The work of a senator is very much limited.
So senator is let a change.
Eyes later change. What I'm trying to tell you, Sarai was a senator, and when he was a senator, Mombasa, the entire Mombasa, hakuna kitu maybe angefanya chenye atasimama mahala atuambie when I was a senator, when I was a leader one day I did this and this. Hakuna. In fact, ile kitu mwanzo nilifanya,
ulitaka senator afanye nini? Ajenge barabara?
That's why I'm telling you, a senator ni kama senator ni kama kiti imetengenezewa watu wende wakule tu pesa wainue matumbo.
Sasa unamchukia juu alienda kula pesa ama juu hajafanya kitu?
In fact, if you ask the people of Mombasa, the reason why Sarai was elected is because yeye ndo alitengeneza fake document akiwa anafanya na Kenya National Human Rights, akapeleka Ruto ICC. Hiyo ndo ilikuwa kazi yake, ndo alifanya akaenda kuchaguliwa huko. So he has a bad history. He cannot be a governor or an elected leader. Any seat that he will seek in 2022, he is going for a defeat.
Yeye ndiye alikuwa anataka kufunga rais mtarajiwa. Hapo basi msimchague basi.
Nimekubali. Ndo alitengeneza hiyo maneno.
Hiyo sikuwa najua bwana. Ben kama alitaka kufunga rais mtarajiwa, hapana. Wewe basi endelee kukaa in the streets.
Alafu Clinton lastly, yenye sitaongea tena, maybe nitatoka nipewe wengine nafasi.
Wataachiliwa.
Hii historia ya Kiambaa. Nataka mkumbuke immediately.
Kusema kwamba Senate ya kukulisha tumbo is not valid. Let's give credible information. The Senate is the upper house, is the senior most house in the legislation and all manner of things. The only one charged with the responsibility of impeaching the president.
Ben, lakini unasahau Senate is the upper house venye unasema. Lakini enzi za Duale, bwana Duale aliwakalia. Wakipitisha tu hivi kitu. Saa 8 unasikia Duale akiwika.
Clinton.
That is why Duale was the poorest majority leader. He would always decide his things before the speaker. Look at how Kimunya is performing. All the wars are won behind. We just come to the parliament to ratify things. That is how a majority leader is supposed to do, not to fight at the 11th hour.
Hata aliperform jana pia.
Yes, very well, very well. Cool and collected gentleman. Provoked many times but never responded. That is
but
the kind of
wamepata kiti na hiyo coolness, ndio. Ben, vitisho baridi itabidi muache. Wekesa alikutisha mpaka saa 10 asubuhi.
Sikilizeni. Lazima hii kazi haitafanywa kwa nini? Kwa pupa. Lazima let the winner win cleanly and clearly, and let the loser win fairly. That is the kind of politics we are looking for, but not abracadabra. We close our eyes, we open our eyes, we have elected people we did not vote for. Vifaranga vya computer hatutaki.
Okay, Clinton. Ben, hold it there. Sema in 1 minute Bamburi. Yeah.
Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongezea Clinton, alafu niachie wengine nafasi.
Watu hata wako, wewe ukiondoka tutabaki tu watatu. Yeah. Sema.
Historia ya UDA Kiambaa. Nataka niwarudishe back in 1969 wakati the VP alikuwa alitoka 1966 alipotoka KANU na kuform Kenya People's Union ya Jaramogi Odinga. And by that time constitution ilikuwa inasema ukihama kutoka kwa the party that sponsored you to parliament unafaa ku resign. Wakati aliresign Jaramogi, na all members of KPU, including Bildad Kagia. By then he was an MP for, is it Kandara? I think. Is it Kandara? Yes. Bildad Kagia also resigned and sought mandate on a KPU ticket that time. Alafu Jomo Kenyatta, who was the president that time, akasimamisha mtu wake na KANU. Na even though Bildad Kagia was very much famous within the Mount Kenya region, amini usiamini hakufikisha hata 10,000. So it means Kenyatta alikuwa na grip of the Mount Kenya, but this one that we have today is just a lame president.
No, you are running too fast. I beg to differ.
Go to history.
We are far from there.
Go to history. Now
Ben, ni huyu Bamburi alituambia last week.
Mimi ndo niliwaambia last week we are going to carry the day in Kiambaa.
Results.
Bamburi, hiyo last week pia ulisema kwamba sijui coast mlikuanga na nchi yenu mnaitaka back ndio Wakenya tusikuwe na port ama ilikuwa mtu mwingine?
Si mimi. Mimi I'm a nationalist brother. I'm a nationalist.
Lakini hapo coast ni ODM. Usipoingia ODM,
I'm the one telling you.
Don't risk.
I'm the one telling you Clinton. Sasa hata ukienda mahali mimi natoka, watu ukiwaambia stories za ODM wanakuambia hawataki kusikia hizo story. Things have changed.
Hiyo ya kwako Bamburi, we respect your opinion and you are entitled to the same. But watu kusema na chama kusimama ni mambo mawili tofauti. Wale wanaosema wanaweza kuwa hawana usemi wakati usemi utahitajika na njia mwafaka itahitajika. Sasa hivi ni mapema sana wewe kuanza kusema vile unavyosema.
Bernard, ODM is not a national party. They did not have a candidate in Kiambaa. We had a candidate in Kisii, we had a candidate in Western. All the by-election that happened in Kenya, we fielded candidates. ODM
that's what you fail to understand. Our not fielding up a candidate in Kiambaa is part of our handshake agreement. 1 and 2, it is still our constitutional right to field a candidate or not. We can't just function like responding to something. The politics are strategic and are planned. And then there is profit. Politics is like business. You don't just field a candidate to prove that you are a national party. We are already a national party. We don't need to prove to anybody. Let those that are doing adolescent politics prove their point everywhere. Ask ni wazee. Hatuwezi kuingilia mambo ya ujana ya kuprove wewe ni mwanaume, mimi ni mwanaume.
Alafu huyo Bamburi, you'll be shocked ukiona kwamba niliona Kariri Njama alikuwa na wabunge wengi wa Jubilee time ya kucampaign mpaka jana wakati wa kura, lakini ile time ya kusukuma meza bana ni mwanamke moja tu na vijana kama 4. Wale wengine walitulia juu already ni wabunge. So hata wewe au nao wapea t-shirts za yellow eti UDA. My friend, after kwa IBC register utakuwa unaona 28 out of 29 na uko chini, ndio utajua huna mabeshte. So situsikize bwana Wekesa. Okay, in 1 minute ifanye kwe na dakika 5. So wait Wekesa. Bamburi, kuna kitu ulikuwa unasema in 1 minute. Yes.
Okay, mimi nilikuwa nasema nimeanza nikisema nadhani nimeanza nikisema ile mara kwanza ni wakati nilikuja show. I think niliongea kitu ilikuwa ni sense yenye nimebalance everybody. Najua this election watu wengi wamechukulia huko nje, watu wamechukulia it was between Uhuru and Ruto, but on the ground kwa watu wa Kiambaa it was just about the two leaders. Na nikaanza nikisema Njama is a very popular candidate. In fact, kama angechukua ticket ya UDA, watu wangekuwa wamelia chooni, tungewapiga na landslide. Lakini yeye akasema yeye ni mwana Jubilee kwa sababu 2017 aliibiwa na kazi ni ya mtu fulani, akanyimwa ticket ikapewa wale wengine, so yeye akasema acha nishikilie tu hapa. So even Kariri Njama is a good leader, to me is a good leader, and in fact kama atahama akuje UDA, I want to assure this forum, mtakumbuka that person will be elected MP. Halafu kitu cha pili nilisema kwa hii forum, nikwambia Kiambaa inaenda, hamkuamini. I think I was disputed by many because tulikuwa tumeona what is going on there. So sahi anyway, underrate Ruto at your own peril. That's why muliambiwa pia na even the ODM leader kwamba we should unite or we perish. Kalonzo akaongezea akasema don't create fear, but Ayub Savula, one of the gubernatorial aspirant wa Kakamega, akasema yenyewe kama hamtaungana Ruto anachukua kiti asubuhi. Then I was shocked, nikaona 3 leaders. Acha nimalizie, but dakika 5 haijaisha. Nikaona the other 3 leaders.
Sijakupa dakika 5 bana. OMCA.
Sawa,
nilikwambia tulikuwa tumeongea for 1 hour 4 minutes. Ulikuwa uchukue dakika 1 uifanye na dakika 5. Sisi tunaongea for 5 minutes. So, malizia hiyo statement. Nikisikia tu hivi full stop tunasonga mbele.
Sawa, nikasikia ile kuna debate ingine ilifanyika juzi. Ilikuwa interview not debate. Hiyo discussion ikiwa na ODM Secretary General Sifuna, Cleophas Malala na hii jamaa mwingine ya Wiper, hiyo tuongelea ni wengine. Acha tuongelee Sifuna na Malala. Wakati walikuwa the ultras walikuwa na make national television, ilikuwa inanionyesha kweli kama kwenda Senate ni venye watu wamepeleka Malala, then hakuna kitu inafanywa. How can you stand on a television, a national television, na unatuambia mtu atashindwa before a polling station is opened? Si unaona hiyo watu hakuna mtu anafikiria hapo. So vitu zingine let's take as they are. Ruto is a candidate to beat in 2022. Asanteni kunisikiza.
Okay, thank you. Umesema wasipo unite watachapwa asubuhi. Hata wewe usiporudi ODM, my friend, kufika kwako kwa ballot itakuwa ni ngumu hapo Bamburi.
Sawa, tunawangoja.
Alafu swali langu la mwisho kwako bwana Bamburi. Kulikuanga na my party leader alikuwa anaitwa Awiti somebody. Alikuanga anataka kuwa governor. Yaani mlimaliza kabisa hata hawezi akaitisha press conference.
In fact, I was introduced in politics by one of the most trusted friend of Awiti Bolo when he was MP for Nyali. The first majority leader of Mombasa County, Mr. Mohamed Danda, was an MCA. Then he's the one who introduced me to politics. So Mimi, I still believe Awiti Bolo is a good person. He has offered many employment opportunities for many youth because he's a businessman. Okay, apart from political grounds of just in a shift, but he's a good man. Hata leo akisimama MP, I think they can consider him. Though sasa Nyali with Mohamed Ali, he cannot be an MP. Hiyo hapo atasahau kidogo.
Okay, thank you Bamburi. Endelea kutafuta voters. Ukifikisha 250 votes, congratulations Bamburi.
Ai. Sawa.
Kitu niliona kwa IBC Sabas jana. Mtu nani alikuwa huyu wa UDA alikuwa 1000 and something. Na kuna jamaa number 4 hapo alikuwa na 40 votes. Watu wameingia 20,000 ya ku 44. So bana, hata kama mnavai consider
alikuwa anashindana na spoiled votes.
Spoils zilikuwa mob. So thank you guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Arome, wewe ni mwanasiasa, achana na sisi. Wekesa, thanks for being patient, man. So tell us something, Wekesa.
Yeah, good evening. Am I clear? Yes,
Kabisa.
we can hear you. Unajua huku network huwe na hama iko kwa long distance trading nje ya Wakamba. I've had a discussion and wacha nianze na our MCA from Mombasa, a prospective MCA na amechikata. I wanted to ask him
I wanted to ask him if he doesn't know the role of a senator. I wonder whether he understands the role of an MCA. Because the challenge is in Kenya, we are having leaders who, after acquiring power, they don't know exactly what they are supposed to do.
Ebu rudi hapo vizuri for the purposes of record.
Yeah, I'm saying, if he doesn't know the role of a senator, I wonder whether he knows the role of an MCA. And now that he's an aspirant, we have had the challenges in Kenya of leaders who just acquire power for the sake of power, but they don't know exactly what they are supposed to do. When they reach in parliament or assembly, and they focus on other things. And many of them have become even a funeral masters of ceremony, because they think that is the key role of a leader in the society. And they are called, hawa ndio wanaendanga kwa bunge alafu wanaitwa bubu, because now they have entered in assembly or senate or parliament, and they actually don't know the role of that house, and they tend even to abuse it. So it's good that we have been even having conversation of qualification of our leaders. I think it is important people to understand, leave alone just the academic qualification that I have papers. It's also important for people to understand what is the role. Why am I standing for an MP seat? Why am I standing for a Senate seat? It's not like maybe it's the less competitive. The same way sometimes people go to school and they look for a course that it's more marketable, that has money, forgetting that they need to serve the society. Anyway, that was not the topic of the day. Let me go to the topic of the day. We have had very successful elections in Kiambaa and Muguga. And we as ODM, who are just like EU observers, we are very proud of our Jubilee partners. For once, for several times, they have been called that it's a party that it was on deathbed and it was waiting. Mario, we have seen many graffitis and drawings that show Jubilee waiting to be buried. And most of its campaigners who are reduced to funeral committee arrangers. But it turned out to be that the party that he thought that it was so popular on the ground, that has always been bragging and telling us vitu kwa ground in different, they struggled to the finish line. It was like a game of Italy and England, where there was no a clear winner. It had to be decided in the penalties. So one thing we are very happy about is that the mountain is 50-50%. But even before I go to the 50-50%, I want to say that it was 50% that voted for UDA, and it was 50% of the 30% turnout. I don't know if you know the maths. If you do the 50% of the 30% turnout, you may understand what we are saying. So one is that it is telling us that the mountain is not so much excited about the man from Sugoi as they want us to believe. It's not so much excited. If it was excited, out of 95,000 registered voters, we needed to have seen 60,000, 70,000 turning up, and they are hailing their new king who is coming to liberate them from the shackles of the Kenyatta family. But they seemed to be disinterested and like life was going on, because to them that was a non-issue. And so the excitement of UDA that we have taken over the mountain is actually is misleading. So when you look at the votes between Kariri Njama and the other young man, it's only 400 votes. So both of them got 20,000, 21. Both of them got 21,000. So that is to say that Jubilee is still strong in its own backyard. And why am I saying so? Because this comes from, it's not like Jubilee was dead, but Jubilee was dormant. And the dormancy was introduced by the president himself. He didn't want them to compete with Tanga to start early campaign. There was a Kieleweke team that had started even competing with Jubilee in the backyard, but because the president didn't want to create a political momentum, he had to stop it. He had to stop the team that was even being led by Anna Waikuru called the Impress, so that they can tone down and he focuses on development. But we have also shown that in the wake of the Kiambaa by-election, it was only 3 to 4 weeks that they have campaigned. Jubilee has shown that it can marshal support. So if they focus that between now and between now and 2022, now we can reopen the campaign or the political mode, then I have seen even the likes of Jeremiah Kioni, Ana Waikuru say that this election is an indicator that Jubilee has still the. Or you want to say something?
We are greeting the big man.
Oh yeah. So Jubilee has still the muscle, and it can wrestle the mountain from UDA. And there's nothing as bad as fighting somebody who is quiet and silent. We have been told that Uhuru is dead, but Uhuru is a lame duck president. But anytime, I withdraw that statement. Anytime he flexes his muscle just for a few seconds, they start crying and say, oh, we need a level playing field. The president should not be partisan. The president should just focus on development. The president should just play as like any other president, like Moi and Kibaki. When they were exiting, they were non-political. They did not concentrate on who will succeed them. So anytime he tries to make some political move, they cry. So they know his potential. And mark you, he did not participate in that election, but they still failed him. If he decides that I will go and we compete, they talk, I talk. They fight, I fight.
Wekesa, what type of competition did you want to see from the president? Kama ni kuendorse, si aliendorse. Kama ni kuenda Kiambaa, hakuenda, vile William hakuenda. So ni participation gani?
No, let me say the same way. Okay, this is what I'm saying. When he decided to go to the mountain during the time of BBI, how did it turn out? Only 4 MCAs opposed the BBI. All of them voted for it. He went and marshaled the support on the ground, and people said this BBI is not. And this guy has been there every Sunday and doing fundraising and whatever, so people believe him. But if the president also decides that I will be political, I will be in Muranga this Sunday or this weekend in Nyeri and the other one, he will still be failed. And I can tell you for free, you can look at people like Raila when he did nominations 2017 and the ground was hostile. It took him only like 3 days to turn the ground to his favor and told the people, yes, we have bungled the election, but we can still focus on our journey. This is where we are going. People heard him, understood him, and backed him. Yeah, so it is
Okay,
very
okay.
possible for Uhuru to turn around the mountain. Let me just mention in passing the issue of
Wait a moment,
Caroline.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Yeah, wait a moment. Mi devices zangu zinazima. So Ben, Mutembei is around. You can take over the show kama hayuko kwa screen, lakini akijileta kwa screen atakuwa anaongeza watu. Niko sure ako hapa chini hako, so you can take over the show from there. Meanwhile, thank you very much guys for everything and have a good discussion. So proceed, Wekesa.
Thank you.
Okay, I thought you were running away because I was globbering your candidate.
No, I cannot run away. William William, nakwambia party leader wangu Wekesa bana. Juzi niliona venye alikaa kortini ni kama itabidi nihame chama. Bado siko sure nitakaa wapi, lakini venye alikaliwa hapana. 2022 imekaribia na bado sina msimamo. So kama mnaweza ni sign, hii ndio transfer window. Personal terms tukiagree. Lazima nikuwe kwa chama lakini si ODM.
Karibu ODM, chama kubwa.
Okay, tutaona. So Wekesa, sijakimbia bana, ni venye tu net imekwama, so I have to watch the replay from tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk shortly on Caroline. I think I've read through her message 2-3 times, and I will not just jump into conclusion that maybe someone killed her and put her there or what. Yeah, but I will say we will leave it to the investigative authorities to do their work. But in her own message, she had mentioned about the people she had beef with. One was a great lover of us, and she still believes that she's missing her, so she killed herself to kind of meet him. And the other one, she had no apology for killing him because of the challenges they had with him. She also had bitterness that cropped up from her first marriage. So it's a mental health challenge that could have been addressed. And this is the thing that we have been talking in Kenya, that our officers are having a mental health challenge because of maybe the environment they are put in, and they need also people who can counsel him, people who can talk to them. And sometimes we see these people and we think they are more powerful, they are more privileged, but they are just human beings like us. They are struggling like us, they're having family issues like us, and they need to be helped. Despite the working environment they are in. So I'll not take so much condemning who and who. Let the police do their work. It may not be as the script we want, but we give them a benefit of a doubt.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Can we hear from Jay and then Lawrence?
Hi guys.
Hi,
Am
Karibu.
I audible now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Karibu.
Okay, thanks, man. I just joined in, but I just have 2 points to make. One is that I know what Wekesa has said. Like, he don't know what will be the turnout if the 30% of voters in Kiambaa has actually been feasible as 50 and 50% has he put it for Jubilee and UDA candidates. Then he did a comparison with Italy and England game where the decider had to go into penalties. But I just want to think like maybe, who knows, the same precedents that has been set might go over the 30% that he was talking about. Who knows what the 70% that is holding, or who knows the 70% of people who did not vote, where the swing will be. And so, in my own opinion, it's like at that point it's uncertain. We don't know. Maybe I can say there's some people who want to see what UDA can do, even though they support UDA. So they will make decisions once they've seen the results. At the same time, I don't want to judge that maybe there's some people who are supporting Jubilee, but they want to confirm whether indeed the conspiracy that has been ejected into their minds that Jubilee is dead, then they want to see, is it actually dead, so that they make a decision on the other side. So I can see there's a lot of uncertainty on the results of Kiambaa. And neither, and again, I say, neither of the parties should celebrate for this, because what is coming in 2022, I don't think it will be focused on what has happened. So you guys in UDA, you guys in Handshake should not celebrate this. I'm saying this because I saw a 50-50 chance on either side. And I don't think if that is how the mountain will go in 2022, then probably what you have in mind for your candidate should be a worrying thing. Number two, I think I'm not going to comment on Caroline stuff, because I think it has some feelings and I don't want to go into it. As far as security is concerned, I don't want to speculate something that I'm not sure and something that I cannot substantiate. This thing is under what we call, there's so many people going into it and finding out what transpired. So I don't want to speculate anything as far as that is concerned. So I want to put it cool. And maybe I just want to see other developments in the discussion, and maybe I'll contribute later. Thank you, the chair.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. Is there any question for Jay?
Yes. Jay.
Sure.
Just on your, I want you, I don't know why you are playing very safe, or you don't like the political arena. When you say neither of the parties should celebrate, what do you mean? Let the winners celebrate. Let the losers learn from why they lost. But also, if you are making, if you put some effort, if you are told you are dead and you put some efforts and you realize you are not dead, you realize your fingers are alive, you realize your heart is pumping blood, you realize your lung is exhaling and inhaling oxygen, then you have a right to say, I am alive. Those who say I'm dead, they can go and hack a transformer. You cannot say that we cannot live in fear where we don't celebrate success. If you have succeeded, celebrate. And by the way, I have had such argument where people say, I will not celebrate today because who knows about tomorrow. Celebrate. If you have to die today, you die while you have already celebrated. So if we have to learn from the by-election, let's get the lessons. We cannot live in fear of 2022. 2022 will take care of itself. But what we have done in this by-election, if we have done well in terms of marshalling the support, we say congratulations, that was well done. Then we can now focus on the next step. We say now what needs to be done for the next step. If we have already conquered one mountain, how about when we conquer the 2-3 other mountains that are found in the near future? So don't live in fear and constraint, my brother. Release yourself. Have the freedom to exercise and even to mingle with people maybe who are not on your side.
Wekesa, was it a question or a lecture?
I forgot even I was supposed to ask a question.
Let it rest there. Jay, you have a response?
Sorry, the chair. I'm still waiting for the question because I think
it was a rhetoric question. No need for answer.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Let's hear from Wainaina, then we proceed. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And all said and done, I'll also emphasize on 2 main points. That is the Kiambaa By-election and the Caroline Kangogo's case. On the Kiambaa By-election, Mr. Chair, it is clear, and we don't have to hide this, that the mountain has shifted. It is no longer about Modoito, Ama Adoito. It is no longer about who was born here or who was born there. It is about us, the people of Mount Kenya. And I think it is an honor and also a great pleasure that the mountain has finally opened their eyes. When Mr. President got into the handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, messages were sent to him. We endorsed the handshake as the mountain people, and a lot of leaders endorsed the handshake. And people supported the handshake in the sense that the handshake was to bring peace and prosperity in Kenya. Because everybody was tired of the normal demos in Nairobi every Monday and the chaos that were caused by the NASA brigade. And the people embraced the handshake in the sense that we are going to bring peace. But things turned. And what we thought was a handshake to bring peace turned to something else. Leaders came from all corners and they needed to talk to the president. They needed to address the president and tell him that the ground is not happy. Mr. President, we are tired. Your people are getting tired. But the president was not in a position to listen. The president wanted to make his handshake brother happy and forgot about the mountain that made him the president actually. And now that the ground has shifted, the president is left with nothing but to agree with the people and go with the people's choice. And there's nothing like 50-50, Mr. J. Mount Kenya has shifted, and we are now we have now agreed that all of us subscribes to the Hustlers School of Thoughts, and that goes without doubt. On the Kiambaa By-election.
Before you go further.
Okay.
Before you go further, a question.
Yes, please.
What was in the handshake that made the mountain uncomfortable? You said
Okay.
you endorsed the handshake, then later on things turned. What actually turned?
Okay, what happened after the handshake? Some evil, let me call them evil, and I quote, some started happening to our people, to the people of the mountain. Our businesses were burnt. Our lands and our houses were demolished. Our businesses were demolished in many parts of Nairobi. This didn't happen before the handshake. It is clear this didn't happen before the handshake. The president became dumb to this, and he didn't want to listen to the people. The leaders, especially the leaders who supports the deputy president, tried to reach the president, but the president was not in a position to listen to the people. The people got angry as days went by, and this made the people change the mentality. Okay, what the attitude they had once the handshake changed once, and the people thought that the people took the handshake in a different angle than they took it at first. Secondly, there was the issue of
hold on. You are not answering my question. You are not telling me what the handshake did that made the president not to listen to his people.
Mr.
The role
Bernard,
of the handshake into the president not listening to his people, because
Mr.
you're blaming the handshake, not even the president, or not listening to his people.
Okay, I am not blaming the handshake, and neither am I blaming the president. But what I'm trying to tell you is clear that what we had, the privilege we had at the mountain people, the privilege the mountain people had before the handshake was not okay. The privilege the mountain enjoyed was not evident after the handshake. Number one, I've talked about the demolition. This didn't happen before 2017. So the people thought that it is this handshake that has brought these demolitions, because this didn't happen before the handshake. What went on that the president couldn't listen, have an ear to his people? Okay, he had an ear to his people. The demolitions were not evident before the handshake, but after the handshake, the demolitions were there. The business people started crying, and that is the Gikuyu business community. I'm talking of the people from the mountain. People got angry.
No, these people from the mountain are only supposed to enjoy when the rest of the country is suffering. When they suffer small, they blame the rest of the country. What is what are you saying?
I'm not trying to comment in favor of the mountain people, but I'm trying to bring this point that the mountain people have suffered a lot since the introduction of the handshake and after the handshake. The introduction and after the handshake. That is what I'm trying to bring in here. Number two.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you.
What? May I? Hello, guys. I have a question to Wainaina.
Let me finish my point.
I have a question.
Ngoja kwanza, Angela. Ngoja. Now,
nitasahau.
Wainaina, just hold on. I'll give you enough time to exhaust your point. Just hold your horses. Okay, Angela, iko nini sema?
Sasa Wainaina anawasema ya kwamba wakati wamefanya election 2017 handshake ikaingia in, watu wa Central wamelia sana, biashara yao imeanguka na wakabomolewa manyumba. So mi swali yangu ni hii, mbona walie and they are the people who said tano tena? Mbona walie and they say that they have the best president ever in Kenya wenye hawajaiona tena? Why do you regret?
Mr. Bernard,
at that moment you could have been said that we are voting for Raila, ungechapwa mawe for nothing. So let's not have to do things with the regretting.
Okay, Angela, like it is, all choices have consequences, and actually all choices have consequences. Our consequences might be catastrophic as we want to make them, But Mr. Chair, we don't have to live in the regret room. And actually, there is no one in Gikuyu that is the mountain that is regretting electing the president for the second time for the second term in 2017. All the people are saying is that okay, we have turned the narrative to regret, from regret to amalize aende. That is the new terminology in town. Amalize aende. Because people are angry and people are mad at the president. We don't regret. We elected the president and we did it. And if the president gave us the same ideologies and he remained the same person he was from 2013 to 2017, the people of the mountain wouldn't have wouldn't have minded giving him even a third term if it was the same president we had from 2013 to 2017. But the president has changed. The president became a different president after the handshake. The president became a president that doesn't give a listening ear after the handshake. The president turned to a person who comes to the mountain, akikuja kwa mountain anakuja na makasiriko, and when he visit other places anaenda akiwa mtu mpole sana. So watu walikasirika.
Then can I ask a question?
Are we the, okay,
can I ask a question?
Hold on, Wekesa. Just hold your question. Finish your point and wait for your question, Lawrence.
Okay, let me conclude on this point and say the people actually, generally the people are angry with the president and the people are not happy with the president. And William Ruto has been seen as a person who is close to the people more than the president nowadays. William Ruto is a person who is close to the people from Mount Kenya to all parts, to western, to the coast, and people have subscribed to the Hustlers Nation school of thought. And saizi kupigana na hii kitu inaitwa hustler, mtachoka saizi. Hakuna mahali mtaweza. We are occupying this country.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Number two about Caroline. Okay.
Have time. Don't worry, you have time. Okay.
Okay.
Let's take Wekesa's question to you as we proceed. Angela, ngoja kwanza kidogo tu. Wekesa, uliza swali.
Yes, Mr. Wekesa.
Lawrence.
Yes, Mr. Wekesa.
Yeah, I think you are avoiding to hold the hot potato in your hands. Just say that you guys fear Raila Amolo Odinga. Can you comment on that?
Okay. Mr. Chair, we don't fear Raila Amolo Odinga. And in fact, Raila Amolo Odinga fears us. Have you seen that Raila Odinga has started singing the Hustlers song? He's about to join the Hustlers movement.
Hold on, Wainaina. You know you are becoming very smart. Hold on. You are avoiding to respond to Wekesa's question from the right perspective. Remember, Goja, from your point, you are speaking on behalf of the mountain and the anger the mountain has towards the president because of the handshake and turning a deaf ear from your cries. So the question is, does the mountain fear Raila Amolo Odinga or not? Forget hustler thing. Hustler thing is neither here or there on this matter. Let's talk the mountain.
Okay. We don't fear Raila Amolo Odinga. The mountain doesn't fear Raila Amolo Odinga. And from the beginning of my point, I outlined that we embraced and we also endorsed the handshake from day one, because we thought Raila Odinga was to bring both peace and prosperity to our nation. So we don't fear Raila Amolo Odinga.
Okay, then so are you in any way implying that Raila Odinga sanctioned the demolitions that the mountain suffered?
No, but Raila is seen in this picture as a person who triggered, he's not a part of the demolition, but who triggered. Okay, the people actually are raising a question: what happened to our dear president after the handshake? After this handshake, the president no longer listened to his people. So Raila is coming to this topic because of the handshake. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Let's hear from Angela. Uliza swali. Angela, are you there?
Houses, and yes, my question is, do you think hustler narrative will change Kenya to a better Kenya from your minds, from what you have seen since 2013? Do you think that hustler narrative will change Kenya?
Mr.
It
Chair,
will
can
give
I
us
answer?
a better Kenya of a better economy.
Mr. Chair, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Angela, thank you for your question. Angela, the Hustlers Nation is a force to record. And the Hustler Nation will create a government that will help a lot of people. Okay, you are talking of 2013, and to the point we are at, we are in 2021, and we are headed to form the next government, which will be a Hustlers government, God willing. And the Hustlers government has ideas that are common to every Kenyan, and the people have bought the Hustlers. Okay, the people have subscribed to the Hustlers school of thought, and everybody is singing the Hustler song. Actually, it is a matter of time that if Kiambaa has approved that our Hustler candidate can, then it means that the country is Rutonated. The country is a hustler. The whole nation is hustler, and we are expecting.
Hold on, Wainaina. Just before you go with that statement, okay?
Bernard,
where do you live exactly? Not your house number. Which region?
Okay, I live in Kiambu.
You live in Kiambu.
Yes.
Which part of Kenya have you been that is not Kiambu and not Nairobi, not Thika? I'm talking of Nyanza, Kakamega, Eldoret.
I've been to Nyanza recently in a place called Kondele. That is in Kisumu. Kisumu has been known for being top supporters of
Why you asking, or you just you visited to greet people?
No, my grandfather has some plots there. And
so
I've been there.
You are saying you have lived in Kisumu?
Yes, for a very long period of time. Okay, I've been there.
And things were better in Kisumu before the handshake?
Things were better in Kisumu before the handshake?
Yes. According to you, because the handshake brought problem to the mountain.
Okay,
the rest of the
Mr.
country.
Chair,
I'm talking about the rest of the country. How was the rest of the country 2013, 2017, then after 2017, the rest of the Kenya, forget the mountain for now.
Okay, before 2013, the president acted as a countrywide president. He acted as a national president, and he was there to give a listening. Okay, first the development and the development of some parts of Nyanza was affected by the great opposition from the right honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And so what we're experiencing right now in places like Kondele was not experienced in before 2018, the handshake 2018. But then from 2013 to 2017, you can remember the president and the deputy president worked as a pair, lobbied projects in all parts of the country. It was evident in all parts of the country. And Mr. Chair, as I'm talking, I'm not talking about the mountain only. I'm not talking about the mountain being affected economic-wise or development-wise. I'm talking of the mountain being affected in their businesses, the president not giving a listening ear after the handshake, the demolitions, and how...
Thank you. We are moving from you. We'll come back to you. But before I let you go, are we talking about the demolitions of illicit brew that had turned the young people of the mountain into vegetables? What are we complaining about here?
But
Mr. Chair,
let me
look,
ask
it is clear.
but
The
me,
demolitions have happened.
Lawrence,
The demolitions, yes.
me, I come from
We have
Kitale.
not,
People in
we have not
Kitale,
seen demolitions.
they
We have not
demolished
seen
their
demolitions.
businesses places.
Angela, hold on.
We
Angela,
have
hold
not
your thought,
experienced.
please. Thank you.
We are
Yes.
the people who have been affected by by the demolitions are the Kikuyu, the people from Mount Kenya. The people whose businesses have been spoiled are people from Mount Kenya. Go to Nyamakema.
I'm asking Lawrence. I asked,
Yes.
is it about
Yes.
the illicit brew?
No, it is not about the illicit brew. No, it is not about the
Okay, thank
illicit
you.
brew.
That's all. That's all. It's not about the illicit brew. So, which these other businesses that were demolished, and why were they demolished? There were no valid reasons for that.
Most of the businesses that were demolished, we didn't get a valid reason for the demolitions of the business. And let me ask you, way before the handshake, we didn't have businesses being demolished. But the president and
thank you, Lawrence.
Mr.
Let's
Chair,
ngoja kwanza, Angela,
something.
ngoja. Angela, wewe subiri kwanza. Now, Lawrence, just hold your thought. We are coming another round. Let's have other people.
Let me comment about Caroline, Mr. Chair.
Don't ngoja kwanza. We are coming back. You hold your thoughts.
Okay.
Let's get some other voices first. Then we move. I hope we are with you to the 11th hour.
Yes, sure.
Ana haraka kuondoka, kwa hivyo tulia papo hapo, utaongea story ya Karo baadaye. Sawa.
Okay.
From Angela, we'll hear from Daktari as we go that way. Angela, uliza swali lako ama toa comment yako.
I want to tell Lawrence, wakati wamebomolea watu, it's not only the Kikuyus who suffered. It's all people who live in Kenya. You understand? So don't feel that when they come to Kiambaa town, wakibomoa Kiambaa town, it's only the mountain people who are suffering. No, we are suffering both. Why do you cry so bitter as if you are the only people who did what? Who wenye walipoteza? Watu wote tulipoteza. Hata Kitale kumebomolewa, Eldoret kulibomolewa, Kakamega kulibomolewa. Are they people from mountain in Kakamega ndo walibomolewa? Kumebomolewa kila mahali. And the government, if it say this is my property, I want to use it in this way, let it be. They wacha nikwambie, walibomoa because hiyo mahali penye walikuwa wanafanyia biashara haikukuwa mahali pao. That is government property and they have the right to do it. Hao ni watu walikuwa they were grabbers, land grabbers. You understand?
Mr. Chair.
So, ilibidi
Angela, wacha ajibu kwanza.
Mr. Chair, okay, when I'm talking of demolitions, generally, I'm not talking about the mountain only, but I'm talking of the people. The question was, why is the mountain angry with the president? Why is this all bitterness that is looming all over Mount Kenya? It is because the people who've been affected mostly by the demolitions, and the history is clear, Angela, it is the people from the mountain. The people
Lawrence, you know you are using a very serious statement when you say the people from the mountain, in the sense that there was a profile. We began by selecting the names of the people from the mountain, then targeted their houses and demolished. Is that what happened?
No. I'm taking over.
Don't say that the people of the mountain were the only one affected. If there will be a change in the country, like Angela has said, it will affect different people. Houses went down along Thika Road when Baba was constructing the superhighway, and everybody was afraid to touch the houses because they will lose their political and all that. But it took some proper leader to go and say, we will not need this narrow road in the next 10 years. We have to expand. So the changes are costly, and you're the one that said choices have consequences. Just before we move on, I would also want to put this to you. Are you ready for the consequence of the choice of UDA 2?
Okay, the consequences of UDA will not affect us. The consequences will not be catastrophic as they were in Jubilee
Prophet
and in our
Lawrence,
second
just
term.
leave it there. Let's hear from Wagungu, Daktari, then the community
Me,
ancestor,
I had not
then
finished
Collins,
my
that order.
points.
Oh,
Sikukuwa
okay,
nimemaliza points zangu.
ladies first. Let's give Angela. Then from Angela, I will not even moderate. From Angela, let's Daktari achukue, community ancestor, Collins, then we go round again. So Angela. Go ahead, Angela.
So, I want to say this. Kiambaa election,
Jay, if you're not speaking, mute your mic so that there's no feedback. Until your time to speak, keep your mic mute. Thank you, Angela. Go ahead.
Umesema Kiambaa imepita election. That means that
Angela, you have network problem.
Has powers over Mount Kenya. I just still want to say mrefu.
Angela, there is a problem with your network. Fanya hivi. I think you need to restart your gadget. Can you hold your thought until your network is okay? Because we want to hear what you're saying rightly. So let's hear from Wagungu as Angela says her gadget's right.
Well, habari zenu. So what is the topic today? I'm not sure what the topic is, but I probably would imagine it has everything to do with what happened jana maybe. I don't know. I'm not reading too much into it. I think it, I guess, was a good night for UDA, the new kid on the block. I am just not sure how Uhuru Kenyatta and his team and his intelligence did not see this coming. I think they need to go back on the drawing board and kind of start to, although on the other hand, I think we are also beating up Uhuru on this. I mean, he's going out, so why does he have to be worried about this? So anyway, like I said, I just joined, so I'd like to listen to a few more people and just kind of get a grasp of what's going on. So hata nisikize kidogo bana. Thank you.
No, before I let you go on the same thing about Uhuru and the team and the intelligence from your implication. The results for yesterday were neck to neck. There was no great margin, not like what happened maybe in Kibra, things like that, a difference of thousands of people. So from this analysis, we can't even conclusively say that UDA has taken the mountain.
Well, my problem with that assertion is this: going into Jana, I know there was a crisis before, like 2 weeks ago. There was panic. There was Murathe alisign, Tuju saying this, but then you see them put a face that they had finally fixed up. There were just there was all this confidence that was being exuded. They were saying big things. We see Jubilee and load the A team to So what I'm trying to say is that even though the margin was close and they did not lose by a huge number, at the end of the day that they lost. And remember, Bernard, this is not in Eldoret, this is not in Kabuchai, this is not in Machakos, this is at the president's backyard. So for you are comparing it with Kibera. Baba, was able to really show a huge showing. That's not what the president did here. I think people are saying that if there is anywhere that is, Uhuru's backyard or bedroom, it's really Kiambaa. So to even
No. Wagungu, please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Don't mislead the people here.
I'm not
Don't
misleading
include
people.
the president. Look
listen,
here.
Listen.
You are saying that the president.
Hold on, Jay.
Can I talk? Can I talk?
Let's go on.
Mr. J, I'm not misleading. If I'm misleading, you will have your chance and you will tell us. Mimi, I'm just giving an opinion. This is an opinion. It's not a fact. I'm just saying from where I sit Bernard ameniuliza swali, ninajibu hiyo swali. That's all, you know. So Bernard, like I was saying, I think the fact that this was in Kiambaa, the president's county, you would say, to me, the loss, no matter how big, or it's still a loss for him. That's what I would say. So I guess Jay can counter that and tell us. Maybe he can say that Kiambaa is not the president's county. Maybe Uhuru is from Nyeri. Maybe, I don't know.
It's okay. Jay, do you have something to say before we hear from community ancestor?
I just want to counter what Wagungu was saying. I'm sorry, Mister. The thing is, like, you don't understand the thinking behind Uhuru, you know? This is just a mere by-election. Look even at the turnout, guy. It was 30%, right? You don't know what is the thinking behind the curtain. Again, I just want to take you to what happened. For me, what I saw before the official results that the candidate from UDA won, there was another results which was precedented that the other guy from Jubilee won by a 27 margin. Like the difference was actually 27 votes. And for me, I look at it and I was like, how did this happen? You know, all of a sudden things turn around and there was like, oh, the IBC need to recount the votes. Do you even know what could have led to that error? How do you read that? How do you interpret that? Like there's an error, all of a sudden the media is announcing that, oh, the candidate from Jubilee has won. Then all of a sudden things are turned down, then there is a recount and the other candidate has to take the lead. Honestly, I'm telling you, there is something cooking.
Okay. Thank
at
you,
the back
Jay.
of the curtain. So don't expose us if like you have won the battle. The battle is still fresh, I can say.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Thank you very much. Community ancestor, is it your? Yeah, go ahead, please. Then we'll hear from Collins in that order.
Yes. I'm gonna say thank you for giving me this opportunity in order for me to air my points in regard to the topic of today. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Lawrence Wainaina for giving me a very, very hardworking president. Yeah, because in fact, I don't know why the people from the mountain are so bitter in regarding to the way the president is gonna giving them their park, but in the real sense, when you go to the mountain, it is the people of the mountain, in fact, who have benefited a lot in this regime of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Why am I saying so? Look right now, Mr. Lawrence, you can pair with me. The president has commissioned roads which ranges to 540 kilometers within the mountain, 540 kilometers, whereby from there's a dual project which is going on, Sagana Maua, which is costing taxpayers money, me and Lawrence included, 3 billion. Then there's another 27 billion which connect all counties of the mountain, that is Nyeri, Murang'a, Nyandarua, and Kiambu County, Kiambu counties. So in fact, wakati tunapoangalia the people of the mountain wanasema kuwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta maybe is a very bad president. In fact, hiyo mimi ninasema kuwa in fact wanajaribu kumwekea makaa kwa kichwa yake ndiposa alete more development, because this is the final lap ambayo huyu president akonayo, ako na less than 1 year in office or 12 months in office. So hivyo ndio unaona, because hata tukiangalia in fact mahospitali in the mountain Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amejaribu, na hayo yote yameletwa na nani? Yameletwa na our people who has really fought for the liberation of this very country, whereby in fact this is the country whereby the likes of Itumbi, the likes of those who are against the president, they can be able to stand na waambie president kuwa wewe unakunywa mungei, unakunywa pombe, wewe ni mlevi kabisa, na hakuna kitu president anaweza akawachukulia, which means kuwa in fact Kenya tumetoka mbali in terms of kusema kuwa even if you talk ill of me, kama maybe uwezi come and pice my heart, you just talk. So hapo ndio tunasema kuwa in fact Kenya tumemove, na wale viongozi wetu ambao walileta hiyo freedom yote, ninasema sana kongole kwao. Alafu na kitu kingine, mimi ninapoangalia the mountain why wako Peter with President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, maybe ni vile wanaangalia kuwa wanaona the president ana associate with Raila Amolo Odinga, who in 2013 wakati ile Cambridge Analytica walikuja na mambo ya kuharibia Raila Amolo Odinga, mambo ya CV, wakati walisema kuwa if you vote Raila Amolo Odinga, this guy is a devil, because sasa hivi the likes of Lawrence Wainaina, he can bear me witness kuwa hata watoi sasa hii ukiambia mtoto kuwa nikikuitia mtoi analia, umwambie nakuitia Raila, kwa sababu waliambiwa kuwa Raila is so much evil, is like a devil. So in fact huyo mtoto atanyamaza. So ile kitu yenye maybe wako Peter ni hiyo, wanaangalia kuwa wanaona why is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta associating with the devil. So mimi changamoto napatia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, just go to the ground mkiwa na Raila Amolo Odinga, kama yeye ndio unaona kuwa is going to take your legacy project into final conclusion, aende na Raila to the mountain, aambie kuwa ile ilikuwa ni porojo ya siasa. Raila is not a devil. Raila is a human being like you and me. Let it go. So maybe hii mambo inaweza fanya nini? Inaweza rudi chini. Alafu wakati Clinton alikuwa in fact alikuwa chair, kuna wakati nilimwambia kuwa in fact the mountain sasa hivi iko 50-50. It is true. The mountain is just 1 minute. Yeah, the mountain is 50-50. Reason being, the people of the mountain, asa the old people, leave alone Lawrence Wainaina. Lawrence Wainaina maybe is below age of 35 years. Is a young guy like me. So the people of the mountain ambao wako old, wao wameangalia the impact of development yenye Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameleta to the mountain. Ndio unaona kuwa these people, they are going to stick with the president. Kama atasema kuwa nimepalisha mind yangu, I'll support Ruto. These people, these old people or citizen are going to vote for William Samoei Ruto. And if he's going to say kuwa nitafautia a different person, these old people are going to vote, kwa sababu wao wanaangalia yale maendeleo yenye yanaletwa kwa ground. Lakini sisi, mimi community ancestor, I'm 33 years. Lawrence maybe I'm seeing is a young guy. Sisi ni wale wenye tunaangalia kuwa, je, nitapata chakula ya sasa hivi niweke kwa mfuko, yani ni kule, ama ni kuangalia mambo ya kesho. Hapo ndio tunaona kuwa tofauti kati ya old people na hii young generation. So what I know, the people, the old people ambao kwa percentage kubwa come 2022 mahali Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta atawaelekeza, watavoti pale. Alafu na ijulikane kuwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta tangu handshake, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hataki mambo ya siasa. Lakini William Samoei Ruto wakati ameona kuwa maybe Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hata msupport, amepanic. Ndio unaona kuwa is in a campaign mode tangu 2017 mpaka wakati huu. So mimi nasema kuwa congratulations to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you won Muguga by-election. UDA under William Samoei Ruto won Kiambaa by-election. So it is 50-50. Okay?
So thank you.
I thank you so much.
Thank you. Don't exhaust everything. We are coming back for a rebound. Lawrence, what is the matter?
Yes. Nipe nafasi nimwambie kidogo. Okay, sisi watu wa mountain.
Responding, if you have a question, I will give it to you.
Yes, I'll respond to his.
If it's not a question, just hold your horses. We are coming a second round. You cannot have a second round when others have not gotten the first round.
Okay, let me ask him a question. Let me pose a question to him. Let me pose the question to him. Mr. Okay, I don't know his name. He's a community ancestor. But let me ask you, Mr. Ancestor. Okay, the mountain have been told or have been mentioned a lot to be haters of Raila Amolo Odinga. But from the beginning of this show, I told the chair that the people of the mountain embraced and even endorsed the handshake. Okay, what makes you think that we, the people of the mountain, hates Raila Odinga to the extent that we can tell a baby, huyu ni Raila Odinga mtoto wa nyamaze? That is not realistic, Mr. Chair. Hiyo hata ni chuki kubwa sana. We don't hate Raila Amolo Odinga to that extent. We actually don't hate him. We don't. Kwa hivyo nini na kufanya ufike mahali pa kusema
let him respond, Lawrence. Let him respond on that one. We need to redeem time.
Yes, Mr. Lawrence, if you're gonna you don't hate the person by the name Raila Amolo Odinga. So kindly, when Raila Amolo Odinga is coming to the mountain, just embrace him. Sikia yale yenye atafanya nini, atabonga kwenyu yale yenye atawaletea come 2022 kama atakuwa kwa ballot box, alafu na everything will be well, because it is very, nimefurahi sana kuwa in fact you don't hate Raila Amolo Odinga, but hiyo perception initially ilikuwa maybe kwa sababu God has intervened kuwa kila mtu is equal before his eyes. That is very good. I thank you so much, Mr. Laura.
Okay, thank you, community. Lawrence, just hold your horses, please. We'll get back to you. Can we hear from Collins?
Yes, how are you people? It's
We are
good to
good,
be here
thank you.
today.
Karibu.
It's been quite a while, but I'm happy to be back. Yes, but to the topic of the night, why are Mount Kenyans bitter with the president? The answer to that question, according to me, cannot be pointed to one reason. It's a combination of many reasons why they are bitter with the president. When the president won the second term, he completely changed and became a different person from the one in the first term. The first thing he did was to isolate his deputy president and relegate him to be a nobody in government. And remember, this government, they looked for it together with William Ruto. So how can a person who dedicated all his sweat, wealth, time, be relegated to be a junior person in his own government? That in itself brought out an aspect of a very bad betrayal by the president of Kenya. And remember, during that time, many Kikuyus were like, they were saying, if we follow this man the way he's doing it, people will think we are very bad people. We always betray people. We don't care about other people. We use and dump. We are heartless. That was the message they were trying to put across that time. Then another thing followed after that. The president became so arrogant. When he used to go to Central Province, he used to speak in Kikuyu, and he was abusing them, hurling insults to the people, calling them, I'm not Kehe, I'm not I don't know what. You know, that arrogance in itself did not go down well with the people. You get it? Number 3, if you've embraced Raila Odinga as a handshake partner, that is okay, no problem, but must you be harsh to the other people whom you've been with for a long period? So we saw people like Moses Kuria, Kimani Ichung'wah, and Ndindi Nyoro being arrested or being trailed or being threatened here and there. And anybody that was seen to be associating with William Ruto was somehow arrested or opened a case or DCI following them or KRA or any other thing. So what the president was trying to do was to finish Ruto politically. So he came up with this narrative of corruption. He really wanted to pump the word corrupt. Ruto is very corrupt to the minds of Kenyans. So every day headline of the dailies, of course, they control the dailies. It's their families, whatever, property. They were putting headlines every day of corrupt William Ruto. That was from 2018 up to 2020. So the idea was, let's finish him using the corruption tag. Fortunately or unfortunately, William Ruto seems like a seasoned politician. He knew how to counter all those moves. Do you remember the lifestyle audit campaign that the president started at the coast? When William Ruto, through Oscar Sudi, said that we're going to start with the Kenyatta family, because we start with the Kenyatta, then we go to other, to Moi, then Odinga, like that. That campaign died immediately. The point that is coming out of that is that they are even more corrupt than the purported the person that they're trying to say that is corrupt. So I cannot pinpoint that one reason that makes Kikuyu bitter. No, it's a combination of many issues. Remember also, you can bring development to a region. That one will not convince people to support you. Developments do not bring votes. That one we have proved before. Kibaki brought our economy from negative something to 7% into 7, but still 7 provinces rejected him. That one tells you development alone cannot guarantee support. So maybe he has brought development to Central Province right now, but if the people are not feeling, if they don't have a sense of belonging to this government, they don't feel like they own the government, it doesn't matter how many airports he will build in Central Province. It will be zero work. And another thing that people have not seen or realized, why is it that if Central Province are rebelling against the president, why is it that they're only they seem to be going into the hustler nation or to follow William Ruto? Why not rebel and follow Kiraitu Murungi? Why not rebel and follow Peter Kenneth? Why not rebel and follow Raila Odinga? Why not rebel and follow Kalonzo? Why not rebel and follow Waiguru? Why are they going to William Ruto? That one tells you one thing. The entire circus that is going on should be, to a great extent, also about William Ruto. They are not happy with the betrayal of William Ruto, and they don't want to carry that tag that they participated in the betrayal of William Ruto. That one cannot be ignored. And also, you cannot also ignore the fact that William Ruto, being the number 2 in Kenya right now, was not by fluke. This is something that was well planned, strategized, and executed. That one tells you William Ruto, if I may use a simple, better word, is a political genius. So also, maybe William Ruto has taken advantage of the situation and is also engineering the rebellion in central Kenya or the Mount Kenya region, which to me, that is an A I give him an A. Maybe, I'm not sure about that, I'm just saying maybe. So, if you look keenly at the entire circus, it has something to do with the William Ruto plus other issues.
Collins,
Yes,
one short question before you proceed.
Yes, please.
Is the mountain justified to be bitter with the president?
Yes, they are. They are justified. You see, like I've told you, there's a way they want things to be done. There was this thing that Uhuru said, yangu kumi, ya William Ruto kumi. He said it several times. If he was cornered, let me put my point across. Let me put my point across. If he was cornered to say that, or maybe said it out of his own volition, it doesn't matter. He said it several times. Now going against that, it causes a lot of hemorrhage politically. So the people are not happy. They want to maintain that yangu kumi, ya William Ruto kumi. And this guy is using the state machinery to try to clamp down on anybody that is trying to support William Ruto or trying to oppose him, which is counterproductive.
No, Collins, I'm asking a question.
Yes.
If the president is from the mountain,
yes,
must he serve the mountain interest for him to continue being the president of Kenya? What happens to the rest of Kenya?
Okay, the mountain interest must be served as the rest of the Kenya is being served. But at the moment, it's like he has left out the mountain interest and is serving the handshake interest. That is where the problem is. The mountain interest, they're saying...
What is the handshake interest, Mr. Collins? 2013, 2017, yes. It was the two communities carrying the whole loaf, all of it.
Yes.
It split the country right at the center.
Yes.
2017, the same thing. The president right now, if there is anything that has changed, is that he has been liberated from being manipulated to serve the interest of one region at the expense of the rest of the country. And to me, that makes him a better president than this other person you are advocating for us, who is there at the mercy of a particular region, and if he doesn't do what that region wants, they would rather do away with him. Kenya was never meant to serve the mountain. Kenya was meant to serve all Kenyans.
You're right. You're right about that. But the problem is this: must you like exclude some people for you to serve the handshake interest? Why can't you just accommodate everybody? You know,
Question to Collins. Question to Collins.
Yes, please.
Collins,
question to Bernard. Yes, question.
Hold on. One person at a time. Wekesa, ask your question. Serikali, tunakuja kwako, subiri.
And Nauliza, so who excluded who? Because the handshake was for all of them. And when you look at the beginning, the way it was grafted, everybody was supposed to be in. But somebody interpreted the handshake to 2022. And when he left, he only was talking about 2022, nothing else.
Good point.
So who excluded who?
Good point.
Okay, let me answer you. From the time the handshake happened, a lot happened. Let me give you an example. There was an executive order, I don't know number 1 or number 2, to make Matiang'i the coordinator of government.
You are just coming very far. From the beginning, in fact, Ruto himself confessed on the TV and he said that Raila called him 4 times and he refused to pick the phone. So the handshake was meant for whole Kenya or somebody excluded him. You need to answer that. Leave alone. This happened late when he has already rebelled and he had already been crafted to be Tanga Tanga. He had been named Tanga Tanga. But the origin of the whole thing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There was when the handshake happened, initially, the office of the deputy president, first of all, it was denied budget and everything was being done from the office of the president. Number 1, that one was the first sign that things are not good. Number 2, immediately we started seeing this anti-corruption clampdown, which is fake, of course, and the lifestyle audit and all those things. Then we started seeing Ruto being isolated from government functions. We started seeing county commissioners being told to stay away from Ruto functions. There was no security. His allies were being arrested left, right, and center. The security were being withdrawn. It's like almost every Ruto ally right now is having a case in court. You get it? So it is an abuse of power on the part of Uhuru Kenyatta.
I have a question.
Yes.
Collins, are you an insider? Do you work for the office of the president or the office of the deputy president? Because you seem to have knowledge.
I'm not an insider, but these things are in the public domain.
Insider.
I'm not an insider.
Oh, so it's hearsay that you're bringing here as if they are facts.
It's not hearsay. This thing is out there. Everybody knows it.
It is hearsay because you did not hear it with your own ears. You are not friends with Uhuru. You don't work for the office of the president, and neither do you work for the office of the deputy president. So don't come here giving us your things you hearsay, talking about it's a fact because you don't work in any of those offices.
Mr. Chair, the lady commenting, this is in public domain. You're not supposed to. There's nothing to hide here. It is in public domain. We cannot. You're not supposed to be working from the office of the deputy president or the office of the president to know that the deputy president has been sidelined. It is in public domain, Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Let's have order.
Not bring here as if it is a fact or as if you had it with your own ears, as if you're the deputy president or president yourself.
Hold on, Angela. Hold on. Thank you, everybody.
Can I finish my point? Collins, let me finish.
Order. Ngoja kwanza. Let's have direction in our submission, and if a question comes up, let's try and answer it to the best of our knowledge. But let's not also insist on a particular issue simply because it was in the newspaper or it was reported, because politics is a game of outdoing one another, and there are no other ways to go about it. If sidelining the DP is part of it, it is still politics. My only question to Collins is that if you are the CEO, or rather the director of your company, and then your deputy director is with you, then you decide to merge with your friend's company, okay? Then your deputy director refuses to follow you into the merger. What do you do?
Okay, the best answer to your question is this. Does that the deputy director, is he just your employee, or does he have a stake in your company? Is he partly owner? Is he partly part of the ownership of the company? Yes or no? We know Ruto had stakes in this government.
Whether he is an employee or a stake, the position he holds is that he's your deputy in that company. Then you, as the director of the company, you have decided to merge with another company. Then as your deputy, he decides to go otherwise. Do you abandon the merger and follow the deputy, or what do you do?
Collins,
Now,
can I answer Bernard? Collins, can I answer
no.
Bernard
Let me answer. Now, I'm telling you, he's not just a deputy director. He's also a shareholder. A shareholder has got equal rights as the other shareholder. There's no
Mr. Collins, mimi kile nauliza ni kwamba hata kama mko na 50-50 kwa company, okay? Na mmekubaliana kwamba mnafanya merging na kampuni nyingine, alafu mkaenda mkafanya merger. Then after the merger, what happens? He walks away from that particular. Do you abandon the merger and follow your deputy, or do you continue with the merger?
How do
okay, I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to tell you is that the person that the president went to bed with is my rival for the next election. How do I support that? Surely, how can I support somebody who's going to finish me? Somebody.
Now
how
I
can I
get your
support
point.
my rival?
The issue is the DP has not been sidelined by Uhuru. The DP is running away from competition from his rival, and the advantage the rival will have by working with Uhuru. So it's not a matter of betrayal, it's a matter of serving self-interest that will not be secure if he worked in harmony with the rest of Kenya.
Exactly.
Are you saying his allies have not been sacked from government? Have not been sacked from parliament? Have not been sacked
the
from
parliament, Mr. Collins, the parliament and the other public offices belong to all Kenyans equally. They don't belong to the DP or to the president. Secondly, nobody needs to be in a national office serving personal interest or regional interest. Everybody in a national office needs to be serving national interest to the best of my civic understanding. So if the DP does not see himself following the president as a way of him profiting this country, then he seems to have the problem and not the president. And me, kama the dereva, kama my co-driver has decided to abandon the journey, I will not abandon the journey to follow my DP. I will keep on with the journey and do my best to deliver the country where it ought to be. And let the turn boy anguke, aendelee na safari yake vingine.
But now you're seeing the results.
All the same.
You're seeing the results now of that attitude of the president. You see the results now.
The results are better. We are having a better Kenya now than the rest. But let's move. Collins, just hold your horses.
Bernard,
Nataka
umegonga point. Bernard, umegonga point hapo, lakini vitu kama hizi unatuachia sisi kama sisi sio wanachea, lakini unatuachia sisi tugonge vitu kama hizi. Wewe sasa chea unaingilia vitu kama hizi bwana. Namna gani? Unaacha hizi tugonge gonge.
Bernard, let me conclude for you because you spoke very well.
Okay, ladies, go.
What is the order? Okay. I've requested to speak now.
Ngoja serikali.
I cannot contribute.
Ladies are the minority on this platform, and they have a highway.
Exactly.
Sometimes, not always.
Exactly.
Let her just make a point, and we hear from Serikal engineer. This other name I can't read because of the banner. EMA Lifestyle. You changed your name. And then we go to Sam, mzee wetu. Sawa. So Angela, go.
Okay, Bernard, I like the way you talked about self-interest, because that's what it's all about when it comes to the deputy president. It's all about self-interest. And that has been his agenda since even the first time he ever entered into politics. He has a history of it's just all about me. Even when he was in Youth for Kenya, it's all about me, me, me. And it's by whatever means necessary, I will get what I want. It does not matter if people die. It does not matter if I steal. It does not matter. It does not matter. So, and that is the only reason why he refused the handshake, because the handshake was about unifying Kenyans. It was about Kenyans, Kikuyus especially, of which I am one of them, realizing that there are other people in this country who are also children of God. In God's eyes, is there Kikuyu or Luo or Kalenjin? We are all equal.
So just hold on, Angela, please. If you're not speaking, keep your mic mute so that we don't have that feedback. Carry on, Angela.
Yes, in God's eyes, we are all equal. So when people come here and start talking about, ati kumi yako, kumi yangu, okay, how about the fact that Jaramogi Odinga was promised? How about Raila Odinga was promised? How about your kumi? Have you given them their kumi? If you want us to go there, we'll go there. Kumi yangu, kumi yako. How about the ones who were promised 50 years ago? Are they not human beings? Are they not Kenyans? We need this tribalistic thinking of people like Collins and Lawrence is the reason why Kenya is where it is. We need to stop it. And we need to realize there are other people who also have interest in Kenya. There are other people who, in God's eyes, are equal to you, Kikuyu, you, Kalenjin, and they have rights in Kenya. They have rights in this world. We need to, the mentality of thinking that because someone wants the presidency so bad that everything else stops. Let's disband Kenya if Ruto is not president. I mean, really, guys, come on. Let's love our country. Everybody in this panel, including Collins, knows that Ruto is corrupt. Who doesn't know it? Yes, there are other politicians who are corrupt.
Mr. Chair, let us not
Ruto
get
is
there, Mr. Chair.
Ruto, as I keep on saying and will continue saying,
Okay, Angela, ngoja kwanza. Angela,
is the
ngoja.
I have a
Thank
question.
you.
Of
I have a question for Angela. I have a
Ngoja
question for
kwanza,
Angela.
tafadhali. If everybody talks, we only make noise. We are not communicating. So let's hold on. Huh? Angela, hold on. There are people you have rubbed the wrong way. They want to say something.
Say something.
Just a question. Just a question.
Take a question from Collins and Lawrence. Question, please. One question. Then Angela respond. Let's move, circulate, so that we don't stay one place for too long. Collins, go first. Okay. Then Lawrence.
Yes, I only have two questions. Very simple. Did Uhuru promise Jaramogi the presidency? Did Uhuru promise Raila the presidency? No. So the people are questioning. The people who are asking Uhuru for the return of the hand are the ones who are promised, not Uhuru did not promise the other people. Secondly, who is not corrupt?
Okay, Mr. Chair, before
yes, Lawrence.
Let me ask also let me ask Angela. Mr. Chair, it is in public domain.
Kila mtu mute mic yako kwanza mpaka wa time yako ya kuongea ndio one mute. Hiyo feedback inaleta kizaazaa, so kwa wale watu wanasikilia kwa masikio inawaumiza. Collins and nani Lawrence. Ask you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, there is no Ruto supporter. Okay, I want to ask the lady talking. Tell me one Ruto supporter who said that Kenya shall be disbanded if Ruto doesn't become president. Number two, the Kalenjin community or the Kikuyu community have not demanded that Kikuyu must elect William Samoei Ruto as the president. So the topic you're bringing is baseless. It is retrogressive and unnecessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lawrence, the only thing that is retrogressive and unnecessary is your tribalism. You came here and you told us that all Kikuyus, we are against Uhuru. Why are you purporting to speak for all Kikuyus? Are you the the spokesman for Kikuyus. You have made yourself the spokesman of Kikuyus, so you have no say because I have not assigned you to speak for me. In regards to Collins, he said that he was saying that who is not corrupt. Unfortunately, Ruto is the chief.
Please, whoever is
hold on, Lawrence, community ancestor, and the rest. Please mute your mics until it's your turn.
Mute your mic, tafadhalini.
Your feedback inasumbua tafadhali.
Or is the
Angela,
feedback
carry on.
coming from me? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so Collins was saying who is not corrupt. Of course, we have many politicians who are corrupt, but the one who is known, if you, Ruto and corruption are synonymous. If you went to the dictionary and looked for Ruto in the dictionary, you'll find the word corrupt next to his name. So let's not lie to ourselves. If you're supporting someone who you know is corrupt, at least admit.
Alleged, not confirmed, okay? Please, let's not give
confirmed.
Confirmed by.
We all know, come on, Bernard.
I have a question to Angela. Angela, the president himself admitted that 2 billion shillings are lost every day. Everybody here knows that since 2017, Ruto has been sidelined. Even the Raila Odinga team is saying so. So it means Ruto has not been active in government since 2017, but we are still losing 2 billion. Come on, what is not adding up?
Bartai,
to add that,
what you
to
just
add
said,
on that, to add on that, to add on that, KEMSA scandal, Ruto was not indicated anywhere. Who stole the money? Stop making fun allegations here about Ruto. Face the truth.
My second question is this. I'm from a challenging community. I voted for Uhuru in 2013. I voted for Uhuru in 2017. Not because he was a Kikuyu, but because we saw what he had for Kenya. I'm supporting Uhuru to finish the journey in 2022. So I don't get this whole story of kumi yangu. Hatujauliza de, know anybody. I don't know any Kikuyu. I fought in 2022. If they vote for Ruto, it's well and good. If it doesn't vote for Ruto, it's well and good. So don't bring a lot of things and saying, oh, the Kalenjin community, the agreement we had in Nakuru was we want a peaceful country, and that is what we still stand for. So all these politics of that miaka tano yangu, miaka kumi yako. Okay, if they'll vote for Ruto, it's well and good. If they vote for Ruto, we voted for Uhuru, not the Kikuyu community. And if Kenyans vote for Ruto in 2022, it will be Ruto, not Kalenjin. How many Kikuyus are suffering? And how many Kalenjin will suffer after 2022? Stop thinking like.
Finish that sentence. Stop thinking like.
Mr. Chair, a point of order.
Angela, conclude, please. Let's
point
conclude. Angela, so that we hear from Sam. Tusitafutane tafadhali. Let's tupigie debe mrengo wetu, lakini to avoid matusi na tufanye debate ambayo inasaidia nchi. Sawa sawa?
Yes.
Point of order.
Let Angela conclude, then we hear from Sam.
Actually,
sorry, Madam. Sorry for interrupting you people.
Okay.
I've been listening to the whole conversation for almost 30 minutes, but thank you so much. Let me go back a little bit from 2017, step by step. I may not talk the truth, but somehow I have information about whatever was happening.
No, Sam, hold on. Now. Are you making a submission or you are making a response to Angela?
No, I just want to respond to the lady because I cannot see because of this.
I had said,
yeah,
Angela to conclude her submission so that you are next, then you can respond.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay. So Angela, conclude, then let Sam pick up from there. And please don't leave your mic on if you're not speaking until it's your turn to speak. Don't leave your mic on if you're not speaking. And then wale watu wako nje nyuma ya curtain, kuna vile if it's for your profit is okay, but if the screen is all dark, wale watu wanatufuata online wanaumia. Kwa hivyo kama you don't mind, let's see your face. You can also respond to your face without your voice, so it's good for us to have your face. But if ni lazima ukae nje ya curtain, sawa. Angela, go ahead.
All right. I hadn't even made my submission. I was just like I was answering the questions that had been asked of me, and I was also refuting what Collins had said. My submissions, what I really wanted to bring today to the table is, and some of what I have heard today is number one. We were talking about the Kiambaa by-elections, and we were, and somebody had asked why. Somebody had asked why the Kikuyus are against Uhuru, and I just wanted to bring about that. At least we know that 50% of the Kikuyus are not against Uhuru. 50% maybe. I do not know the reason why, because Uhuru, all he has done for our country, he has done a lot for our country, including bringing a lot of development all over the country. He has also unified Kenyans. Who knew that that Uhuru would shake the hand of Raila at a time when Kenya was in serious I mean, like, you know what was going on during that time after the 2017 elections. We were in a serious problem. However, the handshake brought unity. It brought friendship between two tribes that for so many decades we never thought that we could ever come together. So I think Uhuru has a good heart, and he has the interests of Kenyans, all of them at heart. The time we start looking at ourselves as tribes and what he has done for my community and that other community, we're just going to get lost, because it's not about your community, it's about Kenyans and Kenyans coming together and Kenya developing as a whole. Even the people of Mandera, even the people of Wajir, they are people, and they also deserve even to be president, you know. For me, what the Kiambaa by-elections showed us is more than just the fact that I mean, number one, Kikuyus are divided, which is a good thing, I think, because at least it shows that, I mean, okay, I know for sure that in order for Ruto to win the 2022 elections, he needs 70 to 100% of the Kikuyu vote to win. But now, after what we have seen in Kiambaa, it looks like he just might get 50. At the beginning of 2017, when he started campaigning, he was at around 90, based on what I mean, you know, based on perception. He was at about 90. Now he's down to 50 after 5 years of rigorous campaigning and not doing the work that he was hired by Kenyans to do. So he's at 50 now after starting at 90. So he can only go down by the time the elections come in 2022. So for me, that's a positive, and I'm sure for very many other Kenyans. Also, Ruto and his team. Also, what I noticed yesterday, based on some allegations of ballot stuffing, there were so many underhanded tactics that were employed by the UDA team. It looks like they would stop at nothing to get what they want. Based on the underhanded tactics that I saw yesterday, I even thought they would get at least 60% of the vote. So the fact that they only got 50% of it is in of itself a miracle and a prayer by many Kenyans. And I'm not saying that the other side doesn't pray. We are all prayerful Christians. However, Ruto and his team will not pull any stops to win an election. So at least now we know that come 2022, we need to be very watchful, be prepared for all manner of weird, funny things going on under the table. so that we can prepare and make sure that Raila Amolo Odinga, also known as Baba, becomes the president of Kenya, because he deserves it. And he's a man who has not been mentioned in many corruption scandals. He's a man who loves this country, Mzalendo. He's even gone to jail for this country. So I believe that for now, the only candidate I believe is good for Kenya, good for unity, good for has a vision for the country is Raila. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Now we go to Sam.
No, can I respond first before? Just a small response, please. Point of order.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Tusiweke mzee
Yes.
sana tafadhali. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to respond to Angela. I don't know what statistics she's basing her conclusion that Central or whatever Kiambaa 50-50 reflects the entire support of Uhuru. No. By elections usually go like that. It cannot be 100%. What is important in a by-election is who has won. So if you want to use the same analogy, we can also ask you, what about Msambweni? Raila lost Msambweni. Can we say now that Raila has lost 50% of cost and yet he had 90%? So if Ruto has lost...
Collins, I think
yes,
there are no statistics is out of the results. The number of votes that Huda got compared to the number of votes that Jubilee got. It was a split. The difference the margin was not much.
That's why I'm saying that one cannot be used. That's why I'm saying that cannot be.
Okay, hold on. Nataka to exhaust your point ili tusonge mbele. Kile Angela anamaanisha ni kwamba kura ambazo UDA ilipata na zile Jubilee ilipata ilikuwa 50-50 in almost in all the two by-elections. So that means that of the 30% turnout in the by-election, there was a 50% share in between Jubilee and UDA. Now, if that is replicated in the rest of the mountain, that is a topic for another day. But from the look of things, that is where things stand.
The same can be said about Msambweni.
We are not talking about. We are not talking. Bernard, let me respond. We are not talking about Msambweni.
If he has lost Kenya and he has Msambweni, then that is goal.
Collins, the two I don't even want to say tribes, but the two communities that Ruto is depending on, and that's why he has been focusing all his efforts on those two communities, is Rift Valley and Central, the Gema community. That's where his focus is. If he does not get at least 70 to 80% of the vote, the Gema vote, he's not going to make it, my brother. I'm sorry, he's not. We can lie to ourselves. We can. But I don't blame you all, the Tanga team. I don't blame you for every little victories. The little victories you're winning in this battle. I don't blame you. Enjoy them, because that's all the victories you're going to be enjoying. Thank you very much.
Angela.
Point of information to Angela.
Collins, ngoja tafadhali. Kukiwa na hii exchange haita nini?
Mr. Chair,
hold on, Lawrence and Collins, no, you have spoken enough. Jay,
point
what
of information
do you want to give to patie mzee?
The point of information is, Angela, I give you this point. If you look at what happened in 2017, Uhuru combined with Ruto, they got at least 90% of Gema votes. So Angela has a point that anything that will go beyond 80 to 70% is a big loss to Ruto, in the sense that if Gema, the turnout in 2017 could have gone even to 85, Raila could have taken it right on the spot. So
Chair,
that's my point of information, Chair.
Chair,
Okay,
point of
okay,
information,
thank
please.
you. Let that point
Can I
rest
talk?
there. Please.
Chair.
Hoja kwanza tafadhali. You need to make progress. Sam, take on. No. Hold on. Let everybody get a chance to say something. Sam, please go ahead.
Bernard, thank you, but perhaps Wekesa and Colin, they have something to talk. But anyway, I can some few seconds, 10 seconds for Wekesa and 10 seconds for Collins, please.
Yes. You know, the guys are saying that if Ruto loses 20 or 30% of Mount Kenya is done, and they're telling us Raila is the best person who's coming in as the next president, they're also forgetting that Raila has also lost almost 3/4 of NASA. Mudavadi is gone, Kalonzo is gone, Wetangula is gone. He has lost 50% of cost going by the by-election that we had. And you know, Joho and Kingi are giving him a hell of a time right now. They're giving, they're saying they're starting their own party. So
Okay,
you cannot
thank you.
say, thank you.
Wekesa. King Wekesa.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
For me, I wanted to say that the idea before the by-election was that Jubilee is dead. The election has proved otherwise. So now they are running away from the idea that Jubilee is dead. They are now telling us that even Raila's zones are not adding up to 90. We're only telling them that this bedrock you say it central is for Ruto. You will battle it with Uhuru. And Uhuru, you guys are thinking that Uhuru is going somewhere. Uhuru is going nowhere. And Jubilee will get seats. UDA will get seats. So they will divide.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
So,
Mr. Chair.
Lawrence iko nini? Hii ilikuwa donated time ya Sam. So Sam haku
Mr. Chair, 10 seconds.
Ngoja
10
hapa.
seconds.
Hii programs tuko na wewe mpaka mwisho. Wewe subiri hapo utasema kwako. Hakuna shida.
Okay, Chair.
Acha mzee aongee.
Okay, Chair. Okay. Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair.
Bernard, maybe the young man has something to tell us. You can. I give you 10 seconds, please. I'm donating my time, but 10 seconds.
Lawrence, go on.
Thank you, Mister. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, Wekesa and the lady are so bitter for the fact that the Mount Kenya, 80% of the Mount Kenya votes belongs to one William Samoei Ruto. They are running from that fact. Jubilee is dead. That is clear. That is for a fact. 80% of the Mount Kenya.
Lawrence,
Okay.
what are you using to say Jubilee is dead? Jubilee 50%. Jana mpaka kunyongwa hapa. Dakika ya mwisho hakuna mshindi. Wewe unasema how can you be dead and you are still holding this man to the last minute?
Okay, thank you, Lawrence.
Mr. Chair, for your information, I was an agent at Karori Primary School. Mr. Chair.
Give us information.
And,
what happened?
Jubilee has lost it on the ground. Jubilee yesterday thrived on voters' bribery.
Lawrence,
and even after voters. Yes,
Lawrence, you are an agent, you are a voter, or you are what?
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Goja,
okay, let me give to Mr.
Let's do this. Lawrence, Goja, I will come for you on that point. Just hold your horses.
Okay.
Let Sam make submission, then we come to you.
Gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, you still have time. You are going to debate it until you come to the conclusion. You either disagree to agree or agree to disagree. So you have time. Let me go a little bit backward. 2017, after election. Well, we all as Kenyans, we know very well that after the second election of 2017, some of the party didn't want to participate because of some irregularities of the IBC.
Just a moment, Sam. Angela, please mute your mic, and everybody mute your mic so that we can hear Sam clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So after that, we knew after all those Sagas, one party didn't go to election due to irregularities of the IBC. That was fine. The former prime minister, he saw himself inside. Although it wasn't, it was a little bit not okay, but according to wisdom of the President Uhuru, he just left him that as it was. They called each other, they came together, they talked about all those things. Don't think they didn't talk. They talked all those things. Whatever happened, they came to conclusion and say, no, what can we do? What can we talk so that this country will never have that kind of irregularities and having this kind of you and you and you and you and you. So they came to that conclusion. That's why they find this handshake, the 7 or 9 points, and then all those things. Anyway, that's not my point. Let us come, whatever you have been talking for the last 1 hour or so, because I came late, because I've been there. But anyway, the thing of yesterday, this election, mini poll or a mini election from yesterday, it was between UDA and Jubilee. Sure, yeah. But there's two things here people have to differentiate. One thing, the sitting president doesn't want either the sitting president and his deputy. I may not know, but the body language tells me that they had agreed on one thing. I don't want to endorse you just because for you to become the president. That's a sure. It means DP Ruto has to show his own muscles to the Kenyans if he has that ability to lead the country. And that's why he was put it aside. Don't think we don't have to say he's outside the government. No, he's in the government. He's the deputy president of Kenya, whether we like it or not, because he was not appointed, he was elected with the president. That's one thing. So he had to show his skills to the Kenyans. He had to prove himself before next year election, because the president, the current president, will never participate as part of the election. That's one thing. Second thing, how can somebody hand over deputy president, the power without the deputy president proving himself to the 45 or the 52 million people? It is impossible. He has to show the skills. He has to show himself. Is he eligible to do it? Or is he somebody who doesn't know how to make himself to the audience or to the electors and whatever? Third, it is not important for the president to endorse his deputy. It won't add anything. Let us be sure. Let us put out this thing clearly. It will never add even one single vote. The only vote the president would give is his own vote. Maybe the whole family will never give him. So he has to prove it himself. Angela, thank you so much the way you have been narrating all issues. But there's one thing here. Yes, sure. I cannot say Ruto is not the way the people allege that he's a thief. They say he's a thief. He has been stealing billions. How do you call it? Like Morer, or what do you call the other one? Sure, we may talk that way. But do we have evidence? Have we given that evidence to the government, to the authority, to be prosecuted? We haven't. So this narrative of saying it's a thief, just put it that way, just lay that one aside, put it that one aside, let the relevant authority deal with it. Because the moment we talk about it, what is supposing when they call you to testify, to show that evidence you say he's a thief? Will you give it up? Will you give that thing? You wouldn't. So there are some issues that we should put it aside and then think ourselves in the other direction. Yesterday, it wasn't between Deputy or Jubilee and UDA, or they call it UDA. Sure, it was a test for the future. If Ruto wanted to test himself, if he can penetrate some areas. He wanted to do that. It wasn't that he must have not
Sam, hold on. Jay, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, I have some respect for you. I think you're almost twice my age. Anyway, but this is my point. I just want to be informed by your statement that in one way or the other, the president is indirectly endorsing Ruto. Like the way you put it is like, weigh yourself. Let me see what you can do if you want to be in the top position of this country. I'm giving you this chance to measure yourself. That's what I understand by the statement you put.
Yeah, sure,
into
Jay.
the air. All right. The other one is about you're talking about the current politics that happen.
One question at a time.
Okay.
So that
Thank
we
you,
don't
Jay.
interfere with Sam's time, we also need to hear from these other people.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jay. Let me respond very quickly before I continue. Yes, it is not necessary for Uhuru, the president, to endorse Ruto, because he doesn't know whether he's going to be the president. You see, the presidency is not something that you can hand over to somebody just that way. No, somebody has to prove it, he or herself, to the nation, because almost 60% of the electors now are the young generation under 45 years old, from 18 to 45 years. These are people who have gone to various colleges. Some are even intelligent more than even Ruto. So he has to prove it himself. So the president is not just for handing somebody. That's a very, very dangerous thing. You cannot just hand over the president to somebody who doesn't know. It's not easy. It's not easy. This young generation.
Just before you go, this handing over, where is it taking place? Because in Kenya, the only way to ascend to presidents is through an election.
That's what.
This election is abracadabra in the sense that anybody can get it as long as he can get the majority vote. So do we even have a way of stopping, let's say, Sonko from being president if he can get the 10 million?
Bernard, can I say something?
Goja
Can I
kwanza,
say?
let some respond before
I
Angela.
actually want to talk about what you've just talked about in terms of why he's saying that the presidency is not something you hand over. Can I say something about that?
Okay,
I think the reason why Sam is saying that is because the Tanga team seems to think that if Uhuru hands it over, they stand a higher chance of winning. But I think Sam is trying to let them know that it's not up to Uhuru to hand it over to, because that's one of the reasons why they are so bitter, is because the kumi yako, kumi yangu. But this is not something to hand over. It's up to the Kenyans to choose who they want, their leader. And Uhuru can only endorse, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna win, you know. But that's one of the bone of contention that that makes the Tanga people, including the 50% Kikuyu, be so bitter about Uhuru. But he cannot hand over, my friends. He cannot hand over the presidency, my friends.
Mr. Chair, can I say something? Just 1 minute.
Hey,
Mr. Chair.
You're interrupting Sam.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
Lawrence, what is it? Yes.
Okay, and I think what the lady is a mastermind of double words. If you listen to her clearly, she was the one who was telling us some minutes ago that the president is to decide who will be president. The same lady is saying that the president
say that, Lawrence. Where? I did not say that. Come
she
on.
said that the president.
Okay,
the
hold
president,
on.
the
The
president,
two of you. Oh, Lawrence,
the president
Goja,
will
Lawrence.
influence. Influence.
Lawrence.
I
hold
did
on.
not say the
Yes.
president hands over
Goja,
presidency.
Angela.
At no point have I ever
Hey.
said that. I have never believed that. Lawrence, do not put words in my mouth, just like you're saying
She's
all
a mastermind
all
of double
Kikuyus
words.
are this, that, and the other. Way.
Lawrence,
Usiweke
Goja.
vitu
Bernard,
kwa
can
mdomo.
Angela,
Bernard,
Goja, order everybody.
Okay.
Order
Let me
everybody.
Lawrence.
Order.
Let me finish, Mr. Chair.
Goja, Lawrence, no.
Lawrence, thank you
Lawrence,
so much.
hold your horses. You're
Thank you
going to
so
speak
much.
on the second round. Sawa. But
Thank
then,
you so much, Lawrence.
let's not go personal on this matter because it won't be finished.
Yeah,
We'll sort out everything, but don't go personal on this one. Sam, please take over.
Okay, thank you. I've even lost my whatever I wanted to narrate it, but let me pick it up. The other thing is, which I think, the current voters, most of them are graduates, high school graduates, colleges graduates, universities, so many. It's more than 60.
You mute your mic. Oh, we even dropped Sam. Sorry. Sam, when you come back, you will continue. Thank you very much. And now from there, we were Engineer Meenda.
Mimi sijaongea.
Okay. Let's hear from Kid first. How do I pronounce your name? Kid or Kid?
Kid, tu hivyo.
Kid. Okay, carry on.
So, watu wananisikia?
Tunakusikia vizuri sana, endelea.
So, first of all, I have to declare that I'm not wood, I'm not ODM, I'm not anything. Such that I'm trying to be just objective. Because watu wanaleta feelings. Siasa haitaki feelings. Hata Mandaga alisema unaweka kwa kifua unapumua. Don't take it personal. Some of these politicians hata hawatujui. So it's nothing personal. You observe, then you give your opinion. People can agree with you. Some may differ. It's just the way it is. Okay? So, the first thing I wanted just to talk about, the first thing which is worrying me most, as a Kenyan, as a voter, it's the IBC. Given that the way they were counting those votes, around 50,000 votes, and they were taking so many hours, be it UDA, be it ODM, be it OKOA, they must be worried. Doing that in a national election can really put everybody in a very awkward situation.
You can imagine if they can take 50,000, they can count 50,000 votes for almost a whole night. So you can imagine people who are going to vote, they will be over 20 million maybe. They're going to take maybe 2 weeks. And that one will be a concern. Like surely, like I think hata tuko na 4G siku hizi Kenya. People just counting and sending votes. Most of the polling stations were less than 300 votes. So I'm really worried about IEBC. And what's even more worrying, wanasiasa hawataki kuishughulikia. They are not concerned. Na unajua referee akiwa biased na akiwa inefficient, then kila mtu ako na shida. So for me, ndio the major concern. I don't care if you are UDA or ODM. They must unite and ensure
Kid, before you
IEBC
go on,
is fixed.
what are you wanasiasa hawataki kuishughulikia? What are you proposing? Wanasiasa wafanye nini wasaidie IEBC?
First of all, everybody was to be concerned given the way they did those things. There is a time Chebukati alisema hawana pesa mzuri. They need to be given, even if it's employing maybe 10 people per polling station, to help them count the 300 votes, such that inafaa ikuwe by midnight kid tumejua hizo results na country ime move on. Unajua wakichelewesha hivyo, it like in a slow hata economy, like we will be in the electioneering period for a longer time. Economy, unajua siasa yetu inafanya economy inasimama. Already tuko na COVID, hatutakuwa tuko na madeni. So you can imagine they take hivyo watu waanze kuleta, unajua pia ukiwa slow, it creates that room for watu kumisbehave. Watu wanaweza taka kuchange, but ukiwa efficient, like polling station ikimaliza hivi inatuma, body iko hapo, website iko hapo, ina update automatically. Si eti lazima tena ziletwe kukua confirm, just like the Supreme Court rule. Polling station ndio final. They need to look for a technology, waongee kama ni Safaricom wapea, kama ni 4G ndio wanataka. Yule anaitwa presiding officer akisoma tu hivi na wanampea hapo, kama ni laptop ana enter na inaenda kwa national tally. So watu unajua wataona like this thing is transparent. Whoever loses will feel hajachezwa na whoever wins atashinda. Hiyo ndio the main concern for me. Na sijasikia watu wakiongelea, ni feelings tu wanaeka. Kitu ya
Okay. Asante sana.
Hata niseme vitu zangu then labda mtu atanini. Then another one, watu unajua wanajaribu ku underestimate the current voter. Ukijua Kenya is one of the youngest country yenye kuna youngest population. Ujue mtu alizaliwa 2003, 2002, probably watakuwa wana vote. Hao ni watoto hawajui eti yeye ni Mkikuyu ama yeye ni nani. Ako na marafiki kutoka Lakeside, wengine Pwani, wengine huko Turkana. Hata unakumbuka kitu ilifanyika US, kuna watoto wali trick the president, akaenda meeting kumbe hakuna watu. Unajua watu people think hao watoto hawako informed. So that's also a factor in this election. Hata kama watu hawaiongelei. Though shida ni hawapendi kupiga kura. If somebody convinces them waenda kupiga kura, they can give somebody a win. You are ndio majority. So like they can give somebody a win. Another one, hii issue yenye wanasema UDA ilipata 50, Jubilee ikapata 50, UDA is losing 50, Jubilee is gaining 50. Hiyo sitaki kuongelea juu sitaki mtu aseme UDA Jubilee, but I just want to ask a question. ODM si jaribu yake mtu central, a candidate in ODM central compete na Jubilee. Ama Jubilee jaribu yende Nyanza, ama yende somewhere mali si nyumbani. Unajua ukicheza nyumbani kuna ile home advantage. Ukitaka kujua your strength, like kama hapa Kenya, kama wewe ni mtu unacheza division 1 football, huwezi cheza na mtu anacheza chini yako, then ukimshinda unaanza, you have to aim higher such that ukicheza na mtu wako Super League ama Premier League na akupige mbili, unaweza sema okay, amenipiga but I know where to work on, unaona. Then another thing hii ya endorsements. Unajua kuna watu wengi hapa unajua hii ruling ya
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
No. Wekesa go.
Yeah, in one hand he's talking about this generation does not recognize tribalism. On the other hand, he's telling us the parties and their strongholds. I don't know whether they are hanging somewhere in the regions or they have a tribal base that those parties have. Can you comment on that?
Okay, Wekesa, nimesema hao watoto wanaitwa Generation Z. They don't care about voting, unaona? But ni majority. If somebody convinces them waenda kupiga kura, they can tilt the election, unaona? Most of them are participate kwa hizi primaries. Wengine hata hawana ID na ni watu wako already 18, 19 years, unaona? If somebody can convince them, wanaweza msaidia.
Okay, swali kwako Kid, before you continue.
Yeah.
What is the home ground of UDA is where?
Home ground of UDA, unajua Ruto ametoka Rift Valley, unaweza sema ni Rift Valley. The so called stronghold, unaona?
Unajua home ground. Is it a Rift Valley party?
No, like unajua like
can it be identified with Rift Valley or it can only be identified by Ruto?
No, unajua ukitaka kujua home ground you look at the captains na mahali ametoka. Hata kama akona support kwingine akona.
Home ground ya Kogalo iko wapi? Kogelo the football team.
We used to play at Kasarani most of the time because mimi mtu wa Kogalo, so
you see, so you have a home ground ilikuanga Kasarani, sio?
Lakini
so nataka uniambie home ground ya UDA iko wapi?
Unaona like sahi the main head kwa UDA ni nani? Ruto. Ukimtoa hakuna UDA. Unajua bado hatuna parties. Which
so
is the
where
the
Ruto
fact.
is where UDA is. That means now that Ruto is in Central, then home ground ya UDA ni Central.
No, you first unajua hata nikwambia ukiangalia the way Kenyan politics from behind before work our Generation Z, kama ni Uhuru ni Central, unaona? Kama ni Raila ni Nyanza. Kama ni Mdavadi hata ni county I guess. Ni huko kwa huko Western. Kama ni Uhuru, unaona? So najaribu kusema hivi like hao watu wanafaa wapimane, like tusiweka hizi boundaries eti because sasa election iko Rift Valley ama iko Nandi, ODM hataki kuweka candidate. We need to na nationalistic parties, isolate, tukue at least na 3 parties zenye mtu anaweza associate nazo, unaona? The more tunafanya hivyo, then we will move to issue based politics. Tuachane na hizi eti heads. Eti party inaonekana huku, unaona?
So do you think we have a national party? Do you think we have a national party?
No, we don't have national parties.
These parties are identified with the individual. If Jubilee was a national party, we could not be saying it's dead just because Uhuru is retiring.
Ndio maana nasema hatuna national parties. Ukienda ODM utoe Raila, sahi ukiambia Raila usikie kesho Raila amesema ameingia Jubilee, will we be having ODM? No. Ukienda Amani,
where will ODM go? Where will ODM go?
Itakuwa Jubilee na Baba.
Chair, can you give me also a chance I speak please?
No, sijamaliza dakika yangu, umeniuliza. Wameniingilia maswali mingi, sinimalize kidogo tu ndio aulize.
Okay. Unamalizia ama unapokea swali?
Anaweza uliza
Jones,
nikiangalia
mute your mic.
hapa.
You are coming after Collins. Jones, mute your mic please. Inaleta feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Hata niongee ndio aulize.
Go on,
Sawa.
kid.
So another problem I have, hakuna mtu hizi mambo na madeni. Unajua siasa ni siasa. Hakuna mtu atasema tu niko na deni. Unajua kama ni Ruto alisupport Uhuru 2013 na 2014 alikuwa deputy president. He also got the opportunity to enjoy hiyo nini, unaona? So hatuwezi anza kusema tu Uhuru anafaa support Ruto because alimsupport, because they were wote walikuwa kwa government. So hii mambo na eti huyu alisema ata support huyu, it's not here neither there. And I think na mtu asiseme eti mimi ni UD ama nini, ndio maybe maana Ruto alianza kucampaign from 2013 akijua Kenyan politics as it is, huwezi trust mtu. Like siasa ni siasa. Unaweza vile sahi unaona Uhuru wanakemeana na Ruto, unaweza amka kesho na unapata pia wameweka tena handshake ya pili, na unashangaa unabaki hapo unachukia mwenzako, na kumbe wao wanakunywa chai. Ya mwisho kabisa, I think as Kenyan voters pia tuko na shida. Unajua kitu watu hawaja realize ni hii constitution ya 2010 ni game changer sana. Like ukiconsider constitutions mingi huko Africa, I think yetu inaweza kuwa number 1 ama 2, such that kama ni watu wa Western, ama vile niliona Kalonzo anasema eti waletewe maendeleo na Uhuru, and they have MPs wenye wanafanya budgeting, badala waangalie projects zenzi kwa Ukambani wa allocate budget, wanangoja. Unajua huku Kenya president tena ndio head of parliament, like president anawaambia allocate hivi, na wao ndio wanafaa kuwa allocate. Unaona, wao ndio wanafaa waambie president eka hii pesa hapa, eka hii pesa hapa, eka hii. Si wao tena wanaekea president, anawaambia eka hivi, tena wanaenda kuambia president tufanyie hii project, tufanyie hii project. Imagine tungekuwa na separate parliament yenye iko very empowered, yenye iko not under the wing of the executive, yenye iko independent, tukue na judiciary yenye iko independent, na hizi counties zikuwe empowered. Si eti watu wanaenda hawajatumiwa pesa. Unajua especially huyu CS wa treasury misbehave sana, anaweka ni kama hiyo pesa yenye tunataxiwa, kama sahi gas imeenda juu, ni kama yake. Wakisha allocatea counties pesa tena hataki kuwapea. Unajua ingekuwa like vitu ina work, hiyo pesa kama imeallocatiwa every month inaenda in time, watu wangekuwa wanapigania national politics. Juu governor, kama ni maji governor ata provide, kama ni barabara zile za mashinani governor ataeka. Si kila mtu angekuwa tu anaona hii mambo na presidential ingekuwa tu ceremony. Juu president anajua hata akiingia hapo, MPs wakikuwa elected, kila mtu atakuwa anapigania watu wake, haizi wapea pesa ama haizi waambie tieka hivi. Juu anajua MPs wanajijua, wanajielewa. Mtu akikuja hapo anajua mahali inatoka kuna cattle rustling, lazima niongee na Minister of Internal Security aeke security huko. Si ati tena MPs ndio wanaenda huko tena wanaenda kuongea na sijui ni county commission, tena aenda kuwasaidia na wao ndio legislators. Unaona, hiyo ndio, I think hiyo ndio pia shida iko huku Kenya. Na as long as iko hivyo, we can change the constitution 20 times, 100 times, so long as executive inalalia parliament. Those are, unajua judiciary imejaribu kujiweka independent, but in Kenya you don't know. In Kenya sometimes watu wakionyesha pesa wana change.
Kid,
So,
thank you.
hiyo ndio shida tu tuko nayo.
Unaibua mambo mengi, hatutaweza kuyashughulikia yote. Naomba ukomee hapo.
Pole
Tusonge
kwa
mbele.
kuongea sana.
Yes,
Haya.
you are raising very strong points, and they are valid. I support you 100%. But let's
Can I come in?
try to restrain ourselves into today's topic. Jay, no, we need to make progress. Jones hajaongea. Collins, after Collins, we hear from Jones. Then now we can take our round. Collins, go ahead.
Yes. The topic of the day was why the Mount Kenya is bitter with Uhuru, and I still want to go back to yesterday's by-election. I still want to oppose people who are saying that 50% of Mount Kenya are with Ruto and 50% are not with him. That is a big, big lie. You want to use yesterday's by-election to come to that conclusion, but on the same note, you don't want to use another by-election somewhere else to arrive at the same.
Collins, I think we lost you. You have internet issues, Sumehang. Pole sana. Until you are back, let's hear from Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bernard, for inviting me to make a few comments. I was not really aware of the agenda for the day, but I just heard that the agenda of the day is that Mount Kenya is bitter with Ruto or something of the sort. But really, what I wanted to say and where I think the focus should really be on questions like how does electing Ruto reduce the poverty gap in Kenya? How does electing Raila Odinga help us to remove corruption in our country? How does electing Moses Kuria help us with dealing with the question of tribalism? Because as we even speak today, when you look at what's going on in South Africa now they're fighting one another. It's bloodshed on the streets. And what are these people fighting about? They are fighting about the corruption of Zuma, right? They are fighting about the poverty gap in their country. The rich just keep getting richer. The poor people are just getting poorer. So I really have to ask, when you go and vote, even these people in Kiambaa who are voting, whether they were voting for Jubilee and the ones who are voting for UDA, I mean, are these voters really searching their soul? You have to search your soul and then you go and you vote. I mean, are they voting on issues, or are they out there being given a few shillings to vote one side or the other? How does it help anybody? How does it help somebody in Kiambaa to vote for a UDA candidate? I don't see how they're benefiting. How does it help anybody in the Muguga when they elect this guy from Jubilee? We never heard a single issue. None of those candidates ever came out clearly to tell us what platform are they running on and what are they doing for the people of Kiambaa and for the people of Muguga. And it's really going to be very terrible if we get to 2022 and we're just here running around talking about my candidate, Ruto this, Ruto that, this one is corrupt, Raila has done this. And we don't know. Up till today, I've not had anybody tell us what bottom up, this thing being called bottom up, bottom up economics with the wheelbarrow. What exactly is bottom up economics with the wheelbarrow? What exactly is Raila? Actually, what is Raila running on? He's running, but we don't know exactly what the platform that really Raila is giving us. I guess I think Raila seems to be like he's running on a national, some sort of a national unity type of thing, which is why maybe he goes for these coalitions like Pentagon. And Ruto has been talking about bottom up, but at the same time, he's ignoring critical things. He's ignoring corruption. He's ignoring tribalism. I would think also Raila is also ignoring critical items that really need to be discussed. So even as we talk about Kiambaa and who won, and Jubilee is going to win, and and Ruto needs 90% of the Mount Kenya vote, I hope the Mount Kenya voters are going to vote with some sort of intelligence, even as they vote. It's not just a question of voting. We're not heading anywhere. Voting one way or the other, we're not going to go anywhere. If after 10 years, we're still going to come here, we're going to have this conversation with Mutembei, we're going to be poorer than we are today, we're going to have more corruption in our country than we have now, and we're going to have more tribalism, then I don't even know what we're discussing here about voting without knowing why we are voting. Mr. Bernard, I'd like to, I mean, if there's any questions or comments, I welcome them. But I hope our discussion is going to evolve at some point to where we're discussing things that actually make sense. Because there are a lot of people who don't even know who these candidates, there are people who don't necessarily wake up in the morning to watch Raila or to watch Ruto. But those people are going to wake up in August and they're going to go and vote. And which way are they going to vote? People are voting on tribe. Other people are voting on hustler. I'm not sure what hustler means. I'm not sure what hustler means. I'm not sure what, I've never heard of a political ideology called hustler. And I've never heard of any economic model called bottom up. I've just never heard of it. So really, and the truth is, and the truth is, in the end, when we see the manifestos of these two people, I'm willing to bet they're going to be almost the same. Nobody has anything which is earth-shattering. There's nobody here who's giving us anything new. So we only want a couple of things to happen. We want somebody who stands up and says, "I'm going to fight corruption." We want somebody who stands up and says, "I'm going to fight poverty in this country." We're not going to continue having a country of 100 millionaires, of 10 millionaires, and 100 million beggars. We cannot continue in such a country. We cannot continue in a country where we have tribalism. I mean, we have tribalism, we have corruption, we have poverty. What are we going to do with these things? Come August, people are going to vote. It's going to be unfortunate if they vote following their tribal lines, or they vote following this dynasty hustler thing, because that's another very explosive thing, and you can see what has happened in South Africa. Hope that does not happen to Kenya. But really, if you look at the trajectory in which we're heading into trouble.
Thank you. Those are very strong points, Jones, and we are putting that in consideration.
Question to Jones.
We'll also want to invite you for our WhatsApp group where we discuss these matters before we come here. So at the private chat there, you can leave your WhatsApp group, your WhatsApp number, then we will be added to the group where we discuss these matters. Your points are very strong, and I think we'll be heading in that direction where we dissect one person and what Kenya stands to profit from their leadership, or what Kenya loses by their leadership. And that will help a great deal. Thank you very much. Collins, we lost you.
I had a question for Jonas before he leaves.
And I'd like to add.
Hold on, Jones. Wekesa has a question for you before you respond. Wekesa, go ahead.
Jonas, you have given us valid points, but I also feel we are having a challenge with the middle class people who feel like they are detached with the politics, because the questions you are asking, I may not even be a supporter of Ruto, but I know he stands for something. I may not be completely a support. There is what Mudavadi stands for, and there is what Raila stands for. In fact, giving you an example from the recently concluded by-election, when you hear today the supporters of Kariri Njama were complaining about the voter rigging, they came out and they started saying the things they were expecting Kariri Njama to do. So they understand their people and they know what they stand for. Sometimes we just disqualify them for the sake of it, but when you go deep, Raila has given him his point agenda, and in a summary of it, he normally talks about social democracy. So, and he outlines what he wants to do. But most of us, the middle class, we stand in the middle and we don't care about what is happening in politics. and then we come and disparage everything. I think we need to take a stand, and when we come here, we say, now Ruto has told us the bottom up. You can't tell us that bottom up doesn't exist. It exists. Even when you go in the books of management, you will find them. They are there. They are models. But you would have asked us, has it ever worked somewhere? So that's the conversation we need to have.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Your question turned into an elaboration. Jones, conclude, please. Collins is holding on.
Well, the answer is really very simple. These people come and tell us we're gonna give every child in this country laptops. We're gonna come and build stadiums all through the country. We're gonna give people free education. We're gonna have free healthcare. But where are they gonna get this money? And on top of that, we're not gonna tax anybody. People are being taxed. We're not gonna have taxation. So I mean, the stuff that they come to tell us really, it's just hogwash. There's no integrity in what they're saying. If you listen to the things that they're saying and you really question in an objective way, reasonable way, and break down exactly what these people are trying to tell us, there's nothing that they're saying. There's nobody who's gonna come and give you free, you cannot come with a populist agenda and you don't have the money. You cannot talk about we're gonna do all these infrastructure projects that were promised and all these things that were promised are going to happen, and at the same time you say that we're not going to increase taxes on fuel or increase taxes on unga or do certain things or even reduce corruption. So I think at the end of the day, it's just a matter of integrity. It's a matter of voting, and we have more candidates than Raila. We have other candidates other than Raila and Ruto. I think the other candidates who are going to end up in this race, right? And we have opportunities to look at other people other than just the two people that are running. And if you look in other countries, there are actually people who just come from nowhere. They come from nowhere. When Obama ran for the presidency of the United States, he was not even in the top two. He was not in the top two. Obama had to go through the primaries of his party. He had to come and tell people exactly what he's bringing to the table. And then he rose to the ranks, and eventually he won his primary. He won the ticket of his party, and then eventually faced the Republican Party. But he was not the top candidate at the beginning of the campaign, But he came with a platform, and he came with issues and solutions. And we don't have anybody yet. We're discussing as though we have almost voted. When you listen to people speaking, it's already as though somebody has already taken their ballot box and has already ticked the person whom they are voting for, and you have not even heard the others. So how can you come to that? How do you pick a side even as of now? You have not heard from anybody. You have not heard from the others. Let's hold our horses and just make sure that when these guys come now to campaign, we have the questions that we're going to ask them and the things that we're going to be expecting from them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you, Jones. Can we
Can
now
I-
have Angela? And please, not Angela and Jones. Ngoja kwanza, kila mtu order. Naomba kama uongei mic yako wewe umemute, tusikuwe na hiyo feedback inasumbua sana. And then we'll have Collins, because he was interrupted rudely by the internet. Then from there we'll take a round and begin to see what happens. Collins.
Okay. Before I lost my internet, I was trying to put up across a point, but before I put across that point, I just want to tell Jones, people coming up with ideas like bottom up or any other, it's a good thing for us as a country, because in the past we've been using tribalism to advance our politics. So even if those issues are not good or they don't measure up to what you think it's good, at least we can conclude that we're making progress, and that is good for us as a country. So it's better that one team should come up with a bottom up, another one should come with up bottom, another one side, whatever, so that we can be talking about issues and not things like this one is not circumcised, this one I don't know what, irrelevant issues. So we're making progress as a country. At least we are tackling issues that are important to us. So my point was, I was trying to answer people who are trying to say that 50% of Mount Kenya is with Ruto, and
Jones,
another 50,
Jones, please mute your mic.
and another 50 is not with Ruto. And I was trying to say that that is a big fallacy. Why? Because there's one thing that people are forgetting. Kariri Njama was a Hustler Nation point man in Kiambaa. He has been with Ruto all along. They've been doing all those Harambes together, moving together. He only defected in the last minute because he was approached by the government and they assured him of the government support, government machinery, and he thought maybe he'll have a slight advantage over the others because of that. And that's how he defected to Jubilee, and that's how he lost the election. One thing that is coming out clear and people are not seeing.
Hold on, Collins. You are saying
Yes.
that the Jubilee candidate in Kiambaa was never in Jubilee. He defected from UDA to Jubilee. I thought he ran into the last election and lost, or rather was rigged out on
if
Jubilee
you use
ticket.
the word Jubilee, if you use the word Jubilee and UDA, you'll miss the point. My point is, I said Hustler Nation. I was very clear. He has been with Ruto all along, with this other group in Nyoro and the others. So he has been a Ruto man and an Hustler Nation point man for Kiambaa. So he just defected the last minute.
Can you comment the same on Msambweni?
Let me finish my point, then you'll ask me. So he just defected the last minute. He was approached, and that's how the Hustler Nation decided to go for Kawanjiku, because Kawanjiku was option 2. So that is how Kariri Njama lost the election, though he was the most popular candidate on the ground. I've heard so much about him. He's very philanthropic. He has done so much. He has a parallel bursary system that he gives people. So he was a very popular candidate. And considering that he was second in the last election in 2017, that this election was his to lose. And let me say, if he vied maybe as an independent or he vied on a UDA party, I think Kariri Njama would have won that election with 80 to 90%. So I can say here, it's the party that let him down. And another thing about those results, the people are saying 50-50. Don't forget that the UDA candidate or the UDA party was facing a government of the day. A government of the day with machinery. The government, we are told that part of the Jubilee agents were police officers in plain clothes. We saw chiefs and assistant chiefs and those whatever former provincial administration in polling stations. What were they doing there? If it wasn't for the people to kick them out, what were they doing there? We have been told some of the IBC officials are NIS agents. So UDA was facing an uphill task of trying to wrestle a seat from a government, a sitting government. Apart from that, a seat that a sitting president has interest in.
Collins.
A home county.
Yes. UDA is part of government. Which government? The government was wrestling from each other.
No. You know what I mean. Come on. You know what I mean. Everybody.
The president is still in office, okay? And him being in office, he still has influence in the police. He has influence in the army. He has influence everywhere. So it was government against government. It wasn't government against ODM.
Remember the Kipra thing.
Wekesa, you're interrupting, please.
Okay.
Do you remember sometime last year in Kisii, somewhere in Kisii, Ruto's function with border guys was tear gassed and it was thwarted by the government? So how can somebody who has influence undergo such a thing? Have you forgotten sometimes?
Has Ruto stopped being the deputy president?
That is just a name.
What do you mean, just a name? The person is drawing salary every month, and he's in office, he's enjoying police protection and all manner of government wherever.
Mr. Chair.
Salary is not influence. So my point was, let me finish, then Lawrence can come in or Jones. My point was, the UDA was facing a Goliath, a Goliath. Them, they were just a small David. And if they manage to get 50% against a 10-year or a 5-year-old party called Jubilee, and them, they're only about 1 year old or is it 6 months old, and remember there was a government machinery, NIS, police, AP, IBC, and everything, chiefs and everything. I'm telling you, in real sense, that resource should be, it is like 90 to 10% if you remove all those factors. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we ask questions or we leave?
Goja kwanza.
I have a question for Collins.
Yes,
I have a
please.
question for Collins and also just to speak a little bit about what John said. Bernard, if you can give me a chance.
No, Angela, just hold on, no?
Okay.
We just hold on, you'll be speaking. Let's hear from Lawrence. Lawrence has been agitating for too long. Lawrence,
Okay,
sema kitu
Mr.
alafu tuende kwa Angela, turudi kwa Wekesa na tuendelee.
Mr. Chair, just to emphasize on what Collins is trying to bring on the table, the UDA candidate, Kariri Njama indeed was a Hustler Nation member. And if you look at Kariri Njama was advancing the Hustlers Nation song in Kiambaa and on the ground. Kariri Njama defected from the Hustler Nation, from the Tanga as they call them, in the last minute and joined the Jubilee after their government approached Kariri Njama. And if you look at the race in Kiambaa, it was not a race between the deputy president and the president as they want to make it. This was a race between the government trying to outshine the deputy president in Mount Kenya, and they failed terribly. They did fail terribly.
What have you said? What have you said?
This was not a race between. No, this was not a race between.
Using different words to say the same thing.
Stop interrupting. It was not a race between the deputy president and the president.
It's a question, not interruption.
Okay,
Please,
it was not.
Hold on. You want to kill me? Hold on.
Okay. Listen to
Lawrence,
me. Let me finish.
Goja Lawrence, Goja. Wekesa uliza swali lako kwa Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm asking. He's saying it was not a race between the deputy president and the president. It's the government against the deputy president. What have you just said?
No,
Who is the head of government? Who is the head of government?
I have not said it was not a. I have said, listen to me clearly. It was not a race between the president and the deputy president, as you people want to make it. This was a race between the government. That was the government itself trying to outshine. The deputy president was not competing against the government. It was the government trying to make the deputy president irrelevant. And that is why in Mount Kenya.
So what are you saying?
Lawrence, Lawrence. So the government is not part of government.
Let us make things clear. The deputy president has been sidelined from the government.
Asking, officially, as we speak right now, you are speaking to me right now, face to face.
Yes.
The DP is not part of government.
Constitutionally,
like
the deputy president.
Yeah.
It's like let me answer
use
Bernard.
an analogy you can understand. Let me use an analogy you can understand.
Hold on. Wekesa, we are coming to you. Please.
Let me answer Bernard.
Answer me right now. Officially, constitutionally, and every other kali is the deputy president part of the Kenyan government or he's not?
Constitutionally, the deputy president is part of the Kenyan's government. He's part of the government.
At due date, does the deputy president sit in the cabinet?
Yes, he does. Because it is a constitutional mandate.
No, hold on.
Does he earn a salary?
Does he earn a
salary?
Yes, he does, Angela. He does.
Okay. Then what government was fighting against which government? For what purpose?
Okay. The fight has been between some agents of the government. Okay, the fight has been agents of the government trying to make the deputy president irrelevant in Mount Kenya. That is number one. And if you look at the agents, I mean the super agents of the superior people in the government. I talk of Kibicho for number one, and other government agents. They have talked of the deputy president and at times have termed the deputy president as a mere clerk. As a mere clerk of the president. He's not even a deputy president. They have termed him as a mere clerk. So this was a fight between the government itself, which the deputy president is part of but sidelined, and the deputy president.
Okay, thank you. You have made your point. Angela, please.
I've not finished. You've
We're
interrupted.
coming for your round of submission. This was just a response to a question. Ama, your submission you will make. Angela, go ahead.
No. He can finish with his submission. He can finish with his submission, and then I'll go next. Or
if
mimi sijasubmit leo ni maswali tu.
Ati? Si nilikuwa nafikiria Lawrence was giving his submission and then me.
No, Lawrence.
Angela hiyo swali. Angela, wacha nikuulizie swali.
Pardon?
It was my time. I'm the one to answer questions.
Oh, okay. Kwa hivyo sasa mimi nauliza swali.
Collins. Angela swali wacha nimuulizie.
You people are making me lose track.
Hata mimi have lost
No, we are
track.
just asking questions.
Lawrence was reinforcing the point of Collins.
Oh, okay.
Yes, exactly.
Had questions for Collins. I told you to hold on. You will ask Collins later after Lawrence has reacted to what Collins was saying or reinforced. Then Wekesa also had some questions.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Now that Lawrence has finished his response, or rather his reaction to what Collins said, it was now your turn, Angela, to question Collins. Yes.
And I also
we have to go to Wekesa for more questions.
Okay, number one, I wanted to speak about what John said, and then also speak about the way Collins came after John spoke. John was pointing out something that is so important, so vital for Kenyans. Like what he was talking about is a vision that Jones has for Kenya. At the risk of sounding as if I'm doing double speak, as I had been accused by Lawrence, but doesn't matter. I just want us to kind of spend some time on what Jones was saying and stop talking politics, because what I've noticed is that as citizens we've become even bigger politicians than the actual politicians. Someone gives a point of where can we as young Kenyans move from here? Do we have to keep on following the same people? Do we have to be talking for them as if we even work for them or something? Do we have to be divided? He was saying something that is so powerful, and then after that I had Collins coming in with some hoodwinking stuff, trying to talk about politics. Guys, we are not politics, we are citizens. We are Wanjiko. And in as long as we continue to go down to the level of politicians, Kenya will never move forward. There are people who are dying of hunger in Kenya. There are people who do not have jobs. The slums are growing every year. Come 2021, come 2022, it's the same old. Even us ourselves, our lives are not moving forward. Why? Because we choose the same leaders year in, year out. And when Jones said what he said, it actually made me rethink even my approach when I came into this meeting today. Because in as long as we continue talking about, Raila, I don't know who, and we're not even talking about policies, we're not even talking about whether what they are promising is possible. We are not talking about, we're not talking about real issues that affect real Kenyans. These politicians, they are the same people. Next year, Collins will not be supporting the other side. Lawrence will be supporting the other side, because it's the same old. Nothing changes. So rather than ignoring Jones and moving on to the same old politics, guys, let's try even sometimes to change our minds. Let's not be so fixed in one area. And then next year you'll be the same one here crying about what Bahati Mbaya, if Ruto becomes president, you'll be here crying, talking about someone else. You know, let's love our country, and that has always been my policy in this forum. Let us love our country. Let us not try to hoodwink each other. If the people we are routing for are not honest people, we just say, you say, I know so and so is not is involved in corruption. Don't point up at other people. Point at the one who's running for presidency. It doesn't matter whether all Kenyans are corrupt. It does not matter. If our leader is corrupt, that's or where we'll all go. The reason why all Kenyans are corrupt is because of the leaders we choose. We you know, let's rise above petty politics, and let's even have a forum where we talk about, we don't even mention Ruto or Raila, or even for that matter Uhuru. You know, let's love our country, and let's John said something that was so powerful in this meeting until I was like, oh my God, it even made me even start wondering, why am I even supporting anybody? Because to tell you the truth, no one has stood up and clearly said what they're going to do, clearly explained to us how they are going to do it. You talk about bottom-up economy, but you don't. It's not realistic. It cannot happen with the situation in Kenya right now, with the debt, you know, with the debt and even the fact that even we don't even collect taxes the way we should. These things are not realistic. These are lies of these people. They lie to us, and then we come here shouting, yelling, screaming, hitting each other. We are more divided than ever. Yeah, just like John said, we're going to end up like South Africa or even worse. We need to even as we're talking politics, because there's people who just enjoy it, it's fun and everything. Let's also speak the truth. Tuache kudwinkiana, kudanganyana. It's not going to take us anywhere.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you. We need to ensure that we are having substance, and on the aspect of a candidate coming to tell us what he will do, that will not be anything new, because all these people, they are politicians, and talking is their culture and their heritage, and they must convince you in what they say. What I would propose is that we discuss this individual based on his character, his past, and then his present, to help us predict the future. Given power, how will Kenya look under this particular person, knowing well that he has this characteristic, he has done this in history, and he's probably to repeat history or advance history. Now, if we give it that approach, then our judgment may be almost accurate. But if we let the person come and tell us what we want to hear, and then we believe in what we want to hear, we will still find ourselves where we are.
I'm the one to respond to Angela, because it was me who was being reacted to.
Okay, just hold on.
I agree.
Let Jay. Hold on, Collins. Just a moment. Jay.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's very late here, and I'm going to sleep in a few minutes. But I want to make my point. So I've been here for like more than 3 hours, I think. So the thinking is like, you have brought a very good point about history, Mr. Chair. And I want to remind you that the politics of Kenya has been dominated by history. I don't want to go past 2002, but I want to begin by 2002. What was the history there? There was something that we are fighting in 2002, and that was our late president, Moi. But it did not happen in 2002. I mean, like, it started back in 2007 that Moi was intelligent and he knew what was going around, and so he engineered a structure that would make him remain in power. However, in 2002, it did happen that the turnout of the voters were against the incumbent government. And so it seemed like it was the rest against Moi. Nevertheless, in 2007, things turned around. Instead of thinking about what we thought about 2002, Raila Amolo Odinga, who declared Mwai Kibaki as a torture man, he decided to run for the presidency. And so things turned around. And now those who were supporting Raila Amolo Odinga turned against the presidency in the history or in the convention that there was an agreement which Mwai Kibaki did not honor, and so the divergent opinion between these two leaders led to what you guys know what happened in 2007. Moving on, 2013. The history tells us that the reason why the incumbent government is holding on is because they wanted to punish Raila Amolo Odinga, right? Because he was against the government. Anyway, but the main objective why the Jubilee government was in government and became in government is because of the ICC case. So the thinking of the voters was because of the history. And I'm telling you, these guys, there are two guys who were very prominent when it comes to propaganda, Itumbi and Mutai Ngunyi. If you mention these two names, what comes in my mind is like they are the one who propagated the propaganda that if Raila Odinga takes over the government, then the incumbent president and the deputy president will be in jail. What I term this is what I call political crisis. So what I see is that our politics have been happening in what I call political crisis, at the same time honoring the history of our politics. Now, forgetting about the ICC and what happened in 2013 when the new government was formed. In 2017, the objective was make Raila to be the enemy of the people. Some guys here, those who were in school, maybe in 2008, 2012, in high school, will tell me they read the book of An Enemy of the People. So if you read that book, An Enemy of the People, there was a strong man who stood by himself. But then what happened? All the people were turning against the strong man and make all the thoughts about this guy to look like it is insane. What am I bringing into the board? I'm just bringing the fact that our politics surrounds about history and, again, about political crisis. What do we need at the moment? And who do we identify as our enemy? Then all our political activities are going to be against that person. All our political activities are going to follow our history, and then we identify this is the right person. 2022 is very close. I'm sure the confusion about the handshake is not as many will have thought about. Handshake happened in 2018, but I'm telling you, that handshake has an objective. Many people will think about the handshake was about BBI. I might be wrong, but maybe I'm just an outsider. The handshake might not be about BBI. It's an ultimate agenda that we need to read inside the handshake. I see the behavior of these political leaders. I don't want to call them politicians anyway. I want to call them political leaders. If you look the way Raila speaks, he's so confident about 2022. But what happens? He's hiding himself under the handshake, number one. Number two, he's hiding himself in the BBI. Do you know what that means?
No, but I know you'll tell us.
Well,
Unless you tell us.
well, politics is a game of numbers. And at the same time, you have to keep your voters or your followers into, you have to keep your followers updated and they have to follow you. So it's a game of numbers, but it's about how you play your game so that these people will keep on following you. At the same time, it's about timing. It's about timing. I see some people reacting to 2022. I'm telling you, 2022 will be little next year. It will be little. Little. I'm telling you.
Spoken like a true
Don't
prophet.
say that 2022 has started now. Wait. There's one man who is running at the moment. You know, it reminds me, Mr. Chair, if you can give me defend me, please. 1 minute. So
1 minute, I give you 2, but please conclude.
Okay, thank you. It reminds me of what was happening some 10 years ago in high school. You know, in Form 1, Form 2, you'll be shining, whatever. But man, just wait. In Form 3, third term there, things will start be shaping. And you will know who you are. Even at the university, don't shine when you're a first year, second year. Just wait. Third year, fourth year, things will shape themselves. What do I mean? 2022 will be defined very soon when we cross over the election year. Those people who are undermining the people who might be candidates might actually be surprised. You don't know what is coming. The thinking is you don't go outside there and give your view. You don't know what your opponent will take and interpret your view. Otherwise, I'm saying that there's one candidate who has been running. Do you know the outcome? It's not established yet. I'm saying this as I'm going to sleep. The outcome will be determined when there will be real candidates. You don't run by yourself and you call yourself, you see what I'm doing, you see what is happening. No. Wait until we have declared candidates. Let's see what's happening around the country, and let's see what will turn out as the outcome. Some of these agendas that has been leashed out is just a mere and toil agendas, I can call it, that we have seen before. But there's no prescribed agenda so far we have seen. Even the people who are speaking about the economy, they don't even know or understand the economy, man. They're just telling us in words. But if you ask them, what does it mean for the country to do this? And why do you do this for this country? Kenya, I can tell you, Kenya is made of of different structures, different people. How do you incorporate all these people together? You can't come up with something that only favors a certain structure of people and leave out the rest. That is insane. And the thinking is, do we really need this kind of structures for us to make ourselves better? Mr. Chair, add me 1 minute.
You need to quickly conclude. We have people on hold, and from our time, we need to close this thing by 1.
Okay.
So
okay,
hurry up,
thank you.
please.
Thank you. So my thing is like, we all need to fix a lot of stuff together. We all need to put our thinking together. And I don't think at this moment, with the kind of things or politicians we are seeing, I don't think we have a running or winning candidate. In this case, I mean, the UDA candidate. I'm specifically talking about this TP. Should be worried. He's running alone. He is running alone. I don't want to understate the political objective of Unye. You know, Unye, this guy is little. This guy is little. I'm telling you, this guy is little. He's only hiding under the bus to see what is the objective of this guy, to see what can this guy do. And I'm telling you, the moment he will stood up, he will collect all the mistakes and strengthen it within 3 months. I'm telling you, you're undermining this guy at your own risk. Undermine this guy at your own risk. I'm telling you, he has the intelligence. Do you think he doesn't know that the Jubilee guy in Kiambaa was not famous, or the guy might lost? You should be worried, my friends. That 50% is the tool that he's going to use to finish the opponent. I want to say this: politics is about timing. It's not about taking the lead. It's not. It's about timing. Your timing. And this guy is timing about 2022. Forget about this. What will he gain about these by-elections? What do you think Hunye will gain? Nothing. Nothing at all. It's all a year. In fact, maybe less than a year. Then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. J. I think you have made your point.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate your contributions, and we look forward to having a great time together this weekend. We'll be looking on different subjects. I'm happy you have left us your WhatsApp number. We'll add you to the group. Let's continue communicating from there. Jones, you had issues with Jay.
No,
you have a question for him?
Well, actually, I didn't have any issues with the J, and I appreciate that we have this type of platform where people from all parts of the country and from all walks of life and with all different manner of opinions can come and at least share their thoughts with the rest of us. I don't know where Collins has headed off to, but I remember after my previous comments, Collins kind of jumped in and started talking about, I think he was talking about circumcision and, and those types of things. And really, I wanted just to follow up with what I was saying previously and just remind all of us here that, when we came into this new constitutional dispensation, Kenyans decided and wrote into the constitution a chapter on leadership and responsibilities of leadership, right? And actually, when you look into the constitution and you look at that chapter clearly, it's very clear the qualifications of a leader, what those qualifications should be, right? And those qualifications are very clear. One of those qualifications being a selection on the basis of personal integrity, competency, and suitability. Okay, so when really we look at the political leaders that we're talking about going to vote for, we need to question ourselves and see whether do they actually meet this criteria that we set for ourselves, and we ourselves put it into our own constitution. Because it's very sexy to come here and just kind of regurgitate propaganda from all sorts of places, to talk about sound bites, some clever things that somebody said, and to repeat all the fake news that we hear from the media. Actually, yesterday I saw there was so much fake news on the internet yesterday about who has won the election that maybe probably until today, because I think UDA started posting things on the internet, Jubilee started posting things on the internet. A lot of fake information that we have to distance ourselves from that sort of fakeness, and then now focus on, are we ourselves, looking at the leadership that we ourselves said that we want this type of leaders. We went into our constitution, we wrote a whole chapter on leadership. Let's follow that. And I appreciate what Maraga did the last time when he nullified the election. Maraga reminded us that the process is important. Leave alone when you come and say this person has won or this one has lost. The process is important. So even as we head into the elections of 2022 of electing a leader, we need to look at the process, and we need to follow this process and interrogate these leaders according to the process that we set out for ourselves, and then in the end we elect somebody. But now we seem to skip the whole chapter on integrity and then just go direct to saying, to start talking about candidates that we have not interrogated to see whether they fit.
Sorry, it's like we lost you. Thank you for your submission. When you're back, you will continue. Let's hear from Duke, then Deto, and then Soma is just joined us. Welcome to the board. Duke, karibu.
I want to give my submission regarding the context and the contextual analysis of the outcome of the Kiambaa and the Maguga. So my own observation is that the two by-elections give a clear reflection of what's going to happen in Mount Kenya. So for me, it's like the mountain is divided. Nobody's going to have a sweep across the mountain as it has been before, at least considering the two strong candidates, that is Ruto and Raila, who most probably Kenyatta will support. But the reason, for my own reasons why there is an equal division, or we can say 50-50 in the mountain, is because of two things. One, they do not have their own strong candidates. Of course, there have been few individuals who have announced that they will contest, but they are not strong contenders. That's reason number one. Reason number two is that they do not trust either Raila or Ruto. There is some individuals who are strongly opposed to the president, to Raila, and also equally another number is opposed to Ruto. So that means that some people are coming to the Ruto camp because they fear or they are against Raila more than they are against Ruto. Then we come to another question. Can the demographics change in the future? And the demographic can change from the mountain if, one, maybe they have their own, but the fact that the two are equally divided between Raila and Ruto, whose feet in the office, is very difficult to change. So the first factor is, can they have their own? They can have their own as running mate, most probably. But that will also have consequences in the Kenyan context. For instance, if Ruto picks a running mate from the mountain, then some people from some areas may be against him to some extent, and they can have the attitude on the narrative of two tribes controlling Kenya. So he may lose some voters due to that context. From the other side, it's very difficult for them to have a running mate from the mountain because we have several individuals in that camp who feel that they are very entitled for the president to brief about the deputy. So it will be very difficult for NASA maybe to have somebody new coming as a running mate. So that's the context. That's my own interpretation and observation from the mountain. However, I want to add on what Kid said. Kid said an essential point. He said that we are only interested on the outcome and the implications of the elections which were conducted yesterday, but we have turned a blind eye on the process itself. How did the IPC conduct the process? From my own observation is that there was intended fraud and mismanagement, and the IPC did not function appropriately. For instance, we know that no polling station should have more than 700 registered voters. In some polling stations, the turnout was as low as 300 voters. So when the polling station closed at 5 p.m. and we wait results up to 7 a.m. in the morning, there is a mistake somewhere. You can't tell me that you can take like 24, almost more than 12 hours counting 300 votes, even if it's one person. So that comes to the question: the IPC is not ready or competent to execute the 2022 election. You know, from the various statistics, people say that without election violence or the hostile economic environment which is created by the general election each and after every 5 years, we will have our GDP can be doubled. The reason why we have
not doubled our GDP is because we have everything. We have resources, we have skills, we have qualified individuals, but the hostile environment that the elections brings after every year, it scares foreign investors. And that has to be solved by having a competent IPC. And from my own observation, the IPC failed. And we need to have serious reforms and reorganization for the 2022 election to be a fair and credible election. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Duke, for those points. You done well. Can we hear from Deto? Unless Wekesa kuna swali.
My question could be maybe clarifies, is it the polling station that should have less than 700 or the stream? Because one polling station can have several streams.
Unless you clarify what a stream is, I don't understand. But what I know is that within a polling station...
Okay, let's say, let me clarify. For example, we say Karuri Primary School can be a polling station. But when you go in Karuri Primary School, there's a stream where people are voting aligned there and then others aligned there. So you find that when you put together the streams, it's more than 700 votes.
No. We were having like 196 polling station, and we're having around 96,000 registered voters. There is a direction or a provision which says that there should be no more than 700 registered voters within a polling station.
So let me ask you, for example, the cashier had the results were Karuri 1800 and the other one 600. What do you make of that?
Are you talking about Gashia as a polling station or as a given metropolitan area? You know, Gashia is a town. What do you mean? Gashia is a big town. For example, you talk about Nairobi.
No, you guys are beginning to take us for mathematics class. Huh?
No, we should not have 700 registered voters.
Duke, hold on. Let's have some clarification here. There is a polling station, and in every polling station, we have different streams grouped based on the alphabetical order of names. Like my name is Bernard, so I should go to the queue of B. And another person's name is Webuhulu, he goes to W. So those different streams, each stream has the polling wherever box and the wherever the clerks and everybody. Then at the end of the day, we have all cast our vote in Karura Primary School, okay? But Karura Primary School had Standard 5, had stream A to Z, and this other had these other groups. So at the end of the day, we should not have more than 700 people voting in Karura Primary. Is that what you mean, Mr. Duke?
Yes. Because I said a polling station. I did not say a stream.
Now you're very wrong, because let me now give you the statistics. In 2017, I voted in aviation school, voted for Babu Wino. That place we get almost 3,000 votes in one station, but there were several streams. So what you are taking, you're confusing a stream and a polling station. There are long queues, my friend. Why do 700 people cannot make those long queues? But you realize they are classified in streams. When you call, then you are told to go to, like what Bernard has said, if it's A to what, you go to one stream, another stream like that. So you need to get that clarity.
No. I think you have to...
Let's do this. Let's not deliver that, Duke. You can Google that information and confirm for us from IBC where you have gotten the information, then come and confirm to us. Deto, please, let's go. We hear from Deto and then Soma.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. For sure, it has been
quite some time, and I've really missed the show, though I've been following you people so well. Today there is a very nice topic to discuss, and let me just acknowledge. I can see an ancestor somewhere, a community ancestor, Angela. Then there is Duke and other guys. So I'm really happy. And let me go direct to the point. You people, I gave you some facts sometimes back when I told you that Mount Kenya, we are no longer tribal. And the reason I say this is because we have seen what happened in London Ward. We went to Rorie. Then Juja, they said that the turnout of the voters was quite low. Then there comes the bedroom of our president. And they were even saying that who dares to go into a man's bedroom? Now we see already the bedroom is overtaken. Then that tells us that Ruto is not just a force. He is an earthquake. And let me tell you guys, you know, I've really been watching around what the NASA brigade, the kind of politics that they are playing. And they are characterized by a lot of separation. These guys are just crippling, and they should consort from the chief chicken seller how people can be brought together. And let me tell you guys, you
Sorry, I think your internet has failed you, but
Even it's
I
good
love your
because
adjectives.
even it's good he was not able to continue because these are the politics we've just been talking a few minutes ago. Tuachane na hizi vitu. They are not going to take us anywhere. We are here. If we have a vision for the country, if we love the country, we need to stop. What happened yesterday happened. We don't even know whether it was rigged or not, whether those are legitimate results. We don't know, and we'll never know. Politics is politics. But now, if our citizens become the biggest politicians, we are fighting amongst ourselves. That's the goal. That's the goal of the politicians, to piganisha us until we become blinded by hate for one another, until we never remove them from power. They'll always be there. So Ndeto was just regurgitating the same things we've been talking about for how many years? Come 2022, regardless of who will be president, the following year will all be here, and everybody will have changed who they are supporting. Guys, get real. Let's stop the politics. Let's be serious citizens who love our country. Let's have a vision for Kenya that is bigger than the politicians. The politicians, their myopic thinking has now translated to us, and I don't even know whether it's our myopic thinking that has translated to them, because we choose who we are. So we need to let's grow up, man. Let's talk things that are going to help us in Kenya and the poor people and everybody who is suffering.
Now I think
Angela, you have made your point. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Soma, and then we move on. Soma, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this discussion. I really appreciate this platform, and I really want us to be objective. If we will be open-minded. We talk as brothers, of the same mother Kenya. We look at ourselves onto the eye, then we can really see what's affecting us, because there is different classes of people in the country, and the reality is, as much as we may have the people we support, there is that common denominator. There is a number of of the majority who belong to a given class. And this class is me and you. Probably, I don't think the sons and daughters of these guys we are talking about, they are here. They may be represented by those who supported them, but they may not be here. But me and you are here because probably we have seen what's gone wrong for the country. And through this kind of discussions, we may offer solutions, or in one way or the other, we may change the country to head in the right direction. First of all, we cannot really not talk about politics, because politics is about resources. Politics is about us, the social fabric of any kind of jurisdiction. So, Angela, I feel like this is the right platform. We have to talk that politics, and as we are in this platform, I want us to be, look at onto into each other's eye and tell each other the truth. If we have really to change the world, let me say, for instance, me, I want to be open. I've been a supporter of Raila for the last, since I started voting. I liked Raila so much. Nobody could tell me about another person. But I've seen some of the things which I've asked myself several questions, which nobody has given me an answer, and probably you guys, you may not have an answer. The same way to other guys. For example, let me give you a question. Raila has been in politics. I know the good work he has done for the country, which most people appreciate. There is those who don't appreciate, those who kind of oppose what he has done, but we can see with our eyes what he has done. The challenge the question which really is difficult for me, and probably some of you, if your objective is this: Raila was the MP for Kibera for a number of terms. This is a jurisdiction where we have most poor people. But did he do something to these poor people to change their lifestyle, change their living standard? Let's be objective. Most of you guys, you come from, where I come from, and we should not follow people blindly. We should not follow these politicians blindly. Let's ask. You are a son of a peasant. Like me, I come from a humble background. As much as I come from a humble background, God has given me a chance, at least I've gone to school, I can be able to discern. I can be able to see some things which really make sense. I can be able to separate, right from wrong. Has Raila done something in his area which we can really say, it's not that rich like maybe the other guys in the world, but how much has he done? Leave alone, people may come up and say, what, he doesn't have to go around and say, I've done APCD. But I look unto a people who can come and try to change the lives of at least you start with home, because charity begins at home. Change the life of your brother, change the life of your neighbor. If you have you build a grass house, instead of building yourself a wall, build your neighbor's house. Take your neighbor's son to school. That's how you empower this person, so that tomorrow you may not go out and speak like, I did APCD, but this person you help can go out and say, what, this is a guy who has done APCD. Or you may not even go out and say, but through that we have a changed society. We have even a whole village which is changed. Like I hear of a story of someone from Western, someone from, I think from Kakamega, who was really a good actor, and he decided to change the life of a village from his spiritual work. We need those kind of stories. If we, I may not deviate that much from what other guys are saying or what everybody in the platform is saying. There's a reason why I'm seeing people are moving close to Ruto than they're moving to this guy. This guy is as much as he says like he's a hustler, and people may not think he's a hustler. Let me tell you why people try to associate with him. They think that probably.
And can I ask you a question before you continue?
You asked a question.
A question.
You asked a question. Wekesa, you want to ask? Okay, Wekesa, ask.
Yeah, I wanted to ask first because he's misrepresenting facts. He's going from Raila at Kibera, then he runs at Ruto helping people. He hasn't told us what Ruto has done in Sugoi, because I know even the road to Sugoi has never been tarmacked. So let's begin there. Compare Kibera and then compare to where Ruto was the MP first, so that you don't just mix up. Because when you come at the national level, we will also tell you what Raila has done as a nationalist and what Ruto has done as a nationalist.
So for this, I cannot really speak factually because I've not gone to Sigoi, but I've gone to Kibera, to be honest. I've gone to Kibera probably because it's, it's in Nairobi and it's at the heart of the city. But I've not gone to Sigoi, probably because I didn't have any interest going to Sigoi, because honestly, I don't have anything to do with Sigoi. But I have everything to do with Nairobi and anything to do with the city, because it's our metropolitan city.
There's a lot. There's a lot that Raila has done, and a lot that Ruto has done, and there's a lot that Ruto has not done, and a lot that Raila has not done. So we are now balanced. Let's move on to real stuff.
Angela, thank you. But let's keep the facts where they belong. Soma, you've started by saying that Raila has been a member of parliament for Kibra.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. You started voting which year?
2007.
You started voting 2007 or 97?
2007.
Okay, Raila has never been a member of parliament for Kibra in the history of
I'm
Kenya.
talking about voting for him.
Kibra constituency was created in the new constitution.
It was Langata.
2010.
It was Langata.
Yeah, I'm sorry, probably I misrepresent the facts there. Thank you for the correction. It's Langata, yeah. But I'm just talking about he's been in the.
Hold on. Then,
but it's the same area anyway, all the same. Whether he says Langata or Kibra, we all know he's talking. The place he's talking about.
No. When you say Kibra, right now we have a Kibra constituency that covers Kibra, and Langata is another constituency. At now,
you guys understand what I meant, isn't it?
I understand what you meant, but it will not be factual to the person who runs into this program. And even if he goes to check in the history, when was Raila a member of parliament for Kibra, it will not be available, not on Google, not anywhere, because he has never been.
Yeah, I appreciate that kind of correction. And,
I think the point Soma was making is that he has analyzed his client, he has analyzed his candidate, and he's now questioning whether this is the right candidate. I think that's what Soma is saying, regardless of whether he's talking about Langata or Kibera or what. I think the point Soma is making is that he has been following Raila, but he has now gotten to a point where now he's questioning whether he's on the right, whether he's riding the correct bus, or he needs to stop the reggae and start something else. I think that's what Soma is telling us.
You're right.
I agree with you, John. I have gotten the point. But my take here is the information we give here needs to be credible in that there is somebody who's going to check what we said. And if we let information that is not accurate remain inaccurate, we'll begin to be one of the fake station, having fake news in the process. Then we lose our credit as a station. So it is good for us to keep the balance.
But he did not
Then,
make any mistake. For
going,
instance,
if
Bernard,
there is
just
a
a
mistake,
moment.
we correct it.
Just
If
a
that
moment.
information is available. If not, we send you to go and check the information. Like Duke has given me a link here for IBC. I'm about to check it and find out whether the polling station has 700 or not. Those facts are important for the platform and for the Kenyans that we are educating, because what we are sharing here is being viewed all over the world. So we cannot let just information that is plain go that way. We'll not be doing justice.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, can I continue, please?
Carry on. And please, if you're not speaking, mute your mic so that there is no feedback.
Okay. So the point I was trying to drive at is, I've tried to analyze all these kind of candidates, the candidates we have for 2022. And I'm trying to put them on appearance to see who's really fit to lead our country, who is really fit to change the lives of our people. And when I was looking back onto that, just a minute, I'm sorry. So when I was looking onto that, that's when I analyzed it. I've looked at the history of all these candidates, and I thought I was really wondering why people are gravitating more to the hustler. This hustler guy, this chicken seller person. I was trying to find
That
out
is an
why
assumption. That's an
he seems
assumption.
to
That is
really
not. That is an assumption that people are
take
gravitating more
the
towards
word
one
by strike.
person
By
or the
strike,
other.
because
Because
mostly
Paul,
we don't really
Hold on, Angela.
we have not
appreciate
had
the
a
work
poll.
or appreciate him.
Tell us where people are gravitating.
Angela. Hey, Angela
you
Subiri
hear me?
Tafadhali. Let him make his point, and then you will get opportunity to interrogate what he has said. If we
But
keep
let's ask him to
interrupting
talk
after
again.
every one sentence, we
But he's
won't
using
move forward.
derogatory.
Our time is almost up.
He's using derogatory references.
Hello, do you hear me?
Somebody chicken seller or other things. Let's restrict
Yeah.
ourselves.
I was trying to say, we need to look onto each other, onto each other's eye and speak the truth. If indeed we have to guide our people. Oh,
Your mic is mute, but I want you to listen, Soma. Let's use.
I'm sorry,
like we
I
say,
muted. Okay, can I go ahead?
We want to be factual in our presentation, even if you are voting for the DP or Raila or whoever you are. Let's just remain factual in our presentation, and then there is what is called in the court of law leading the witness. Okay, don't lead the witness; just give the witness. Thank you. Soma, continue. You have
Mr.
your
Bernard.
2 minutes to conclude.
Okay. I was saying before I had some kind of interruption, I was saying, as much as we come from which area, which parts of the country, as much as we support different people or different candidates, we need to be objective and look at each other and see for sure. As much as we support whoever, let's look at the person who's going to change the Kenya we want, who is going to make Kenya the kind of Kenya we want, the Kenya in which when we go to college, because I know most of you guys are so learned, but we have several people who are jobless because we don't have those jobs, because they belong, a few individuals who have been our leaders have not been objective enough to create, the kind of best platforms for us, so we can be able to create jobs for each other, also so that we have people coming, build industries which can employ our people. So we are looking into a person who can be able to create those kind of platforms for us. And when I look into all those kind of guys, these are guys who have been in politics. These are guys who have been there. We are trying to see what have they really done with the little which they had. Just like what God asked Moses said, I'm a stammerer. I cannot be able to speak when he was sent to Egypt. to deliver the Israelites. Then God said, what do you have? He said, I just have a stick. Then God used that little thing, that stick which he had, to make miracles to deliver the Israelites. So we are looking unto the little things which these leaders have had, the little chance which they have had in their past, in the number of years which they have been leaders. What have they done with their little things? What have they done with their little stick? So that we can entrust them with the bigger responsibility. This is where we have made a mistake before, because we have had people who have been there for several years. We give them a chance and we expect a miracle to happen. There's no one, like we are not going to have any miracle happen if they haven't really demonstrated anything they have done with the ritual which they had. So that's why I feel like, right now, as much as people are really gravitating to the deputy president, we need to see why. It's just because, honestly, I think when I look into this from an objective perspective, like I don't look at his tribe, I don't look at his stature, I don't look at the money, because I am not interested on his money. I'm not interested on anything from him. I'm looking at him objectively to get to see, is he really worthy of changing or providing the platform which can change, can make the Kenya we want in the near future.
Help us find an answer to that question.
Questions?
In
Quick
your
questions.
opinion, as Soma,
Question. Yeah, question to Soma.
And Soma has dropped off. I also wanted to ask him a question. All the same, what now that he's not there to respond?
Soma is here trying to pretend that that Ruto has not been in politics for many years. We all know how long he's been in politics, since even his youth days of Y2K. So I don't know whether it's some kind of brainwashing that has happened in Kenya. That's the only politician who people are seeing here as a new person is the deputy president, who in the 10 years, at least for those who don't know his past, for the 10 years he's been vice president, he has not done much. So coming here to talk about what Raila has done or not done, or what Ruto has done or not done, or giving us the impression that Ruto has not been in politics is a lie. Why are we allowing those types of lies? The time when Kenya will change is the time when we are honest with ourselves. Tuache kudanganyana, tuache kudanganya ati this one has been in politics longer than the other. It does not matter how long you've been in politics. There are people who make an impact within. Look at Kagame. Before he became the president of Rwanda, he had not had any experience, yet he has made a very positive change in that country. So let's not talk about like how long someone has been in politics or not. It's irrelevant. And it's not, and even lying about it and saying that some people have been longer than others it doesn't matter. In the 10 years that the DP has been DP, what has he done? And someone giving the impression that now is when he's going to get his chance. That's a lie. Let's call a spade and not a big spoon. Let's be genuine here. Let's be sincere and let's speak the truth. Let's not bring agendas here because I support so and so. Now I start lying about the other people. No, or trying to hoodwink people. Me, I'm tired of this hoodwinking.
Okay,
Bernard,
thank
can
you.
I make my submissions? I sleep. I want to sleep, Bernard. I make my submissions.
If everybody speaks, nobody will hear. Let's hold on now.
Bernard, I'm asking.
Okay.
A point of information. A point of information.
It's Jay. Ngoja kwanza Jay.
Yes.
You will
Bernard,
wait.
Jay has spoken for long.
Thank you. We are going to hear from Duke. You are saying something before. Let's hear. You had a question or something? Duke.
Yes, I want to respond to Angela. What Soma said something very factual.
that
he said, you know, having power, what he was trying to say, even from the first statement, by saying that Raila has been an MP for Kibra, he was very right. Because, for instance, if you have the governor of Nairobi, he is still the governor of Umoja, or the governor of any sub-place within the Nairobi context. So if, for example, we have the governor of Nairobi, we can say he is the governor of Westlands. So if Raila has been the MP for Rangata, Kibra is within Rangata. So it's a fact.
Well, you are misleading us. You are misleading us. Those are two different
Duke, you are a
constituencies.
very Ngoja Wekesa. Duke, you are a very learned young man, and you are deliberately refusing to see the open facts.
Which one?
As we speak right now, there is a constituency called Kibra. It was not existing in the past. In the past, Langata constituents contained Kibra slum. All right?
Yes.
So when
yes.
as we at now, that Langata was cut away, or rather Kibra constituents was cut from Langata constituents. So we have a constituency called Langata, then another constituency called Kibra. So when you say Raila was a member of parliament of Kibra, and you say that is right, I don't know where you are standing.
No, Nigeria, you should not take everything out of the
something that
context.
doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense. What he was trying to say, listen to me. He was trying to say that Raila has been a member of parliament for an area with slums for a long period of time without bringing any change. So that's
and
the
then
context.
someone else said, that Ruto, where he's from, Sogoi, even there is no tarmac road to go to his home, and
Yes.
and also Ruto has also been agricultural minister. He has been the deputy president. The guy who was speaking before, he was giving us the impression that Ruto has not been in politics for many years, which he has. He's trying to make it look like he's a new candidate who has no
he did
history
not say
for us to
he's
judge
new.
from.
Okay, hold on, Angela. That aside, Duke.
Yes.
Who started the slum upgrading program?
What is it? Do we have slums there? Nigeria, if you start a program and you don't complete it,
I'm just asking.
That does not make sense.
If he was an MP,
a person can start a program to root. So if the program has not functioned, we don't see the change. You cannot say something.
You have a right to support whoever you're supporting, but don't use that to badmouth other people. I
Bernard, can we clarify something?
To you that in 2002, in the NAC government, Raila was the Minister for Roads and Housing. Okay, now that was after the KANU Siasambaya Maishambaya, whereby if you did not dance the KANU song, there was no development coming your way, regardless of how long you are as an MP. So you cannot blame that on Raila. But when they took power in as NAC government, Minister for Housing and Roads, what happened? Slum upgrading program started then, and it's been on until now. Even what the Jubilee government is doing now, it is not an initiative of Jubilee government. It was enacted and passed during the NAC government, continued with the Grand Coalition government.
So are you trying to say that we have decent and livable slums in Kenya? What are you trying to say?
Are you not aware that people are shifting from slum area? When last were you in Kibra?
The question here we should be asking is how many slums are there in Nairobi? Is the fact that you're an MP
the only slum?
Is that the only slum? The fact that you're an MP in a slum area, does that make you the reason why there is a slum? Slums are in Nairobi for other reasons.
Bernard, I wanted to put some facts right. Huh? You see, Kibera is the second largest. Yes.
As you make your submission, do your facts and then conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to put some facts right. Kibera is the second largest slum in Africa, actually. And so when you tell us that an MP can eradicate a slum, this is under a national government. It's only the national government can do a slum eradication. And we have
But Raila
had
was a prime minister at one time.
national government is never headed in Kenya by a prime minister, my friend. So I'm saying we have had only 4 presidents, and none of them has ever attempted to do. He tried to attempt it when he was a prime minister. So lumping it on Raila, it's not factual, because it's like even asking an MP to do a national road in his constituency. There are things that belong an MP can do, but there are things only the national government can do. Secondly, let me talk about this fallacy that Ruto has helped Kenyans and Raila has not. People of Ruto are suffering from one thing. There is what we call quantitative development and qualitative development. There are those who are on, that's why for them, it's someone comes with handouts, you can see him with a wheelbarrow, you can see him with, and then you count that as direct help for Mwananchi. But qualitative development is the things we cannot touch with our hands, yet affects our life. Just as we say you cannot see your liver, but it's very important. If you tamper with it, you are gone. Everybody is enjoying democracy in Kenya. And this democracy was fought for. Most of these guys who are making noise, they are enjoying that democratic right because they are people who went to jail for 9 years. They were not somewhere maybe looking and stealing money, but they went to jail for 9 years fighting for our democracy. When they came back, and that's why we are enjoying this democratic space. You cannot tell me, though you cannot see it, yes, but it's part of our struggle. It's somebody put that effort for us, and we need to appreciate that. So when we look at development in our country, we look at it from all spheres. We cannot just narrow. And these people of handout mentality are the ones who want us to narrow our spectrum when we talk about development. And they will come out with handouts. They will not even bring real development. Now let's judge these people who are telling us that they have transformed our lives. I'm asking myself, they tell us they are not tribal. Ask yourself, why is it that all development are going to Central and not Nyanza? Every Sunday I wake up, I attend a church in Central and I build a church. Is it that that is the only area that, or God has called them and commissioned them to Central to build churches? So somebody is narrowly making us to believe that he is developing our nation, but he's simply looking for votes from Central. And he's telling us it's not tribal, but his movements can tell you that this guy is only targeting 2 tribes, and the aim is not to develop them, but to radicalize them and use them to accomplish his political agenda. The second thing he has done as a DP is to abandon the 4, it's called the Big 4 agenda. Now for him, 2022 was so urgent that he could not wait for Uhuru to complete the Big 4 agenda. So you cannot tell me that this person values Kenya more than his own personal ambitions. No, he was able to disrupt the Big 4 agenda and is the one going to the radio stations and TV stations and telling Kenyans how the president has failed to accomplish the Big 4 agendas, yet he disrupted it. So we need to measure him and ask him, when we gave him the opportunity to be the deputy president, what has he delivered? So we cannot be lying to Kenyans that there are people who are helping Kenyans and there are others who are not. they are not, when the records speak for themselves, and people are manipulating others just for political expediency. And I think that is my submission. I beg to leave. Thank you.
I've got a question for Mr. Wekesa.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Wekesa has told us that he did an analysis of the candidates who are, the front runners for the presidential campaign. And, Wekesa, I'm assuming that both candidates have their pros and cons. So I've heard you elaborate very clearly the cons of one of the candidates. And I would now like to hear your analysis of the cons of the other candidate so that we can put them on a scale.
Yeah, first of all, I want to, sometimes we judge.
Unless you're suggesting that the other candidate is a perfect candidate.
No, George.
No,
George.
in fact, it was not. Wait, let me answer.
Okay, hold on, Wekesa Kwanza.
Okay.
You will respond, Jones. As at now, we even don't have clear candidates as far as 2022 is concerned. We have aspirants, yes, but the only fully declared candidate as at now is the DP. And he has launched the campaign. At least he's selling his bottom-up and wheelbarrow economics agenda. But we have individuals that are front runners in terms of whether they will run or not. They are yet to make it plain. And so demanding that we put a balance on saying if you say the pros of this, you must say the pros of the other. And then if you say the cons of this, you should say the cons of the other. I don't know. It will be asking too much.
I think the question is fair. And
Yes.
Wekesa may actually have a response.
And,
Okay,
I-
Wekesa
and,
respond.
and
I
in a
wanted-
way, even I
let me
agree with
respond.
Jones, because what he's trying to get us to do is to be open-minded. Because unless we are all open-minded, because we are sometimes we can be so focused on one candidate until we fail to see reality. I think it's good where Jones is taking us in terms of just being a little open-minded. Just like he said, there are pros about each candidate, there are cons about each candidate. I think it will be very healthy for us to speak about such
But
things.
the issue is this: if you are asked a question, you answer the question in the context. This guy was giving us how Raila has failed and how Ruto is the best candidate. I was just answering within the context. I don't go out and create my own stories. I was just answering a question and trying to tell him that what you are saying. Let me finish. I was just trying to answer him and tell him that what you are saying is not true. And let me also now even enter in the motive of the argument, because we have had most of the people who are supporting Ruto, they come with this narrative. It's already a narrative created. I was supporting Raila, but now I have moved, and because of this, I have had several of them, they come with the same narrative because it is something they have created to show that there is a new savior God has created for Kenya, and
It's
these
a
other people have failed. It's just a narrative they have created. But when you ask them, now, why he said he has been voting for Raila all the several years. You ask him, why were you voting for him? He will not tell you. But right now, he has now seen the light. And this guy has been a minister for the last 29 years. He has seen the light for somebody who has just like landed from the moon. Yet he has been a minister for 29 since he was 29 years. He was in government.
So
this thing doesn't make sense.
So I guess to elevate the debate that we're having, you told us that you did an analysis. So I was expecting that you're going to give us an analysis, a balance. Tell us, this is my analysis. These are the pros that I've seen of this candidate. these are the cons that I've seen of candidate number 1. And for candidate number 2, these are the pros and the cons that I view of candidate number 2. Because, you know, Wekesa, me, I'm ready to give you pros and cons of both candidates.
Now,
that's your approach, my brother.
Let
That's your approach. I
bring in
can't
this,
approach
please.
the way you have to approach.
Hold on.
One point here.
If we are going to narrow this into discussing individuals, their pros and their cons, we may be here all night and not even reach to any conclusion.
Well,
the
but that's what we're
struggle
doing.
in
But that's what
Kenya
we're
is
doing.
to
We're
hold
just being
on.
biased.
Listen to what I'm saying, Kwanzaa. The struggle in Kenya is two-way. Okay, we have two ideologies: the ideology of handouts for political gain, and then the ideology of a developed country that is able to sustain its citizen by it moving forward. That is where the struggle is. The people who believe in handouts cannot allow an empowered citizenry, because as long as the citizen can feed themselves, they are able to take their children to school, they are able to go about their business in a free country, they will not appreciate the handouts. So they will impoverish the people so that the people continue begging them. And as long as they're the ones giving the handouts, they remain in power. That's one ideology. Then there is the counter ideology.
In your opinion, Bennett,
Okay?
before you go very far, in your opinion, this ideology that you're talking about of handouts, who's the representative of that ideology?
The high priest of handouts is the DP.
So
Hold on.
So
Now,
what I'm saying is, since we're here talking about the representatives of the two different ideologies, if you want to call them ideologies, then we need to be ready to discuss the pros. Because personally, I'll tell you that this person that you're talking about, who's the representative of the handouts, you know, I have to tell you a pro that he's doing, a positive thing that he's doing. At least he comes on national television and he tries to remind us, hey, by the way, we need to shift our politics from tribalism and let's talk about something else. This other something else is what he has not really been able to define properly, where he has now gone the populist way and he's talking about bottom-up economics. So that's a problem he's having. He wants to tell us we're not talking about tribalism. We want to talk about
Jonas, you are asking us something you failed to do yourself. When you are making your presentation, I told you you just talked generally, but you never gave us substantive issues on each and every candidate. Now you're asking us to do what you failed to do yourself in your presentation. Come on.
I'm not asking that you do it. I'm not asking that you try to do it, but be open to doing it.
Let's do this way, okay? There is a reason why a tribalism is not favorable for UDA, and it's a subject that cannot be touched, and it all busted out in Mululu when the president talked about the two communities that have been in power. It is time for power to rotate. So as long as the tribe is discussed, it places UDA at a disadvantage. And that is why there was a metamorphosis from 2013 to 2017. He said, politics is about numbers. You get your numbers, you get the presidents. The tribe was a strong factor. But now, at this juncture, if the tribe card is played, the guy is placed at a disadvantage. So just like he's uncomfortable to discuss corruption, he's uncomfortable to discuss history, he's uncomfortable to discuss tribe. Not because they are evil, not because he has seen the light, but because if they are discussed, he has no defense.
So he's not sincere.
Hey, Bernard, can I talk?
Exactly. And I like what Jones.
What Bernard you're saying is that this candidate of handouts and chicken selling is not sincere with his politics. When he tells us that he's going to elevate our politics to where we're not talking about tribalism, what you're saying is that it's because tribalism is not working for him at this time. if it were to work, he
But
would
he's
go for it.
manipulating us because he
If
promised
it were
us
to-
stadiums and he
if it were
delivered
to work,
none.
like it worked for him in 2017 and 2013, he would join a tribal outfit.
He has been the pioneer of the
Jones.
same in terms of 2013,
Bernard.
2017.
Yeah,
And there is no way after 2017 election you get sworn in and suddenly the angel Gabriel appears to you and shows you how bad tribes have been, and then you turn 90 degrees and then begin to preach otherwise. No,
And Jones
something
Jones
is
makes
wrong
a good
somewhere.
point. Jones makes a
Angela,
good
you are
point,
not
Bernard.
understanding. You see, you are supporting
Wekesa,
Jonas,
Jones-
but Jonas is just general. He's
No,
just general. He's not.
Yeah, you see, Jones makes a good point because at the end of the day, when these politicians, I'll go back to politicians. When these politicians tell us what they are telling us, we also have
We are
to
all
be,
politicians.
because someone says one thing, but their actions speak differently. But because they are
But that
telling
is the
you,
nature of politics. That is the nature of
and
politics.
I agree that is the nature of politics, and that's where the politics we need to get away from. Because if these people are lying to us, why are we following them?
Yeah, Angela, I have a question here. This is my point. Just like when Jesus was teaching, he went to a community and he found people who are hungry. He could not speak to people who are hungry. First, he had to solve the problem which they had first, then tell them, you know what, this is, what the word which I have for you. What this guy is doing from the
Soma, please.
No,
Fanya hivi.
But Jesus
I am
was
a
not
Bible teacher.
philanthropic on corrupt money.
I'm a
Jesus
Bible
was
teacher.
not philanthropic
Hold
on
on.
corrupt money.
Ngoja, Wekesa. You have given a right example, okay?
Yeah.
But you are giving misinformation.
Allow
The
me to
feeding of the 5,000 people by Jesus was after 3 days.
No,
They
let
were
me
hungry.
expound on
So
it.
they listened to him for 3 days without them being fed.
No, let me expound on it, what I mean. Honestly, I'm not a kind of person who looks for handouts. I don't advocate for handouts. I advocate for systems which are working, systems which, like if I want to establish my business, I don't have to give any kind of bribe before I can get my business up and running. I'm not advocating for bribes here. I'm not advocating for handouts, but I'm trying to see, because Wekesa was not honest here. He was saying like this guy is going to some specific areas where he thinks like there is more, maybe votes from there, and he gives. This guy is going all over the country, like wherever he goes.
Have you ever seen him in Nyanza?
He's not going to. He has not gone to
Have you ever
probably.
seen him in Nyanza?
Soma, I have a question for you.
You guys, I think.
Soma, I have a question for
Look
you.
here. Okay, hold on.
Question.
I keep on
Bernard.
saying that we need to be
Bernard.
honest.
Everybody.
Question.
Let me
Okay.
finish.
Bernard, you are
Don't turn
you are
this into-
sidelining.
Let
You
me
guys
finish.
are sidelining.
Ngoja
Bana. Why
kwanza
are you
Neto.
complaining when Gruto's guys are talking? I think Koto it is a high time that you give everyone chance, because I mean,
Neto,
not everything that
gave you
Ruto.
chance, you started to talk and your internet failed. You have just come
It
back.
was power. It was power, not internet.
Yes.
May I
So
speak?
am I the one who switched off the power because you are talking for Ruto?
Let me
Why are
finish.
you accusing me for what I did not
May I
commit?
finish? May I finish my
Ngoja
submission
kwanza, we'll
because
give you time
it left at a very sensitive point.
Hold on. You will be given chance to continue with your point.
Yeah. Can I finish?
A question
ngoja kwanza.
to Soma.
Yeah.
Soma ngoja kwanza. Let us have some order so that we understand each other and talk to each other, not at each other. Okay. The aspect of handouts as a political tool was completely banned during Kibaki's term. If you remember very well, the NAC government banned all Harambes, and if you would conduct Harambe as a member of parliament, you risked losing your seat. And that is when we realized the development in the country. Then the introduction of the CDF was as a result of banning Harambes. Okay. Then when the Jubilee government came in, okay? And even during Kibaki, before the Grand Coalition government, it was still against Harambes. And what happened? It was the DP and Uhuru that revived the issue of Harambes by politician by turning it into church contribution. So they will go for prayers, okay? Then in the prayers, they will leave something. And that's what has normalized until now. It is adopted, it's now legal for you to conduct Harambe as a public officer. When it was banned, the country made progress. Now that it's being practiced, everybody's using it for political gain. The country is not moving forward. Going back there, I don't think we are be making steps forward. We'll be going back to the old Kano days when you can only see a bus if the president comes. You can only see a new classroom if a politician comes. All the same, so more, finish your point, and then we can hear from
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity again. So I was trying to say, if we are objective, like if indeed we are objective, we may not be biased. We can be able to see something valuable in some people. Honestly, I don't appreciate the handout thing, but I'm seeing a person who has come with an idea, who is changing a country from being tribal to idea-focused politics. In such a sense that he's talking about how are we gonna uplift the people who are down here so that they can they can be able to be at a given level. They can be able to have food on the table. They can be able to have their basics. We have not had this kind of politics before. We have had politics of tribalism. We have had politics of
Soma.
Yeah.
What Soma? What do you really believe? What you're saying? Do you really believe that Let me finish with my question. Do you really believe that the deputy president, when he says that he wants to inua the common mwananchi, he wants to raise the people who are at the bottom, do you really believe that this guy has changed from who we know from previous years to now this year all of a sudden, or in the last 5 years since he started campaigning, he has this crazy idea that he wants to implement, which, by the way, if he was sincere, he would have implemented it when he was in good terms with the president. Do you really believe that?
Yeah, let me tell you, Angela, it's good that you say that.
And Angela, just to add to your question to Mr.
All of
Soma.
this is about the faith we're going to have on a person. Like, if we entrust him with the responsibility, he's going to do what he ought to do. He is going to do what he has said that he's going to do. I'm saying this because of this. I come from a humble background, and I'm thinking of, like, if you send two people, you have somebody who belongs to a dynasty, and you have somebody who has gone through what you have gone through. And these two people, the two of them, they say, I'm gonna get food onto the table for you. The one who was brought up with a silver spoon, like he used to go to wherever, driving around from when he was a kid until now. He has never known what it means to be poor. He has never known what it means to be
Soma, when you talk about the deputy president, did he just 10 years ago or 5 years ago when he started campaigning, did he just now realize how he grew up? Or is this something that he has always known? I mean, tusijidanganye, Soma, let's not lie to ourselves.
Allow me to just...
At the age of 29, he was driving a big vehicle, my friend.
It's just like, let me use my own example. I don't forget where I've come from. I know we have poor people in society. I know we have people who sleep hungry, and my heart goes for them. At times I feel like, I can spare that little money which I have to help somebody somewhere, because I know what it means to go hungry. I've tested both sides of life, and with that, I know I can attest what it means to helping somebody, like at least helping people to have that basics of life. But
Mr.
somebody,
Mr.
for example,
at the position of a vice, at the position of a at the position of a at the position of a vice president,
yeah,
and the platform that Dr. Ruto has,
yeah,
he can do a lot more from his platform than running around the country with handout. He has a platform. You and I can be called to a harambe, like I'm sure you are invited often by people to help. Can you help out here with school fees? Can you do this? Can you do that? But you and I don't have the platform that Dr. Ruto has. He does not need to engage himself in all of these harambes, right? Where he's not even able to account for where this money comes from when he's the deputy president. He has a much better platform. The same question that Uhuru Kenyatta was being asked. Why does he have to introduce this BBI as a Wanjiko when he's the president? It's really the same thing. Why does Ruto have to tell us that he can only give us development when he's giving us handouts through the Harambe system when he's a deputy president sitting in the cabinet? He needs to
that's a good question, a good contribution, Jonas. Honestly, even me, I don't advocate for these kind of handouts because this is a sign of, backwardness. Because if we have systems running, we should not even have people asking for handouts. If we have real systems up and running, we have people who are able to sustain themselves, people who are able to meet their daily needs, and people who are not beggars, people who are not looking unto you as a god to help them. This is the kind of systems which we need. It doesn't matter who comes onto power. It doesn't matter whether it's Ruto or it's Raila or who. As long as we have somebody who really has us or the common people at heart. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm not supporting Ruto just because of this or just because I like him. I just want somebody who is honest and true enough to change the country for the better, to put up systems which are working, to eradicate these kind of bribes and handouts completely. They say you can send
how do we get a honest person? How do we get a honest person?
Can you Angela asked you a question. Do you believe that DP Ruto is that representative of a person who supports systems? From
right
his
now,
performance,
as
DP, yes. From the past, his past. Let's talk about his performance as Minister for Agriculture, performance as Minister for Education, Higher Education, performance as DP for 10 years. Has he proven that he's a person who supports system or a person who supports handouts?
I can remember when he was a Minister for Agriculture, he did something which is really, all of us can agree. We saw things running, we saw systems running. That's the memory which I have. Since he was a deputy president, since 2013, we have seen some things which Jubilee has done until 2017. Of course, he's running around and saying, disowning like he's not part of the government because of the handshake. That one we can give him. We can give it to him because, of course, the handshake has brought about some kind of confusion. But from before, it seems to have. We have some things which we have seen up and running.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for your contribution. Let's Nani has been waiting for long. Before we hear from Neto to finish his submission, let the community ancestor say something. But God help Kenya.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Soma for having given us how we think the deputy president will be able to help maybe eradicate poverty from his side. And also to Mr. Wekesa, I want to say congratulations. Reason being, Mr. Wekesa, you have analyzed the deputy president because he is the one right now we know who is standing for 2022 general elections. You know, for Raila Amolo Odinga, for Mudavadi, and whosoever, they have not come out very clear and give us that a green light that they are going to stand. They are just shaking, but the very person whom Mr. Wekesa you have analyzed very well is Mr. William Samoei Ruto, and I give you a plus. And to Mr. Soma, you are not when you are saying that Raila did nothing when he was a member of Langata constituency to upgrade the lives of people of Kibera slums. My brother, when you know, that is the reason you are saying that Raila is not a good candidate. Raila, you are not doing him justice, because Raila is not standing for 2022 until when Raila will stand and say, now I'm vying for 2022 presidential elections. That is when we'll be able to come at this platform and dig deeper into Raila Amolo Odinga's failures and what have you, and then we will be able to now gauge for Raila and William Samoei Ruto who is fit for the topmost seat in the hilltop. Now, today the topic, the discussion, in fact, has been very good, and I want to really say congratulations to Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, your first representation was very, very good, and please, always when you have time, and you have made me every now and then, I will not be missing this Mutembei platform, because in fact, in your first representation, you just said that apart from politics, how are we going to help ourselves in terms of ensuring that these leaders whom we as people of Kenya are voting, can these leaders help us really achieve economic growth? In fact, that is the point right now we are supposed to ask ourselves. Now, my points. First of all, I will start with questions. Now, since Kenya got independence in 1963 up to this very point, for Mr. Wekesa, your age is huge a little bit compared to me. I'm 33 years. Now, has really voting our leaders helped our country, Kenya, from a time immemorial? My answer, if you ask me that question, I will tell you no. Why? All these leaders, in fact, who have been coming and going, most of them, the issue of corruption, they haven't handled that issue into totality. And that is why, in fact, you see developments are not being distributed equally to 4 parts of the country. So, which means, in fact, for us, for me as Harun, I'm Harun, that's my name. For me as Harun and Angela, that is why, in fact, we are not getting proper distribution of resources. Reason being, when we give out the our tax, only the very person who is in the top of the leader of the aim in our country is the one who benefits a lot, because all if money is meant for development goes into corruption. Now these taxes, in order to fill those gaps, in fact, you find that
we as taxpayers, in fact, are doing what? Are losing. Even look at education sector. There are failures because our schools, in fact, are not well equipped with learning materials. Come to hospitals, there are no a proper supply of medicines. Come to roads, you find that like right now, it is central province which has benefited a lot in terms of building. Imagine right now, 550 kilometers is being built in central province. Now, what about the Ndorobo people who are in Mombasa and what have you? Have they, yani in Molo, have they gained? You find that they have gained little. So, in fact, voting in Kenya, to as far as our leaders is concerned, in fact, it has really done little. Now, what, as we Kenyans, what is it going to help us get out of this? In fact, we are now supposed to gauge all these leaders who are going to come to us to ask for votes come 2022. Are these leaders, as per their manifestos, are they really going to ensure that there is a proper distribution of resources? If at all we are going to get a leader who is going to do that, I'm telling you, my brothers and my sisters, tribalism will be a thing of the past, because we as Kenyans, we are not going to think of who is on top of the mountain. What we will be thinking of is, as long as resources are distributed equally amongst Kenyans, that is a very good thing. And then also, guys, most of our leaders, more so presidents, they spend their time in preparing on how they are going to eat the money they have accrued during their life, if it is in during presidency, member of parliament, and what have you. Look, for example, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, his appetite on loans, Kibaki, when he took over power in 2002, when he was living in 2013, he left Kenya with having accrued 2-point-something trillion, maybe 2.7. But now Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, when he's leaving come 2022, he's going to leave Kenya with more than 9 trillion as loan, which means, in fact, these very leaders, what I've come to learn is that once they get into power, they want to use that small opportunity to get these loans, but not putting in mind that, in fact, after they have gone, they are now common mwananchi. There are Wanjikus and Bernard Omolos outside there. Who is going to repay these loans, and how are these loans going to be repaid? That is none of their matter. It doesn't matter. Now, my last conclusion, I'm gonna say that, in fact, most of Kenyan presidents, I will term them as lazy. Reason being, for them, they want to run to IMF, World Bank, what have you, so that they get money. After getting money, they just leave us grappling with repaying loans, and then that one, it will be for them. We call short time, short term. That is short term way of building the economy. But if we are going to get a leader come 2022, if it is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, if it is Raila Amolo Odinga, the Musalia Mudavadi, or whichever, we want in fact a leader who is going, first of all, crack in terms of corruption. Second, broaden the tax base to ways of collecting money. And after this, after collecting all this money, then this one, in fact, will be able to help our Kenyan people as a country. So may God bless you as we continue with this conversation. This conversation is very good, and I really appreciate Mtembei TV and all members within the platform. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. Like I said, if it's your first time here, you are not in our WhatsApp group, please leave us your number in the private chat so that you are added on the WhatsApp group where we discuss in details before we come on this live platform. Everybody is behind the curtain. Nilisema kama sio lazima usijifungie nyuma ya curtain kwa sababu wale wanatazama wanataka kuona sura yako, if you don't mind. Now, I think we are about to begin to wind up. The Doe did not finish his submission. You are the one going to have the advantage of taking a full 5 minutes, but the rest of us are going to go around for like a minimum of 3 minutes, and we call it a day. We have another discussion. It is 2 o'clock. I'm in Nairobi, Kenya. Those of you that are outside the country, you can tell me what time it is where you are. But we will be having this discussion again in the evening. That is the entire weekend. So we don't have to exhaust everything.
Chairman.
Yes.
Wewe unaongelea time gani? Hapa tuko 6 o'clock, man, in the morning.
6
I've
o'clock.
been, yeah, I'm telling you, like, we have been craving in this discussion. Now we are like,
thank you
I
for your
did not
patience.
sleep,
Now
man.
you'll be taking breakfast on this show.
I'm taking a breakfast right now. It's not like I will be, like, I'm taking
You're taking
breakfast.
breakfast. Thank you. You have a good appetite for the breakfast. Ndeto.
Okay, thank you.
Upo ama umeng'atuka?
Nipo Bernard.
Aya,
So
dakika
thank you
zako
so much.
5 tafadhali, dakika zako 5, na ukizibua maswali shauri yako, kwa sababu mi nataka wewe uanalyze mambo yako vizuri kwa dakika 5, tuanze kufunga kipindi.
Okay, you know I'm a very concise man. So let me begin by appreciating to see some people contributing on this platform, like Community Ancestor. You know, I've been seeing his comments, but I've never found him online. So let me begin by saying that the biggest thing that we need as a country is an economic model that will create a panacea or a solution for the problems of our people. We need to understand the background of our country, and we compare it with the international world. For instance, when you hear that majority population are dependent, that means the poverty level to some extent is very high. And I believe some of the guys who have been contributing on this platform, they are living in developed nation, places where they do not even experience slums or any informal settlement. And when you hear some people maybe like crisscrossing and trying to like praise some individuals, I think we are going wrong. So it is a high time that we understand that our economy is really staggering. We have taken a lot of loans. People do not have something even to feed. Sanitation is very poor. We need also to think about even our education system, because if we do not invest so much on education, where is our tomorrow? And bear me witness that the political leaders that we have, majority of them, they have been just selling very selfish ideologies, things of how they will cling into power and not how they will help the majority of our country. And from the time immemorial, during independence, we have experienced a lot of economic tremors, where even the good guys are always assassinated. You can be assassinated maybe by being killed, or maybe your ideas or your concepts are killed before they come to the light of the day. So we have seen very, very, very hard time in the previous governments. For instance, the government of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, it had its hardship. We came to Moi. That is another time when a man stay in power for more than 24 years, I think more than 20 years, bringing down our economy to lame. Then there comes a man, Kibaki, he tries to revive our economy. And for sure, where he left this nation, every Kenyan is happy today, because during Kibaki's time is when universities mushroomed, is when economy even revived. We regained a new power in the economy. And but now when you come to the current regime, there are a lot of promises. In fact, the balance is the beam balance is I don't know which side. We the Wanjiko, we are left so much behind that we cannot even see the dust. So then these guys are coming with very alluring kind of ideas, so that we can keep following them, building a lot of masses behind. So let us understand the concept, where, or the context, where are we coming from? As well, let us also be able to derive the need of our people, because without good contextualizing of the need that our people really requires, what are these key issues? Look at the healthy system. They innovated, or they brought about the issue of the universal health care. Where is it heading? The other day I heard that the money of NHIF is corrupted. What is this? Surely we have a very poor healthy systems, to some extent that if you are to be treated from a local health facility, you will be just a centimeter or a millimeter to be moribund. So I mean, let us see who are these people who can give us some hope, people who have very good ideas, people whom their economic models, in a way they can be.
Just a moment. Jay, you have a question or what?
Man,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Then
okay.
he asked a question.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yes. So in that kind of a situation, we need a leader who will really express understanding of the problems of the Kenyan people, a leader who really understands what is the aching our systems, a leader who really understands what is this that Kenyans need, both the diaspora and those living in our country. Then we need a leader who can be able, assuming that the economic welfare of our nation is our dependent variable. We need a leader who will lead us to a good GDP, a leader who will show us how to bring about political stability, a leader who will be concerned about human development, because it is out of these factors that we can be able to draw very good indicators, something that we can measure, so that to bring a significant increment in our economy. Then when we understand and conceptualize what exactly maybe our nation needs, bearing that we have those independent and also dependent factors, then we can be able now to borrow theories that has been proven to work in other nations. For example, if you compare Kenya and Singapore, I've had that example, and also Dubai. Maybe if we just draw a comparative view, you realize in 1960s, these nations were at par. But today, the GDP of Singapore is 3.5 folds that of Kenya. The GDP of Dubai is 4 point something folds that of Kenya. What is this that we are not doing? Are we having leaders maybe who are not realizing that we have resources? For instance, the other time, we invented oil wells there in Turkana. Then what we can see is just a complete lapset to be able to transport the crude oil maybe to other nations, so as it can be refined, so that it will be brought back as an end product. Guys, the president is talking about manufacturing. The president is talking about industrialization. But I do not see these things coming into the light of the day, because if there is a place where our nation, which is so youthful, where majority of our people do not have jobs, then you see these people transferring raw materials. They are selling it at a lower cost. Then the oil is being, the end product, petrol and such things, they are sold to us at a very high cost. Let us have leaders who can support industrialization in our nation, leaders who have proved models which can work, leaders who have ideas that can really bring change in our economy. For example, if I give a case study, as I conclude.
God, Neto, your 5 minutes elapsed 2 minutes ago.
As I conclude, let me conclude by saying that what we have been seeing in various constituencies and wards previously through by-elections, for sure, that's we are still developing. As Africans, I mean, we are just clinging on to various things, and any bus, we are ready to be carried away. And when we come at this platform, instead of discussing how we can even support leaders who seem to have ideas, we are very busy politicizing and also making some of the people look as if they are as clean and reproach as Caesar's wife. Nothing can be questioned about them. They are just clean. So let us come out of that succinct kind of a narrative where you are like thinking that a certain person is so good, and yet all of us are wallowing in problems. We are experiencing a lot of issues like that. So because of the time factor,
So
let me allow a question.
What are you suggesting? That we should look the other side and just let life continue, because you are not all clean.
Okay,
No,
what I
Mr.
mean,
Chair.
Bernard,
Yes.
what I mean, Bernard, is,
Yes.
like for instance, when we talk about handouts, then you are talking about that Ruto has been giving handouts in churches. Yesterday,
No,
you saw.
Neto, look
Let
here.
me.
Handouts are not bad in themselves. They're only bad when it's a system of governance. If
Like
somebody
yesterday,
believes in handouts and he wants to ascend to the highest office, he can only perpetuate that with handouts. And handouts have been the reason why Kenya is where it is. Harambee was instituted which year? By Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. and it has been on. Now we are approaching 60 years of independence. We have not reached where we are going. You are the one that brought up the issue of Singapore and the other Korea. All those countries, we were at par. In fact, we were better than them. There was a time in Kenya when the Kenya shilling was stronger than the sterling pound in the 70s.
I understand.
Look
I
at where
understand,
we are right
Bernard.
now, and all that is because of handouts. So if you have somebody who is determined to take us or keep us into the same place of handouts, I fear that we are not ready even to move forward as much as we are praying and hoping for that moving forward.
I think, Bernard, there is a point you are getting me wrong. Because in African nation, we are still developing. Donald Trump the other day, he said that Africans need...
Neto, you cannot use that. You will not even finish that sentence. Forget that. We are not we are not chimpanzee. We are evolving into something else. We are all human beings, born after 9 months. We have better brain cells working. We shouldn't take an excuse for mediocrity. I think
Mr.
we
Chair,
shouldn't,
Wait, Bernard.
allow that for
Wait,
any
Bernard.
reason whatsoever.
Wait, Bernard.
We are where we are
There
for
is
maybe
this
poor governance and the rest of our ills. But
there is this bottom-up approach. There is this bottom-up approach.
Neto, ngoja kwanza
Wait,
order.
wait. Mr. Chair, can I interject? Can I interject, please?
Hold on, Jones. Let's hear Jay first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I want to say is this. I listened to the immediate speaker who was talking about Rwanda. The reason why I'm talking about this is because I'm associated with Rwanda. Even before I came to, okay, I want to say where I am. I'm in Thailand, okay? Before I came to Thailand, I stayed in Rwanda for 2 years. The immediate speaker talked about how Rwanda is becoming an eye in Africa. But I want to talk the fact about my 2 years experience in Rwanda. My first experience, I was as a student. My second year, I was as a worker in Rwanda. So this is my 2 perspective. Kenyans believe that Rwanda is an upcoming developing country, or maybe it is overtaking Kenya because of one reason, or maybe some of them even they don't understand what is going on in Rwanda. But the honest truth is in Rwanda, there are 2 things which is going on. As a student who was studying Masters in Science in Rwanda, I can attest to you that the Rwandan government has 2 policies. Number 1 is peace. Kagame, I'm telling you, that guy Kagame, the first priority to him is peace. Number 2, Kagame is into infrastructure. I lived in a village called Gigiri. It is actually in the main town of the capital city. But I'm telling you, Kagame has managed to rule Rwanda because of two things. One, what I talk about, security, and two, infrastructure. I'm talking about this because of experience that I have in Rwanda. One as a student and one as a worker. And I'm telling you, because of going to Rwanda, here I am in Thailand because of the connection that I had from Rwanda. Why I am here? Two questions to ask yourself. The first question is, why is it that Rwanda is considered as an instability country in Africa? It is because of the genocide of 1992. Why is this important? Many European countries are venturing into this. They want to understand what happened in 1992 genocide between the Tutsi and the Hutu. I know you Kenyans, you read in the, I don't remember the name, but I think it is called Marai Waradi. If you can remind me, Mr. Bernard. Marai Waradi. That was a textbook.
Oh, no, I did read that, but we've had the movie called Hotel Rwanda. It gives that genocide story.
Okay.
Although that genocide took place when I was in, I
He is
think I was in high school.
Bernard. He is talking about Mayai Waziri wa Marathi.
Oh, exactly. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Wayai Madhiri Waradhi. This was an examinable textbook in maybe 2008, 2012, if I can remember. But honestly, if you read that textbook, you'll feel like it's friction. But the honest truth is that when you visit Rwanda, you'll see the evidence. I went in Rwanda in 2018 in August. It was a master's program for me by then, but I don't want to speak about that. But the learning that I got from there was amazing, because I had read about Mayai Warevi, whatever, the guy who talked about it. And I thought, like, this is just a frictional story which was created. But when I got there, I got the real meaning of that story. Do you know what? I had to reread the whole story because I was like, you mean this was real? You know, for Kenyans, like, we read it just for the purpose of passing exams, you know. But for me, at that moment, I was like, okay, pause it a moment. You mean this is what I was reading for exam? And it is real? It made me to be amazed. Anyway, but I happened to visit several museums, several stations where they had the real genocide sites to confirm that it was real. I don't want to go into details about it, but I'm telling you, there was some guys who will tell you the story which happened. By then it was like they were celebrating 23 years old of genocide. But you could see young people who were walking in wheelchair, who had like handicaps in nature, just because of the genocide. They were demonstrating, they were like elaborating what happened during the genocide. And I'm telling you honestly, it was so emotional, even to me. I was feeling like it just happened the other day. Looking at how the victims were affected and how they were talking about it. So the person who mentioned Rwanda, it is so emotional to me. And I want to say that Rwanda at the moment, it is peaceful because of the history they have. So don't just go there and say like, oh, Rwanda, they're doing well, blah, 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 blah. I have been there. I know what transpired. I know what's going there. I'm telling you, I've gone to the sites that even have the carcass of the people who died more than 25 years ago. So I understand. Don't speak of Rwanda as a developing country without mentioning peace. Kagame.
Sir,
I'm sorry, Chair.
it's okay, sir. Like I said, we were closing, huh? So we
Okay.
don't want to stretch this program beyond where it is because we have another version of it in the next like 10 hours from now. We'll be back for another show, which
Okay,
will last
sure.
about 8 hours. So we'll love to bring the curtain down on this one so that we begin to prepare for the other one. But
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to summarize because
please conclude in the next 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. It raised my emotion when someone mentioned Rwanda, and I thought like, I think I should give information what is happening in Rwanda, you know. Anyways, Rwanda development. about Kagame is surrounded about two things. Number one, he is the one who brought peace between the Hutu and the Tutsis. If you speak about Kagame without mentioning this, as a Kenyan, I feel like you don't understand the Rwandan politics. It brought peace between the Hutu and the Tutsis. Number two, it is infrastructure. I lived in Gigiri, which is in Kigali. But the main aim.
A question, by the way, for Jay.
All right. All right.
How long has Kagame been president?
Kagame took over, I think, 9 years ago.
9? Only
yeah,
9?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
So when is he president for life or something?
Wait.
Is he
Say
president?
again?
Is he all these presidents begin very well, and not to say that I want to I appreciate the history of Rwanda and a lot of countries in Africa, but I just wonder, even Museveni began very well.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I just wonder. I think Kagame has been around for now a very long time, and I just wonder whether.
The thing is,
but that maybe is a subject for another day. I don't know if Bernard will allow us to continue so that we can wind up.
Yes. Let's do it this way. Let's do this way. Kagame has been president as long as he has been president, and it's been very long. I'm sure.
Yeah, it has been very long for
sure. The other
sure.
day they were reviewing the constitution to extend his term after he has exhausted the available years in the constitution. So
This is
now,
sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in Rwanda, unlike in Kenya, we have 5 years. In Rwanda, it is 7 years.
These 7 years have been reviewed,
and
I
so
think it's when, I think
Kagame served for 7 years, and he renewed it. Because people liked him because of peace that he brought, and so they renewed it. I think now he has ruled for like 11 years or something.
On that one, is debatable in the
Oh,
sense
all right.
that the Rwandan politics is far, I would say, is far behind Kenyan politics. In East Africa, we'll say that the Kenyan politics is more freer and more developed in the sense that people are free to express themselves and all that. But most of these other places, they are still curtailed. They are still where we were in the 80s and early 90s, when you had to look on your shoulder before you say something and things like that. But on the issue of development in that kind of atmosphere, it is both advantageous in terms of you have one way of channeling development. You don't have a strong opposition to frustrate you on the street. And so
No. It doesn't mean that
work
there's
faster.
no opposition in Rwanda. I'm telling you, it doesn't mean that there's no opposition in Rwanda. What I'm telling you is that even the people that I was surrounded with, there are those who are against the president. But just because he brought peace in the country, I'm telling you honestly.
Okay, sir. I appreciate your contribution. Please, let's bring the curtain down on this one. We will be meeting again in the evening for more deliberation. Can we hear from Jones for 2 minutes, Wekesa 2 minutes, Angela 2 minutes? Let's get out of here, please. I beg.
Yes, Bernard, thank you very much. So I look back to see what the topic of today was, and the topic was, or the title of, I don't know whether it's really a topic or a title, but the topic or title was that Ruto wins the hotly contested Kiambaa by-election. And then there was a small phrase there about the woman who ended up shooting her 2 lovers and then shot herself. So now just to go back and speak about this title for today. So basically, let's say that Ruto and UDA have won the day. Maybe they have made a point, they have made a political point, but we're still left with a question of what have the people of Kiambaa won? What really did the people of Kiambaa win? Because now, after this election, we have now left the people of Kiambaa divided. The people of Kiambaa now, the place is very polarized, and it's actually very unlikely that there's going to be any sort of development or anything coming out of Kiambaa now between now and 2022. Actually, I suspect they're now going to get into a lot of contest and struggle as they try to complete the projects that had been started in Kiambaa due to now this political atmosphere which they now have. So I don't know whether the people of Kiambaa have won or lost. I would think maybe they have lost, because I think when now it becomes a contest now between Ruto and his boss, at that constituency level, it becomes so heated and so polarized that now those people are left there fighting with one another instead of now dealing with the issues of development in the area. And then the second point I'd like to to maybe just just point out is that so Ruto is forming this new political party, UDA, and it's not clear really, to at least to me, what the purpose of the political parties in Kenya is going to be moving forward. We know what the purpose of these parties has been in the past, but I wonder what the purpose of these parties is going to be moving forward. Because I think these people were heading in the right direction when they were kind of aggregating these political parties into 2 or 3 national formations, where we can then start discussing issues concerning the ideology of the national parties, and then the parties would have to vet their candidates. But now we have been given this new vehicle, a UDA, and other than the fact that UDA is now a vehicle to get Ruto into power, what else is UDA bringing to our democracy? Because I don't see that. Because I would expect that if you have a political party, then you have a responsibility to vet your candidates. You have a responsibility to vet your candidates, and you have a responsibility to hold your candidates accountable. And so far, I've seen that Jubilee, in a way, has been able to do that. We have seen Jubilee go out and get rid of people like Sonko. We have seen them get rid of people like Waitito. We have now seen ODM is not really standing behind this guy of theirs, Obado. So in a way, you kind of see that, these political parties are taking a position where they kind of want to have clean candidates, and clean candidates and clean people who are associated with the political party, and sort of distancing themselves from characters who are questionable. And I don't see that we get that from UDA, or that we get that from Dr. Ruto. Hopefully, we're going to see that moving forward. And now that they have won, I think now that they have won this election, they need to start giving us more accountability. They need to now begin to show us more and more what they're bringing to the table, other than coming to tell us Ruto is going to be president in 2022. It's not enough. I rest my case.
Thank you. That's a valid point, a very strong one, but a very difficult one to expect from UDA, because UDA ideology is strange in my school of thought when it comes on corruption policy and historical injustices.
But Bernard, you should compare.
But no, compare with what? I'm just saying
what NASA has, so that we understand where you are also coming from.
Coming for your 2 minutes. You're coming for your 2 minutes. Jones has just said very well that everybody is distancing himself from questionable characters in the run-up to 2022. The only place we are finding everybody with questionable character running to and being embraced is at the UDA. So UDA doesn't have a policy on corruption, even from their head. The DP himself has said corruption cannot stop any leader from performing. And if Kenya has corruption as the #1 problem, then Ruto cannot be
Bernard,
the solution to
Bernard, you are coming out so strong, as if Ruto is advocating for corruption.
This is something that we have discussed here before with you, Ndeto. As far as corruption is concerned, UDA cannot be the solution. UDA can do up, wheelbarrow, and this other. They can do that. I give that also one to them because it is the ideology. But
also NASA, because when you remember about the youth, the NYS saga, why don't you talk about NYS saga? And Raila was also a chief
propaganda.
No,
when Baba said, listen, Deto, Baba said when he becomes president, he will jail all corrupt people. Okay? He did not even mention anybody. He only said he will jail what? Corrupt people. What was the response from the DP? The DP said, now he is saying that he will jail me when he becomes president. So
because he is a man of God, he knows that he is not pure. He knows he is not pure.
Why should the DP be the one speaking for corrupt people and defending corrupt people?
Is Baba not blemish?
Baba ni mweupe kama pamba. Kama kuna dosari yoyote, kamata yeye, weka yeye ndani.
I rest my case.
Mr. Ndeto, what I was suggesting is this. Since now we are being presented with this party, which is being called UDA, which now I guess they have already decided that their political candidate is going to be Dr. Ruto. What are the structures around UDA to make sure that they themselves are going to vet their candidate, right? Before and in addition to vetting their candidate, they're going to hold their candidate accountable, such that when he does not deliver on the things that he says he's going to deliver on, or when he comes and he has integrity issues, they have already vetted all of these issues. Or you present this candidate to the public.
Let me answer you, Jones. Let me answer you, Jones. You see.
Hold on, Neto. Neto, you are coming with your 2 minutes. After
Bernard,
the one
be fair.
going to have the last word. So Neto, hold your horses.
He has asked me a question.
I was giving the example of the manner in which I saw Jubilee decide that, we're not going to, if we have politicians in our party who the public are saying these people are questionable, we need to deal with these people. And we saw somebody like Sonko has been dealt with. We saw somebody like Waitito has been dealt with. And there are probably many other examples of people that have been dealt with that I probably don't know. but at least I'm aware of those two. So I've seen that the Jubilee Party has taken steps towards distancing themselves, as much as they can with these characters who are clearly. I don't know that we're going to sit here and say that because Sonko has not been found guilty in a court of law, that we cannot from our own observation.
Listen, Jones.
Yes.
You see, the point you have brought up is very important, and I really support. But there are two things I would like you to consider. Something we call bringing our country into bankruptcy, and also maybe fight against corruption. The Jubilee administration has not proved that they can be able to mitigate those two things. And that's why I think also Ruto is even coming out of that union, because he feels that if we keep on even bringing our economy down, then in one way or the other, we are not helping our people. As well, the president has been consecutively been on record talking about how billions of money are getting lost every day. Then you are telling me that the deputy president should remain there because they are in a vehicle called Jubilee. I mean, it's a high time, and the decision he has made to eject.
Are you trying to hoodwink us by making us think that the reason why Ruto is no longer in Jubilee, or is acting like he's not in Jubilee, or is acting like he's no longer the DP, is because of his integrity? Deto, stop hoodwinking us. I keep on telling you guys that we are not going to move anywhere if we keep on lying to ourselves, and then we are talking things that everybody in the forum knows is a lie, and then we are supposed to accept it. That or no. Don't lie to us. The reason why
Listen, Angela, you have asked me. Angela, you have asked me a question. You have asked me a question. Let me address you. Let me address you. If you keep pointing, let me finish, Bernard. If you keep pointing other people,
you'll be mute
and
from
yet
the back, Nini, and you won't be able to talk again. Please, what's your maneno? Let's do this. Ndeto, I have reserved for you. Will have the last word. So preserve everything during your last presentation. Let's hear from Wekesa, then Angela, then Ndeto. Then we get out of here. But if you're going to give some facts, please let them be factual. Hii propaganda mingi ya UDA tuachane tu nayo. We have a country called Kenya.
Bernard, I cannot buy your idea.
Without UDA.
I can't buy your idea. Let me also respect my standpoint.
Persuading you to buy my standpoint.
Respect my standpoint, because my opinions also valid.
You will have a last word.
Then stop deconstructing me.
Their validity is in as long as you're being honest.
I'm not guiding you.
You cannot come here to lie to us.
If you want to talk, Ndeto,
let's give platform.
Let us use this platform for a better Kenya, not use this platform to push an agenda that cannot hold water. Let's hear from Wekesa 2 minutes, and then Angela tufunge tafadhali.
And Wekesa, if you may, maybe you can donate 20 seconds of your time to me, if you so wish.
Let me hope I will be very fast enough. I'm always a man of brief words. I want to begin by saying,
it's a special request from Jones for 20 seconds. Give it to him, and then so that you take it away.
Oh, I thought it's 20 seconds. I finish and then I lift. Okay, you can use it.
Right. I was just proposing that political parties have a responsibility in our democracy. And we know what political parties have done in Kenya in the past and what they have been used for. So now what I was proposing is that now moving forward, at least from what I was seeing, and from what I saw Jubilee and URP try to tell us, previously when they collapsed their parties into Jubilee, they were telling us basically that we need national parties so that we can start now to discuss issues, and we can also begin to take responsibility for the people that we are, that we're giving tickets to run on our platform. So now, I was just questioning the structure that UDA and UDA supporters are going to have to vet their candidate very, very well before they bring their candidate to the national stage. That was it.
Okay, thank you. I guess you can go on.
Okay. I'll begin by saying that I think there is a curse of the Kenyan voter, or majority of African voters, and this is the challenge. Even in a few elections we have seen in the recent past, think later or we regret later. And most of the time, our politicians understand our mindset, so they use that and they hoodwink us. The only thing they do is to create a euphoria. As long as you have created a euphoria, everybody wants to hang on that and you will be elected. You watch those rallies and most of the things that go there is a kind of drama. We have perfected that. When we go to the funeral, we don't talk about the bereaved, we talk about politics. When we go to the political rallies, we don't talk about the issues that affect wananchi. We talk about maybe another election that is coming when we have just been through an election. So the challenge is the voter to get educated. Now, democracy is expensive. We want our parties to do the right thing, but unless we seriously educate the voter, then the owners of the parties knows that they create a personality cult in those parties, and everybody follows them blindly without questioning. Our parties now have become like our Pentecostal echo chambers, where when you are there, you just say amen. Yeah, I once heard this phrase in our own party that we are just cows. And so we respond to everything that we are told. Now, going forward, we need to be deliberate and say that as much as we love a particular candidate, but we have to ensure that we push the right agenda within our own parties. We may not be owning any party, but when given opportunity to, as long as you register as a member of a particular party, try to push for, if it's democracy, push for integrity. And I say that because there's a story in Nobel Prize winner Wangare Maathai gave us, and he said that one day the forest was burning and every animal was running away, but the hummingbird decided that it will fetch water to put off the fire, and the all animals were laughing, but the hummingbird said that I'm just going to do my little part, and that is it. So most of the time, Kenyans, what we are doing is to borrow this generalization. Everybody is corrupt. So what? Everybody is stealing. Everybody, and then in the Christian circles, we say that everybody has a weakness, or don't judge me. But that is not the point. We need to contribute towards integrity, towards values of this country, and we need to make our own little inputs. It doesn't have to be like everybody has to see what you're doing. It doesn't have to be, and that's where the challenge is. Even when I'm giving, I want to do it in front of camera so that people know I'm giving money to support the church, to support the poor. But if you believe in values, just do the right thing. It doesn't matter who has seen or who has not seen, but God in heaven sees what you are doing. We need to develop our parties. And I was seeing something that I didn't like in political rallies. When we say, okay, it was okay to say Jubilee Party is dead. But this is a party that we invested. We put all our resources and energy there. Then after a few years, we declare it dead, and we are happy to declare it dead. So that means we don't care about our institutions. So if we don't develop our own institutions, then we are only saying if Uhuru is gone, then our hope is gone. If Ruto is gone, then our hope is gone. If Raila is gone, then our hope is gone. Can we inculcate the values that we have in our institutions such that even if today Raila is not in ODM, there are values that drive ODM. We can copy our friends in US. There is what Democrats stand for. There is what Republicans stand for. Otherwise, we will have what the Greek mythologies say, the Sisyphean curse, where we are always pushing the stone to the highest mountain, but as soon as we reach the mountain, the stone falls and it rolls back. We start again. So every electioneering year, we come up with a party, and then it pushes us. We get to the election, then we collapse it, and then we start again, and then we will not be making progress as a country. We pray that God help us to be gracious enough. We make mistakes, but we stand for institution and say, no, me, I will be in this party and I will help it champion the democracy that this nation wants. Otherwise, it has been a very insightful discussion, and have a blessed night all.
Thank you, Ekesa. Angela, you have 2 minutes.
All right. For me, my final submission is that we Kenyans, we suffer from 3 things. Actually, 2 things that I've observed in the past and one that I have observed today. Number 1, we suffer from corruption. We suffer from division. We allow leaders to divide us, and we are divided in terms of tribe. We are divided in terms of hustlers versus the others. We are divided in terms of you name it, Christian, Muslim, religion. We are so divided, and the more we allow our leaders to divide us, the more we will continue suffering, and we will never be able to change the status quo. One observation that I have made today is there are people who are suffering from being brainwashed, to the extent that they come here to this forum and tell us things that are such blatant lies, and they actually expect us to believe it. You know, you know, what you believe so strongly, in spite of evidence, in spite of the truth, in spite of the obvious, does not make it true just because you have said it. And that's one thing I have noticed that some people are suffering from, is because you know who someone is, but because they open their mouth and tell you they are different, you believe it. And because you've heard it so many times, it now leads into brainwashing. However, some of us are immune to that brainwashing because we are so focused on the actions of this person and their past and everything that we know, that we can't fall for your tricks. You know, we can't fall for his tricks, and by extension, we can't fall for his supporters' tricks. You're not going to come here and tell us that somebody left a party because of integrity, And yet everybody, including yourself, know that this is the thief of thieves, the chief thief. And then you come and tell us that the
Kwani ni
reason why
mimi
he left
una
a certain
lecture?
party, as he
Kwani
left a
ni mimi
party.
una lecture, Angela?
No.
Beto, you will be having your last word.
This is my closing comment. You are allowed yours, so please allow me. So, like you, if you're brainwashed, say within your brainwashing, don't come here to try and convince us. If you're in this forum, let's talk about things that are actually going to change Kenya. Let's not lie to each other, because we will lie and lie and lie, and then I keep on telling you guys, whoever the president will become 2023, we will be here now, and we will all have changed who we are supporting, as has been evidenced by this forum, which is true. So let's if you're supporting who you're supporting, just like Jones was trying to get us to talk about pros and cons, let's be honest about this person is like this. However, maybe even after you come and tell us, maybe because of the Holy Spirit spoke to him. I don't know what. I mean, I'm sorry because of talking about the Holy Spirit, but I mean, I apologize for that and I take that back. But that some crazy transformation has occurred in this person's life, that now all of a sudden they have now suddenly changed. A leopard does not change its spots. So when you're being brainwashed, accept. I am being brainwashed, accept. This person is like this, however, I will continue supporting him, come what may, because that is what I'm going to do. Lakini musikuje hapa kutudanganya and then trying to also bring us into your brainwashing. We refuse to be brainwashed. We're not going to be brainwashed by anybody. Anyway, in as long as we continue to allow these leaders to divide us, in as long as we continue, we have made corruption so normal to the extent that we cannot even question or judge the people who are running for president, who we are supposed to now judge them to be able to vote for them in a sober manner. There's something wrong with us. There's something very, very wrong with Kenyans. Something very, very wrong. And as long as we pretend there's nothing wrong, I will continue to say in this forum that there's something very wrong with Kenyans, because I have seen even so many people in the comments writing here, oh, Angela is talking like her, she's not without sin. Everybody has sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. However, I'm not standing for presidency, but one thing I know for sure is that I am not corrupt. That one I know for sure. I cannot take anybody's shilling. In fact, I had moved back to Kenya after several years of being in the States, and then I moved back to Kenya. But I had to come back to the States because I could not stand the corruption. It was too much. I even lost jobs. I lost so much because I just could not stand the corruption. Like, it was too much.
Angela, ujai kula fair? Ujai kula fair?
Fair, I'm one woman. No, I haven't. If I'm going, can I end a date? I go with my own money. Wekesa
Wewe Angela, Wekesa is right.
Money. But all the same, I have other issues, of which, if one of those issues causes me not to be suitable for a job, I will not apply for that job, or the person who's hiring me has a right not to hire me. And that is the same right we have not to hire thieves and corrupt people, because they are corrupt and they are going to continue stealing from us, and the country will go down in the drain, down. I lived through the era of the president who was the president for 24 years, and it was not fun. It was not fun at all. You could see the country going downhill. Many young people don't know how bad it was during those days, because they probably were born during the Kibaki times when things were going well for Kenya. But if you lived through the Nyayo era, you would know what we are talking about. And that is also something that people need to know their history. These young people, they need to know their history, and they need to recognize that poor leadership, it doesn't matter
Are
how
you not young,
poor leadership
Angela?
is poor leadership, and it will lead us to the dogs.
Angela, are you not a young person?
Angela, have you finished?
Yes, I have finished.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela. Ndeto, it is your turn. You have your 2 minutes. and then we are all living here. And please don't leave me here with my only face now. Should I also go black?
Okay, thank you, Bernard. One thing I know is that truth hurts so much, and I can never be intimidated. My stance has always been strong, and I never compel anyone to support my ideology. So in any way, even if it is downhill, I believe one time there will be an uphill, not an upheaval. So let me conclude by saying that when you see a national party taking part in every by-election, for instance, in Central Province, in Rift Valley Province, we have also seen at Bonchari, Kabuchai, and these people are getting significant voters. In fact, it's a very new party. It might be a very new party, but it is well balancing. I mean, that's what we mean when we talk about national unity, because you cannot come to Central and you vie for a certain position and you win when those people do not understand you. You cannot go to Kabuchai or wherever and be given some good amount of votes, and those people give maybe votes for you when they do not accept you. What I mean is, some people may think that we are brainwashed, and I mean, every person could be brainwashed, because I do not know why someone gets allergy when a certain person's ideology is uttered. So it's a high time we who live here in Kenya, also you people who are in diaspora, we all understand that Kenya is undergoing transition, and it is through good leadership that we can manage a better economy. And if you hear a person saying he is the agent of the change that we want, just because he has a dark past, which is not even real, it could be even you see this thing we call mad. Someone can be in a way apakwe matope, but what I believe is only God knows. Even those who are self-proclaiming that they have never committed anything to do with their integrity, those are the very dangerous characters. When it comes to fair, when it comes to other matters, a lot of things. So, Kenyans, let us unite so that we aim towards achieving the economic goals that we need. And when you hear maybe Deto airing his views, that is what he has. If you have a point of correction, don't get emotional on my point. Reason out. Because the only way to come up with a solution is to resonate with what has been given out. So I will keep supporting my own person because I have my own reason. And also, as I conclude, there is this the bottom-up approach. The other day I saw Joe Biden appreciating the deputy president for coming up with such a concept, because he is also heading, Joe Biden is also heading towards the same, because he realized when the economy is at the heavy bottom, money is circulating to these people who are getting $1 a day.
Where was that meeting? Where was that meeting?
It was a Twitter. It was a tweet. Those who
Would you
follow Twitter,
please share it? Share it with us.
Kindly, he was talking about bottom up in his own country. It is the deputy who copied his tweet and said even Joe has. It has nothing.
No, it is Biden who commented, who retweeted.
My friend, we saw it already. We saw it already.
I know you are presidential candidate. So let me conclude by saying, I will
Ndeto.
not be intimidated.
Ngoja Ndeto. Let's set the record clear.
Unatudanganya.
It is, DP is I follow him on Twitter.
It's your
And,
friend.
everything he
Daily.
shares, I get
Daily.
notified. So
Yes.
the Biden comment about bottom up, it was DPs who shared it and say, see, even the first world is talking about bottom up approach. It was not Biden congratulating the DP. I'm not even
And
sure that
actually-
Biden knows the DP.
And actually, in Ndeto, in the United States, when what you're trying to talk about is when the Democratic Party actually believes in tax breaks for the people who are in the low income category, and they believe in taxing the rich more than the poor. So when you hear Biden talking about whatever you're trying to connect with Ruto's wheelbarrow, I think these two things are very far apart. Biden
Let us not spew hatred and vitriol. Let us not Jones, let me finish on my time.
Not hatred. He's just correcting facts. He's correcting facts.
No correction. That is
Order, everybody. Order. Neto.
Your case comparison is.
I'll give you time.
Yes, Jones, please let me finish.
To another point until we clear this. Except you have the truth. Okay?
Bernard,
No. You
Yes,
cannot claim
kuna
something
added
like
time.
that. I will let you go.
Kuna added
Doesn't
time
work.
ya injury.
Let me respond to Jones. You know the very same
before
way
you
he is
respond, there are
saying.
two issues. There are two issues you have raised.
Let me respond to Jones.
You understand what's going on, so don't misguide the public. Don't come to the channel and misguide people. Biden does not know anything about wheelbarrows. When he's talking about what he may have been talking about, he's talking about the ideology of the Democratic Party. And when you look at the ideology, historically, the contest has always been about how are we going to set up our taxes. That has been a conversation between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The Republican Party believes that we should give tax breaks to the rich so that when
give me a point to respond to you,
they're able to create jobs for the poor.
Let me also clear my point. Let me clear my point, Jones, because you have given a very good narrative. You have said that the reason why Joe Biden is buying that idea is because he wants to overtax race.
Which idea?
If I've gotten you. Okay,
now,
let me pick it from there.
Up to now, you still think that the DP is contributing to the ideology of Biden?
No, Bernard, let's put facts right. You see, there are guys who believe that bottom-up approach is an invention of DP. Kindly go and read books of management. These theories are already there. You only go there and pick the theory that you think you resonate with. So it's just as you pick the wheelbarrow. You did not invent it. This thing is a 16th century invention. So when you pick an idea in the books and you want to make it look like you are the one who came up with it, my friend, it doesn't make sense. So anybody in the world can quote
Actually, it's called plagiarism. It's plagiarism and it is wrong. Because Ndeto believes
Where is plagiarism? Where is plagiarism?
Copying someone else's statement. Let me say, copying someone else's statement and making it your own. That's how you describe the Twitter.
I want to hear.
The Twitter was plagiarism.
Everybody,
pretending you're the one who has. Someone is talking about your bottom up. Where you people?
Bernard control these people for me. Bernard control these people for me. They are coming too much. Let me finish my remark.
Hold on.
Of the bottoms up. What does it mean?
Control these people for me.
Let's finish this thing.
Let these people not take on what I'm saying, Bernard.
John,
Bernard, please control them for me.
Ngoja Ndeto, wewe kwanza, wewe ndio unataka kusababisha haya mambo yote. Mimi nilikuwa namaliza hii show vizuri, wewe umeanza tena kuleta maneno ya Biden anasaidia DP na anafuata DP na maneno ya Wilbaro. Please, nilikwambia tu vizuri, tufanye nini? To report mambo yakiwa factual. Kama Biden
Especially your
anaamini bottom
conclusion
up
remarks.
na DP pia anaamini bottom up, we have no problem if that's the case. But saying something straightforward expressly that Biden congratulated the DP for the bottom up idea, come on, that is too much.
Okay. I get even plagiarism level is Angela is saying it is 99%. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Deto, the way you described that Twitter, to me it sounded like plagiarism. To me it sounded like the deputy president is the one who gave you guys the impression that Biden commented about his tweet. Nyinyi mtadanganywa mpaka mmuishe.
What percentage would you give my plagiarism, Angela?
I'm not saying you, Deto, you're the one who plagiarized. I am saying DP,
99.9.
if he gave you the impression that Biden was talking about his tweet, he lied to you, my brother. That is copying.
Okay, let me
come up now.
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish by saying.
Deto.
Let me finish by saying. Okay, let me finish. Okay, let me finish by saying, Bernard.
You're always finishing. Come on.
Yeah, I'm finishing. So what I'm saying is,
yes.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if you hear about bottom-up approach, let us also have another person who has another theory which does not have plagiarism, so that we can be able to compare the two and see which can move this nation's economy to another level. Instead of being so personal.
Ya baba inaitwa village app. Ya baba inaitwa village app.
Which village?
Alafu hizi handouts za mawilbaro na hizi tanks za maji. This do you know what?
You give me my time. You give me my time, Angela.
Wait,
I listened to you.
That I will allow you to finish.
I listened to you. Why should I give you my? Why should you
extending this thing
why
beyond?
should you smartly?
At 3. We have already added another.
Bernard protect me from
this. Enough of that. Let's do this. Enough of that.
Send me a link on this bottoms up approach.
Look here. We will deal with the bottom-up approach. I think I will add that to our evening discussion today. But from where I sit, the UDA and their economic proposal for the country, in my opinion, that is my personal opinion, that ideology has no head, has no root. It's just hanging somewhere there. And it's only good for the political platform with the microphone.
Bernard, please give us give us an outline of this bottom up, and then tell us what is even. There's no point of having a term that nobody knows what it is, and then you say that you don't agree with it.
Can we have it as a discussion for Can we have it as a discussion for another day?
Can I explain?
No time for explanation.
You see, Bernard, you cannot allow me to explain because you know I will hit the point 100%.
You have explained it here before.
Or let the chairman explain
it. So then tell Jones he was not present when I explained.
You will explain in the evening show. Okay, let's close this. Just to set the record clear, we have gotten the article on the on the polling station. Duke gave me the link, and according to the article here, it says gazetted in the Kenya Gazette is after the notice of all elections have been published in the Gazette under the section 14, 16, 17, and 19. Every returning officer shall proceed to hold the election according to the terms of the notice and in accordance with the regulation relating to election. Now, 38A, number of voters per polling station. For the purpose of providing efficient and effective conduct of elections, the number of voters per polling station shall not exceed 700. That is the Act of Parliament, I think, as gazetted in 2011. So the number, sorry?
This bottoms up is a socialism.
No. Let's drop the bottom up. It's not. I told you it's not even socialism. It's not anything. It's just.
It is something, Bernard. It is something. It is
It
something.
is something
Don't
according to
demean.
Deto, and we will give Deto in the evening to explain.
Why don't you give me some time? I explain.
I want this closed. Okay.
You see how you limit my time.
It is not limit your time, Deto. You open a lot of floodgates that we cannot even control, and you want to reopen the show when we are closing. I don't think that is all right.
Bernard, a quick comment.
Yes.
Bernard, a quick comment about bottoms up.
Yes.
Bottom up to me, Deto don't come in. Bottom up to me sounds like handouts. And if you guys know what is happening in Cuba right now, you will know that you do not want any handouts. Afadhali you work for your money, you work for everything that you need. Hii maneno ya kuambua bottom up ati will give to the poor. I don't even know whether they plan to take money from the rich and give to the poor, or whether I don't know how they're going to get that money to give people. That's socialism, and communism has led Cuba right now. They're on the streets protesting for medicines and food.
Hey, Angela, you can smartly come in and really confuse people.
I believe that's what it is, as per the description, and for the fact that we are a third world country.
Deto, the day the Hustlers mansion will be in Dandora, you'll know it's bottom up.
But you don't have to live a poor life so that people understand you love the poor.
You don't have to live a poor life to be poor.
Anyway, Deto, maybe
let's finish. We'll continue tomorrow.
And then we can go to bed.
Please, everybody, thank you so much for your contribution. Please, let's keep it at Tembei TV and keep sharing this with everybody in your life. And if you did not give us your number on WhatsApp group, please leave it in the private chat there. Then we'll be able to alert you when we are going on live. But for the entire weekend, we'll be here. Please, let's keep this going. Thank you so much, Angela, Jones, Deto, and Wekesa.
Thank you. God bless you too.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Bernard. And also the rest, Angela and Jones.
Thank you, Deto. Thank you, Jones. Thank you, Bernard.
Deto, tomorrow come prepared with your ideology.
I will.
We'll be waiting for that ideology.
I will.
Asanteni. Good, that was.